Badger fights for his life now. All he can really do is hold on to the AWP. Badger doing a great job of staying alive here, padding the stats. Oh, wow!
It makes me sick. I'm living on my sins. It's not
A wide swing to shut it down. JL activated once again. All on Woxic. A bullet might do it, but it's going to be a quick return.
Button up the windows. Standing up
It is Alexi at the back of the bomb site. If he just could get one more kill, this round is pretty much already done. But Calix crouching in. He does a 90-degree flick and takes down Emma. Calix with an amazing round. 4 kills to save Eternal Fire once again. Here comes trouble. All the pistols in front. Wonderful, doing whatever he can. He lands more. He cannot be stopped. He has aced them to save the day for Na'Vi.
my grip. It makes me sick. I'm living on
Badger with a shot in the back, but he does go down. Centaurus will fall. It's Na'Vi to bring the chaos to Copenhagen and the pain to Eternal Fire.
Button up the windows. Standing up tall.
Go in between the fire.
How does he pass that?
I can feel it in you.
Nico sitting in it. Nah, no chance. Nico goes above and beyond. 3 kills in the 12th round of the half.
Yo.
Swapping to the op. Turns out Nico can do it. Nightmares rolling in his mind. He is now the one inside of the smoke.
Not again.
Hooks is on top of it a second time.
Not
Roland's
again.
Sniping. He's sniping, and he's got it. And G2 will give them no chance.
Yeah, I'll never lose my grip. It makes me sick. I'm living on my sins. It's not.
What? No way! Modesty is ripping them apart.
Wow.
And just like that, they've managed. Divine intervention ushers them into the playoffs, and the soldiers of God march on.
flex your biceps. Cross the Balkan Sea to be here in Copenhagen for PGL CS2 major semi-finals. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. I didn't have to go as far. I just walked from the green room, but I wouldn't have missed this for the world. And joining me on the desk, two ex-pros. Who better to talk about the action today? We've got Maniac, we've got Pimp. Friends now, rivals in the past. Little tip, Maniac qualified for a major at the expense of Pimp one time. All mates now. Guys, I am absolutely over the moon to be here with you for what is probably going to be some of the greatest Counter-Strike we've ever seen.
I couldn't have said it better, Richard. Unity through Counter-Strike, that's what we're here for, to celebrate this game, the players and the teams, and we have such a beautiful banquet ahead of us with the 4 teams still in the semi-final. Jacob, could we have asked for better?
No, we couldn't. You know, look outside this arena right now, look inside the arena. You have people from all over the world coming in to celebrate Counter-Strike, cheer for Counter-Strike.
And turnout today, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, you know.
They're even up here. We opened up an extra row.
They are everywhere,
12,000
Richard.
people here.
Exactly.
Incredible.
And we all got one thing in common. We love Counter-Strike, and we're about to see some of the best quality Counter-Strike we can possibly get at a major semi-final.
Well, with that said, let's set the scene for the games that we're going to have today. 2 semi-finals that I think if we were picking them at the start of the tournament, this is what we would have gone with, right? I mean, we've got Vitality versus FaZe to start us off, and then Navi versus G2. Reject modernity, embrace tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of tradition, that's the word I want to use here. The legacy that is right there in the playoffs of this major is something special. Both these teams, we're in a situation where from this point on, with the 4 teams that we have, any combination of the 4 teams would make a great grand final.
Yeah.
That is the luxury. We are the restaurant where it's the a la carte, but the menu is exquisite. You cannot go wrong. You can pick whatever you want, and the grand final is going to deliver, Jacob. This makes me happy as can be.
Yeah, me too, man. You have Vitality, you have FaZe, Navi, and G2. Household names when it comes to Counter-Strike. Obviously, inside this arena, we see the Vitality hype down there. They've been celebrating and, you know, enjoying Counter-Strike throughout the entire week. We know G2 is a big brand within Counter-Strike as well. And then Navi, you know, used to be all about simple, used to be all about the one, not the case anymore. You have only good teams left in the tournament, and the quality of Counter-Strike we've seen so far coming out of Karrigan and FaZe Clan in the playoff as well, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, you have different stories too, right? When it's Vitality and FaZe, we've been used to these names for trophies last year. In fact, they've played a bunch of finals. We'll talk about it surely at this desk. But for Navi and G2, a little bit of a different story. Navi here to prove that they can reach new heights with a project that was put together and that was trusted in long term with Blade and Alexibi at the orchestra. And with G2, it's about peaking at the right time once again. I mean, for them, it's like the roller coaster. Like, they're tall enough to ride. They have a good time. But as a fan, it's hard to see. You never know what to expect. And they made a statement in the last game.
Well, we actually reached out to Valve to see what the pick'ems said. This is what the people say about who's going to win the major. We've got the stats here ready to see who is the favorite with the people. And you can see...
Surely it's wide open.
Yeah, well, no.
G2 took favor?
Everybody is locked in. What I've been saying from the start, it's G2 to win the major.
Well, I have to give it to you, Richard. It is a narrative that you have been pushing since almost day one. So you are onto something.
I boo too. It's my own personal hell, but I've accepted it, guys. It's time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people obviously had Team Spirit in that one, but out of the 4 teams left, it does seem like G2 is one of the favorites, maybe helped by the, let's call it the easier side of the bracket as well, but there's no doubt that when you look at the 4 teams and the quality they all possess, you can pick any given team to win the major and it would be justified.
I mean, listen, I don't really criticize people. G2 looked terrifying. They were terrifying against Mouse. That's as fast as can be. This man, they actually gobbled them up. That's what happened. It was so powerful from G2. Some of the individuals we weren't necessarily sure of. Nico shows up and he has a renaissance performance. Yeah, of course you're going to think that the way can be along and they can leave the trophy.
Yeah, but that's what the semi-final stages are about, the quarter-final stages, the knockouts. This is where your best players who've been there, done that, this is where they come alive. And this is where the pressure is on the new, the new talent that's coming through. And it's happened to Mouse, that you saw the throws in the headlights. It's very difficult when you're on a stage. And as I said, the major, it scrambles your brain. It's so important. It's the biggest tournament you might ever play in. Like, some people only get one and done, and you saw that. You saw that in the game.
It truly is a different beast. You and I, we've been there before as well. You're heading into big tournaments, of course. You're always nervous. this, you're always excited. But when you get into a major, you know there's so much at stake. You know that the amount of viewership at home, the amount of pressure, the amount of people watching your every move on the server, everyone is glazing at you, everyone is looking into you. It is a different beast, it's a different kind of pressure. So I don't even blame any players for maybe crumpling towards that pressure, or having to learn to deal with it through experience, through trying to sit on the stage right here. It does take time for someone, and I don't fault it.
It's very complicated to put it in words, right? Trying to help the people empathize with what these players are going through. I still remember my semi-final against NIP 14-14, and I almost froze by anxiety. Like, what goes through your mind at this moment? It's something particular. And you talk about experience or not, look at the teams with 3-0, the Maus, the Spirit, the young ones, the one that impressed with the quality of Counter-Strike, unfortunately unable to convert, unable to transfer it. But I will say, Spirit did put up a good effort.
Yo, for sure, and one of the greatest games I think we've ever seen in a major, and it was easily the greatest quarterfinal I've ever seen. Let's do a little bit of a recap. I want to talk just a little bit about what we saw the other day. Here we go. We got another chug, 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 chug. I do not condone irresponsible
drink responsibly.
But well done. Yeah, okay, right. Let's talk a little bit about Na'Vi, you know, because I think they were a bit of an unknown quantity coming in. We know that they've maybe got that shadow of Simple over them. We've talked a lot about that. I think that's gone now. I really don't want to talk about him for the rest of the tournament almost.
Don't have to.
I think Wonderful, for instance, has shown he's possibly the second best AWPer here at the tournament. One of the best AWPers we've seen. You can argue maybe about Brokey, I guess, but I think he had a pop-off series. And I think what we also saw, Immer under all that pressure. Yes, that rating looks terrible up there, but he got some entry frags. He had some high impact. JL, clutch rounds. I mean, you couldn't have asked for more.
It's getting better.
You couldn't, you know, it's a semi-final for Na'Vi. You look at the lineup, you look at the quality within the team, and you think to yourself, is that a team that have the ability to go all the way to a semi-final? On paper, I would say no, but the foundation LXCB have built together with Blade into this Na'Vi roster, mind it being an international roster. When you look back in history for Na'Vi, it's always been about Simple. It's always been about, you know, the CIS scene. Not anymore. This is an international roster who are playing Counter-Strike at a very, very high level. And as I said, if you look at the individuals, you wouldn't necessarily say they are ready for a semi-final at a playoff, but I've said it before and I'll say it again, they played good Counter-Strike.
And listen, I think we didn't have a doubt on the quality of the blueprint when it comes to Na'Vi. We know the mind of Brain, one of the most clever individuals we have in the game. But for a while, what we were looking for in Na'Vi was a superstar after Simple. And this is what Wonderful has become.
Yes.
I thought he was criminally underrated for a while, but what a case he's making for himself. You might have Jay Legend in the team, but that's Wonderful's legend we're riding here in Copenhagen. He's had such strong performances, absolutely reference games from him. So suddenly, yes, the floor rises and the seeding explodes because of what he's capable of doing. And I've been appreciating that show from Wonderful. I just want more of that. I wanted to do it again in the semi.
Yeah, and look, we've got to talk about G2 as well. What I think G2 have done really well is they've galvanized as a group. I think, you know, they were playing poorly, they were underperforming. Nico hadn't even turned up at this major. That's just the brutal truth. And yet I saw them before they went live against Mouse. They were in that huddle, they were there backstage. Taz, the legend, the coach, and he's just like, you know what, guys, like, yeah, okay, they're gonna boo us. They might not be on our side, but it doesn't matter because we're here and we can take this. We can go all the way. We can make everyone miserable. It's so good. Look, that's why I'm on board with it.
Yeah, it's classic T2. I feel like you and I, Matthew, we covered enough T2 throughout the years to know that the second you start underestimating them, the second you start losing faith in T2, that's when they're the most scary. Yeah. We can go back to the group stage. We can argue that maybe they shouldn't have been in the playoff. You know, what happened against VP is what it is. You know, it was a close game, and they probably felt the same way. They probably felt that us getting into the playoff, we were kind of lucky. We didn't really deserve it. We haven't played well, and you come in with no pressure at all. No one is expecting you to do well. No one is expecting you to win the tournament from that point onwards, and I think that's what G2 is the most scary. You saw Nico show up yesterday.
Of course.
You know Manis is going to show up. Yep. That's a team that has championship quality. They won Katowice, they won Cologne. There's a reason for that.
I mean, they feed off the context we hear now. We know they are big games, but they are stage players. We know that. But I also think that G2 is one of the worst teams to go up against if you give them an advantage.
Yeah.
Oh boy, do they know how to play that momentum. And Hooksy, for all of the criticism we might have for him, when he realizes there is blood in the water, he plays the Counter-Strike in that idea, with that perspective, with pressure, applying fast rhythm, having quick strategies right behind you. And on top of that, you sprinkle some individuals who are capable of creating the multi-kills. And we were rolling back, not even the years, the months for Nico, finding time and time again multi-kills on Banana. Mouse just didn't know how to handle it. They had absolutely no idea. So I do think that G2 still has yet to show us maybe the backbone, the resilience here on the stage, but they weren't forced to. They were never forced to against Mouse. They played their best Counter-Strike, had a grand old time, and now it's about Na'Vi to put them in that spot, in that discomfort, which hasn't happened in the quarter.
Yeah, well, before we start talking about the Vitality FaZe Clan game, we need to check in with Parla.
Richard, it's that time again to check in with our crowd here in the Royal Arena. These are the moments we watch for. These are the moments we play for. These are the moments we live for. Copenhagen, are you ready? Richard in the desk, back to you.
Good job, Parla. His vocal cords hanging on for dear life.
They're holding on.
He's been amazing this event, and so have the crowd. But look, this is what we're going to serve up to you as a reward for being so wonderful. Vitality versus FaZe Clan. I'm just so... I can't even put it into words.
Where do you want to start?
Yeah, where do you begin? Because this is a rivalry. It's a one-sided rivalry, but they keep meeting up against each other, and Vitality have had the best of it. But FaZe, with Carrigan, they're just throwing out wild card after wild card after wild card.
I mean, listen. Kerrigan is the master of disinformation. I mean, he goes out and makes statements as if, you know, there's no rivalry. They kick our asses all the time. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows where he's got Vitality. He knows what his boys are capable of right now. The win versus Spirit really taught you something. But I will agree, Jacob, I will agree, and I'm not mad about it, that there's a good little history between these two, and it's in favor of Vitality.
There is, you know, and we said the exact same thing when it came to FaZe versus Spirit. We saw Spirit win 5 maps in a row coming into that matchup. We were all thinking, how is FaZe going to be able to beat Team Spirit? They have yet to take a map from them the past 5 times. Same thing could be said here for Vitality. It's been 2 games, 2 grand finals in a row where Vitality have won 2-0 in both of those games. So if you're FaZe Clan, if you're Kerrigan, you must have learned a lot from those games. And I think he's approaching the game with the same mentality he did against Team Spirit. Listen, I know we lost twice in a row. It's a new game, new tournament. We prepared with Frozen as well. We've had time to integrate him into the lineup. For my money, it's a new matchup.
Look at it this way. The 3rd map against Spirit, if you're a FaZe fan, it's liquid gold. It is liquid gold. It is the biggest attribute you can have as a player, to think, whatever happens, we're still in it. Whatever happens, we're going to close this map. We had this big lead, Spirit catches back on, and we win in overtime anyway. When you reach a point where there is this belief, this knowledge within the team that no situation cannot be won, no situation cannot be unturned, then oh my God, is it hard to put them down. And we know they're famous for comebacks, and that game versus Spirit is only going to aggravate this situation for Vitality to put down FaZe.
And look, obviously we talked about how Nico's had some trouble. You need your star players at your big tournaments. I guess, is it a good thing that we haven't really seen ZywOo arrive yet and Vitality have been able to get to this stage? Or are we worried for a game of this caliber just in case ZywOo is still not 100%?
I am worried. I am worried not on account of his current level right now, and we can talk about health or whatever it is. I'm hopeful that he's feeling at the 100% on a personal level. Now, we're comparing a couple of numbers, right? Left-hand side, his numbers at majors in general. He's the highest rated player in Counter-Strike, all majors included. But here, of course, by his account, a little bit pedestrian. 1.15, ZywOo, 1.15. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Tu rigoles? How can he be 1.15? Now, my problem is his mindset going into this matchup. I have seen him sometimes get into his head, maybe trying a little bit too much. How do you articulate this idea when you're ZywOo and you know, I'm the best player in the world. I haven't done my part. I haven't really pulled my weight. The team had to carry me. I wonder if he's going to get in his own head.
If anything,
this is the only thing that worries me.
Yeah, if anything, I'm not worried at all, you know, because the team have shown that they're able to step up in the absence of ZywOo. We saw Spinks in the group stage do a great job. We see FlameC step it up when needed to be.
Not against FaZe, though.
No, but they won't win without him.
Here we go. The context of the group stage was that ZywOo was sick throughout the entire thing. And we cannot remove that context and it didn't happen. He's now feeling fresh. He's had time to recover. I think what he did in the quarterfinal, that was enough. That was fine. He was stepping it up. For my money, if there's ever a time to trust in ZywOo, trust him in stepping up, it would be in a game like this. Because he's shown it against FaZe Clan 2 times in a row.
I like what you're saying, Jacob. Of course, it's music to my ears. But the reality is it took him about 18 rounds to have an impact against Cloud9. That's the Glock round. That turns everything around. Into the flick with the AWP, and then suddenly he catches on fire. But there's 17 rounds prior where he is looking for his rhythm, missing a couple of shots. Sitters, you could call them, a little bit disconnected from the rhythm of the game. So if it's going to take 18 rounds versus FaZe, FaZe gonna eat him alive.
Yeah, I mean, look, meanwhile, you can see here as well, Rops, he's also been pedestrian over at FaZe, and this is another, you know, cause for concern. We're going to talk about Brokey in a moment. He's kind of picked up a lot of this slack, but I mean, I've been very surprised, because a lot of people at the start of CS2, everyone's pointing at Rops, saying he's the best player in the game.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, that's nice.
That's pretty sick.
Cool.
That's nice.
Well, that's true, you know, and Robs are currently, I wouldn't say struggling, but he's not at the same level he was 4 months ago. And that's another thing we can talk about, right? 4 months ago, we were inside this arena. It was FaZe Clan taking on Vitality in a grand final at the Blast Fall finals as well. And we were labeling and we were hyping up the game, saying Robs may very well be the best rifler we've seen in CS2 so far. That's no longer the case. I feel like reality have caught up to him a little bit. He got off to a good start. He was grinding out the game. He was finding all the different tricks. But now we're back to normality. Robs is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, don't get me wrong, but he's currently not the best in the game with the rifle. And I think FaZe could, you know, struggle a little bit, especially when he's going up against Spinks, especially when he goes up against Flamesy. Strong rifles on the opposition side. If Robs is not playing at 100%, I'm having a tough time seeing FaZe winning this game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think at the beginning of CS2, he was a trendsetter, right? He was the one that was sort of discovering new ways to play the roles. And you mentioned Robs versus Spinks. Now, for the fans at home, this in itself is going to be one of the most key matchup we have in this semifinal. Why? Because it's the famous Anchor versus Lurker, Lurker versus Anchor. It's the one who's going to out-lurk who's going to have the most patience, who's going to have the right positions. In the BO3s that they've played before, this is the matchup that happened the most. 12 times per game, these two meet, and they will again. So it becomes a psychological war. I know your positions, I know your angles, you know my angles, you know my rhythm, and then we play this chess game, and that's going to happen here between Spinks and Robs.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Brokey. I've definitely got to give him some airtime. Arguably, FaZe aren't even here if he doesn't pop off in that Spirit series. And I've been critical of him. I think he's one of those players who he posts monster numbers, but he makes elementary mistakes. Very frustrating to watch. But I haven't seen many of those mistakes here. I've just seen the big numbers, the big performances on the biggest stage.
He's been consistently playing super, super well throughout the entire tournament. Even in CS2 as a whole, if you pull up all his ratings at events so far, Brokey have been consistently delivering. Not at a top echelon level, not at a level where we compare him to the likes of Saivu and the top uppers in the world, but he's still up there delivering. And at this tournament, he's currently having statistically his best performance for Brokey, which is absolutely fantastic for him. His play style as well, he thrives in chaos. He thrives in moments when it's the 2v2, it's the 3v3, he's in an unwinnable clutch, and all of a sudden it is winnable because of Brokey. That's the kind of tenacity that he brings to the server, and that's something you can't prepare for. If you're Vitality, yes, you can say, and yes, you can warn yourself, you know, Brokey, he may pop off at some point, but he does it out of nowhere, so you can't really prepare for it, and you can't really shut him down if he feels it.
I mean, listen, Richard, you said you haven't really seen mistake. I would argue mistakes have been made, but he's got the skill to bail him out. That's what happened a couple times.
Yeah, he's like an old school JW.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that vibe, right? When he's in the zone, like his combat style, like his AWP in the first, let's say, 5 meters is deadly. And that was used against Spirit a couple times where he would take very forward angles. He wouldn't go into the peak, he would just wait patiently. And it's tricky as an AWPer because you have a model that basically Ferrari peaks you, but he's ready for it. He's got perfect crosser placement. He knows where he's got to set it up. And then once the chaos hits, that's when he thrives. Put him a couple of flashes, put a couple of smokes, he's going to have a good time. That is Brokey in a nutshell.
One of the things that makes Brokey so fun to watch is he's almost playing the AWP as was he a rifle. You said it yourself.
Like a Max 7.
Exactly, something like that. You saw it against Spirit and Nuke. He was constantly pushing inside hot. Whenever they were doing executes, he was playing it like, did he have a shotgun in his hand?
That was a shotgun.
Exactly, that's what he's doing, and I expect the same Brokey to show up today. He was a difference maker against Team Spirit. He cannot allow himself to play defensive Counter-Strike. He needs to go in there, take charge of the game, and at least put up a fight against Saivu.
And just quickly, because we are getting close to when the players are going to get on stage, I want to talk about Flames. I think he has been the standout for Vitality for me in terms of my expectations, and I think he's given them so much with his performances.
Definitely exceeded expectations. That's the least we can say. A debutant for playoffs major, you have to realize, and I think the quality to drag them to that playoff point was spectacular. And in a moment where Vitality was far from their best, where you could argue the team play was a little bit lackluster, the rhythm wasn't followed, he was the guy stepping up. He was the guy finding space, he was finding kills, he was having the right trading when he needed to. If this Flames shows up on the T side of Vitality, that solves many of Apex's issues. You know, you can send him, Shaha, go ahead, I'm going to flash for you, and he provided so many of these entries so far. Now, I would love to know that this is reliable. Nothing would make me happier. If that happens again, I'll have tears of joy. We yet to see that.
It's been reliable throughout the tournament so far, I must say, right? And within his time in Vitality, we're almost nearing in a year before he took over from Dupuis, which I know for a lot of fact in here, the people weren't too happy about. He's having his statistically best event so far for Vitality ever since he joined. So if there ever was a time to count on Flamesy, I would say it's right now.
All right, guys, we'll get back to talking about it, but now I have to throw you over to the stage where you will see the host with the most. It's James Banks.
Thank you very much, Richard. Royal Arena, you look incredible. How are we all doing? It's semi-finals time. We're closer to seeing who has a chance of lifting this trophy. But I want to see if you guys are ready with me here. Follow with me. Guys over here on the left, make some noise. Straight down the middle. And over to the right. All right, let's do this again. Left. Middle. Right. Now everyone, let me hear you. You guys are amazing. And so is our first team. The Bees so far did not struggle in their opening game, and the team they're facing now, they have beaten twice in finals, but now it could be a different game. It's Vitality! And their opponent is the Dragon Slayers, and a team who is looking to push it further and get revenge once again. That is what's on the cards for these guys. But can they do it? It's FaZe! Well, our teams are now on the stage, and it's time for them to get ready for battle. Carrigan, get on over here. Mezzy, come join me. Now for you, Mezzy. The furthest you've been in a major. Things are looking great on Vitality. But what do you think of all this?
It's crazy. I think it's first time for me, but loving the support, whether it's against us or for us. I'm just enjoying it and excited to play.
And when we talk about you being excited to play, I know Apex has been very clear on how he wants you to play, right? Do you feel like you're getting there? Do you feel like you're doing what he's asking you to do and it's coming together?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely confident in my role in the team and what I need to bring. And yeah, like I say, just excited to play and confident in what I need to do.
And in terms of confidence, you should be very confident against FaZe because you took them down twice already where you lifted your trophies with this exact lineup. So business as usual?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're definitely confident going up against FaZe. It's a new game, so we've got to expect new things, but we're definitely ready for this game.
That's what we like to hear. Carrigan. Should we try this again? Let me just say, Carrigan! Well, it's definitely your home arena, mate. And I don't think we've ever seen the Royal Arena like this, right?
Never. This is just awesome. And experience this in a major semi-final against a great team. I can't wait to put a show on, guys.
No, you're definitely the hero for this here, right, in this arena. But you're also the hero as a team taking down Spirit and making this major wide open. What did that do to your confidence levels?
I don't know if it do much. I think we will just focus on round by round, game by game. We are playing Vitality, and they are as great as Spirit. So we just need to focus on what's ahead of us, and that's Vitality. Whatever happens, I all know I can always be proud of my guys, and I can be proud of having a crowd like this.
Yeah, definitely. We are proud to see you guys. This is incredible. But I have to ask, you have obviously taken these very hard losses against Vitality. Do you feel like you figured it out this time? Do you feel like this is where you can get it done?
I mean, we lost 5 maps in a row to Spirit. We found a way. And what I've told the guys, it doesn't matter how we win, but we need to find solution. And we need to do this today. And most of all, have fun. That's why we all play video games in the beginning. So I just want to have fun, and I want to enjoy this energy so much.
That's what it's all about. This energy is incredible. Good luck, have fun for both of our teams up in here. Now I want to find out, Royal Arena, who do you think is going to win this game? Is it a Vitality? I see you, Golden Hornets. And what about FaZe? Vitality? FaZe? Well, what about this? Counter-Strike! Richard, back to you. Let's get it going.
Get it on. Thanks a lot, James. No doubt about who the home crowd is rooting for. As great as the Golden Hornets are, lots of love for Carrigan, lots of love for FaZe, and so nice to see him get that kind of reception because he's just a legend in the game.
And let's not forget, it's a place he's never won in. He's been in here many, many times before. He's had a heartbreak loss in a couple of finals, one against Heroic, against Danish countrymen, where, you know, for him, it must feel tough. So for Carrigan to stand in a semi-final inside a full arena who's going to give them 100% of their support, apart from the wonderful Golden Hornets, must be nice for Carrigan.
And it is the same setup as the fall final. That's what we're talking about. This 2-0 Vitality that was here. Probably not the same crowd, but the same arena. And I mean, Vitality, they know how to deal with it. I think a guy like Apex, his profile, that fuels him. You know how he is, you know how emotional he can be. Just give him a couple people booing him, giving him that kind of emotion, he's going to turn it around. So for Vitality, they're not going to be scared.
Well, I was going to quickly ask you, any insight into why we've got Messi out there, the forgotten man of Vitality, doing the interview?
So listen,
not Apex. What's that about?
I'm just going to talk on my ass. That's what I do, General, right? I think it's a way of doing, hey, listen, man, you need to do your part. You need to do more than your part. Don't think you can just hide. You cannot hide at the end of the table. You cannot hide behind Spinks or Zaiwu or Mike Coles. Little buddy, we're going to need you. And you're going to step in, and you're going to step in even in the interview. Go out there, put your presence on the map when it comes to this game. I think mentally, you need to realize that you're Messi, that you have to make plays, that you have to make the difference. Do not be satisfied with the average. That's what you do when you put him on the spot. You make him answer the questions.
Messi is part of Vitality, and Vitality is part of Messi. A lot of people are pointing towards Messi perhaps being the weak link. I think he's done okay for himself. We saw him in Royal Arena have one of his better tournaments in there as well. His very first tournament with Vitality on the roster was a tournament win where he got to lift the trophy inside this arena as well. So if you're Messi, of course, you're now adopted into the Vitality camp. You can go out there, you can be the guy doing the interview because you are part of the core, you're part of the roster.
I mean, listen, I would argue that his position might not even been questioned at a time. I mean, the start was incredible, but then he tempered off a little bit, and we were left wondering, where is the average? Where is the default? What are we reliably get from this guy? And I do believe that his performance has had an uptick here in Copenhagen. Mostly on the CT side, he's been able to do what was needed from him to be reliable on the CT, to not be an easy kill, to not be an entry frag, and that is much better. On the T side, he's still struggling to find his rhythm, but I wouldn't say he's in the safe position quite yet. I think he still has to fight for his position.
Yeah, they've got to go all the way to the final, I'd say. But anyway, let's talk about that. What is their route? What's going to happen in this Veto here? Carrigan, obviously, has already put on a masterclass of vetoing, as he always does. What have Apex and Xtaz got cooking in the kitchen?
There's a couple of questions we need to answer, right? We saw Vitality. We know their map pool. We kind of have an idea of where they want to go towards. The big question for me is whether or not Vertigo is going to be floated from FaZe Clan. That can be something that's going to change the outcome of the Veto a little bit. Personally, I'm not sure. You know, I don't think so. I think Vitality would be ready to pick it and perhaps punish FaZe Clan. But if Vertigo will be floated, it changes the dynamic of this Veto completely.
I would absolutely hate it for Vitality.
Yeah.
I would hate it if they had to pick Vertigo. It's a map where
So
I haven't been.
if you're FaZe Clan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I'm Kerrigan, this could be a moment to float it. I think you called the bluff. I don't think Vitality's last Vertigo have been successful nor impressive. T side a little bit lost as well. The B side CT complicated. So no, I think there is an opportunity to float. We'll have the Veto coming up because I had a lot of bullets ready in Champ for that one.
And look, and just on that point, there's a lot of kind of misinformation, as we said in the pre-show going around. They said they didn't prepare. Frozen said they didn't prepare. Then they said they did prepare. I saw Neo in the hotel. I bought him a drink. I said, nice one, well done, brother. He said, we didn't prepare. Then I saw Kerrigan.
That's intox.
And he said, we did prepare. So you have to wonder if it's going to be in there at all. I don't know what to believe. All I know is they played a really good side of Vertigo, and then they kind of ran out of steam, but they got over the line.
Not a question. It's not a question at all. Knowing Kerrigan,
They can
knowing
play
how
the
he's
map.
running his team, they can definitely play the map. They've been preparing the map. They've been practicing the map. Now, are they ready to play it in a major semi-final against Vitality? I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm very curious to see whether or not it's going to be floated, because you're right. If you're Vitality, you have a lot of different avenues you can go with this Veto.
I think there are 4 maps for whom the teams share a common love. You're talking about your Inferno, you talk about your Mirage, an Anubis and a Nuke in there. We'll have to see the picks. The questions of the ban are going to be revealed, and that is the float. That is the float from FaZe immediately. Removing Anubis, saying to Apex, hey Lil, you want to go on Vertigo? You sure you want to go on Vertigo? You're going to have to make that choice. Ban from Vitality comes clear. Now if you're FaZe, you have 2 routes, Richard. I think you either go Mirage or you go Nuke. They have to go to Nuke. That, I will label it possibly as a mistake. I think Vitality have been tried and tested on the map, and they have definitely a blueprint. And here comes the Vertigo pick.
Absolutely love it from Vitality. Absolutely love it from Kerrigan as well. Nuke
hate
is
it.
a comfort pick. Nuke is a comfort pick.
But I hate this Vertigo pick from Vitality.
I do too. So there we go. You even on the scoreline, you said it yourself, Matthew. Maybe Nuke is a bit of a mistake if you're FaZe Clan. Well, maybe Vertigo is a bit of a mistake if you're Vitality. I think if you're FaZe right now, you got a map that you know you're comfortable on, and then you got that Joker within Vertigo that couldn't lean and screw this matchup into a 2-0 scenario. Inferno, a map they both play, a map they're both happy to go into, but the first 2 maps are super, super interesting. I like this Veto from Kerrigan, once again showing that of course they have prepared Vertigo coming into this
Right, we've got about 90 seconds. So guys, tell me, what are the key battles on Nuke? What can we expect? What do we need to look for?
Well, first of all, if you want to talk about ZywOo, I think it is one of the maps where he always shines.
Absolutely.
You look back at the record, this last 2 best of 3s, and he had stellar performances, and he can do it with the rifle, he can do it with the AWP. I want to see movement from ZywOo. I want to see positions changing time and time again. One-time secret behind the red. I want to see the synergy with Apex as well to get a couple of flashes outside. He is going to be my player, and I know it might not be a very exotic choice, but I think for Nuke, it's all indicated. He is the one that has to dictate the win for Vitality.
Actually, you're spot on. His average rating on Nuke is 1.57 over the course of 6 maps. He's always owning it on Nuke. The counterpart on FaZe Clan is Brokey. We saw him against Team Spirit play aggressive Counter-Strike, play with the AWP as was he a shotgun, as was he a rifle. I want to see Brokey disturb the way Vitality is playing Counter-Strike. I want to see Brokey in Yard trying to shut down the Yard presence. I want to see Brokey inside hot with an AWP. I want to see Brokey in ramp. I want to see him be mobile, proactive, all over the map, trying to stop Vitality from the rhythm. The Brokey versus ZywOo matchup is interesting, not because they're going head-to-head on the server. I don't think you're going to see too many duels between the 2, but Brokey versus the rifles of Vitality and ZywOo versus the rifles of FaZe Clan. That duel is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I want to see a vintage Rain performance. That'd be nice. Remember when he got that?
Hasn't come quite yet.
At Nuke. So anyway, guys, it's been great chopping it up with you on the desk. I really am so excited for this game, especially because we've got 2 of the finest storytellers Counter-Strike has ever produced, suited and booted. It's Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you so much, Rich. And if you've been watching, you saw that 2 days ago, FaZe Clan gave us an instant classic versus Team Spirit, showing that past results don't matter. You better believe that we might be in for round 2.
That's right. From the rafters to the floor seats, I look out and see a sea of people here for the right reasons. For headshots, clutches, for FaZe, Vitality, for Counter-Strike!
Oh yeah, that's the energy we'd love. Here to start the game off on Nuke, we've got an amazing Veto coming up. Something special maybe on Vertigo as well. Looking for what might be a turnkey solution for FaZe Clan versus new opponents that he couldn't beat before in Vertigo. But this is a map where legends are made, and legendary stories are told.
Oh man, it's fast already, huh? Quick test out, Hunt 2 kills in. Spinks response. Single frag, all that defense gonna be able to put up, bomb down quick. And so FaZe Clan set the pace. Rapidly out from Hut. Already smoked out, already denied any kind of a retake attempt unless the fence was to be the key, and not this time. Talk about tempo.
That is a stage setter right here with this instant pop. Set the tempo. Got a low-level Counter-Strike is about crosshair placement. It's about utility, map knowledge, things like that, teamwork. At a high level, it can be about momentum calls. And no, not enough time for Mezzi to tap this. Maybe to scare a T into coming closer, but that's just about it. Commiserations to Mezzi. It's FaZe Clan to start off fiery hot. But at the high level, it's about those more vague concepts of momentum, tempo. And you see a call like this, sets the mood. So straight from the mind of Kerrigan to the mind of Apex, telling him what you should be ready to expect. You might get 3 or 4 upper pops in one half if you're lucky. He's going to play them well.
Starts with one and immediately back into a quick cross outside. Ooh, hold on. Okay, P2000 through the smoke, a little Galil pepper. So a sudden turn of events. 1 kill in, right? Gonna make you that little more nervous, but at least it's not hands-on. At least you've got Robs out from Squeaky. You got protocols, you got layers here, and that jumping Mac 10 will kick him down. He had the Zeus, didn't get a chance to shoot it. And that really is what it all boils down to, chances, and which chances you get to stamp your names into the history books. FaZe and Vitality in a major playoffs.
That's right. And what have we learned so far? That past results normally matter, unless you're playing against a team like FaZe. When we're here in major playoffs, anything is now possible.
Nothing else. Try as you will. Try as you will. It is FaZe Clan to clean it out. A little bit of damage, a little sketchy on the cross, a little something special from Vitality, but what's 1 kill in the grand scheme of a hot start?
And you can even feel the fans are nervous, right? Seeing if the conversion takes place, seeing what kind of game we're going to get, because we've seen the teams that got nervous so far in the quarters were the teams that couldn't convert after winning pistols. That seemed to be like a regular feature of when things were going to go wrong right away. FaZe Clan were one of the first to show us that they can turn these results and expectations on their heads.
Get ZywOo crouched back. You know, fools to write him off, huh? Slow start in top 16, they said.
In some ways, this might be one of the most important matches of ZywOo's career.
Ooh, Spinks, nice timing. Always good if you can catch Rob. ZywOo will fall empty-handed. Nice double entry. And a follow through from Brokey. Him and Rain making the most of the Galils, taking man advantage and pushing Kerrigan into a place to kind of pick up that slack left by Robs. You lose a player in lobby. All good though. A second layer added to this equation for FaZe, and so now we're talking pistol round, clean conversion, and the first rifle all the way of the T side.
They stepped on the trap wire. As soon as 1 kill went down, they crossed outside. Simple call for FaZe Clan. Took full advantage. ZywOo could have stopped them with the full-on spray. Someone in mini could have stopped them and got a 2K on the 2 players who were nearly depleted of HP, but instead, FaZe get a cross. FlameZ turns to save. But his journey might not be finished, because he has a foe waiting for him at the next impasse.
Hello.
Oh.
And farewell, FlameZ.
Yeah, they'll clean the dinner plate. 5 players down for Vitality. And an incredible start here for FaZe Clan on Nuke.
Yes, sir. And FlameZ is somebody who impressed me going back to the Anubis performances that we've had from him back to back.
That's what I was thinking when this Veto went down.
Sure.
No Anubis, no FlameZ.
That extra X factor that he's been able to bring to the table. Not a part of this one. Vertigo instead.
Vertigo instead.
A guarantee to boot.
And
so
it must be said, we've seen some amazing stuff so far here at the major on Vertigo.
It's a couple frag grenades for the CT side. Deagle's alongside it. At a defense that is looking for an early round win. Man, the talent in the server for this matchup.
It's incredible. I mean, you have Frozen, who's coming in to replace Twists, of course. Big shoes, but Frozen comes in as the best player on every map for Mouse. Stats are there. He's also played with Kerrigan, lifted trophies with Kerrigan, formerly on Mouse as well. But that's one player they have to replace. Vitality are coming in losing Magisk, and that's the player that they won a major with. Flamesy and Mezzy live in that shadow. Flamesy now a little bit more tenured. Mezzy still something to prove.
He's shown us a glimpse of greatness, but it's the consistency that's in question.
It's not about lifting trophies. We've already seen Mezzy lift trophies.
Right.
It's about lifting a major trophy.
And to do it like the analyst said, at the forefront of this formula. We don't want Mezzy on a back seat. We know what he can do. Speaking of which, ZywOo. One Deagle kill from him, chance at more. He softens up a couple players on the ramp. Peak, 30 seconds to try and turn this one back around, and what's left of Vitality here is playing in the dark. For all they know, they've already gone down ramp to B. For all they know, that is the case. But instead, they take it into what remains of these pistols. A little crossfire setup that is all three targets found out. Spinx gets 2 and 3!
Oh, you can run, you can hide, but there is no shade under the nose of a Spinx. He will find you. One up the ladder, one in squeaky. And the target selection is beautiful.
You could have left. You could have ran. But instead, Spinx pieces this together, and the third player coming up, you know Rain's just on recovery. You know Rain needs to make sure that this one doesn't go down. But if he gives him time, Spinx is gone, can grab a gun, and time was of the essence. Huge moment for Vitality to steal one early on.
Whoa, one they may have needed. FaZe came in looking like the bully.
What a kickstart here for Vitality now. What a reminder of what they can do. And just as swiftly as the pistol, FaZe Clan to the A site. Spinx is able to get around through the smoke. He'll be found out by Rain, who lingers outer. Then a missed chance from Apex. It's only damage and not enough. Your winning ways fall flat.
Oh my God, it's one clutch. That's it here for Vitality, and back to winning ways for FaZe Clan. Instantly again with the momentum call. High tempo into the upper site like the pistol. It's a statement. We look at ZywOo, 1 and 4. Spinx could save the day here for Vitality, but it's almost as if he must. ZywOo's not been wearing the cape for this team at this major. He's recovering. We're waiting to see when he gets back into form. He can thank his team for putting up such strong performances to get here to a major semifinal, but at some point, he will have to take over.
When FaZe decided to run that fast pistol, you said it yourself, they're gonna sprinkle in maybe 3, 4 of these upper A hits, and it's all about Kerrigan meticulously timing them. Off of the back of that 1v3, slams back in. That is 2 A rushes early on in this map, and setting a tempo that's gonna now crumble Vitality's economy, maybe shake the confidence of the A play. This is a warning sign for the CT side early on.
The perfect time to get a timeout going. Now not with Zonic, now with Xtaz. And of course, he is somebody who's also seen success. And I want to say on the smaller stages, it was still massive matches, and it was also versus FaZe Clan. But there's something about major playoffs where the pressure is unparalleled. There was no good sparring partner for this stage. For a crowd this large and international, you have to go a little bit deeper in a way, in something you can only find out about yourself once you're here.
Buyback on the cards. A murmur of outer presence, and it's going to be a fast one from Flames trying to change up this outer setup. We already saw in the round prior Rain do a good job of just cheesing along the side of smoke, catching that main success, right? Spinks thinking he can fall away from sight with a frag and keep on going? No, and neither will this reaction bear fruit for Vitality.
It was almost as if he was surprised to see opponents. And now we've got Apex, who has improved playing outside in the last couple of years. This has become an important position for him.
Broky's waiting for the peek, though. Oh, missed chance, but he will still capitalize. Apex gets a back turn. There it is. That line held by Broky the entire time. Sight line from bottom silo.
I don't have to be the one to say it. It's getting a little bit sloppy already.
Flash just off the mark, still doesn't matter. Frozen capitalizing. Rain in with the headshot. FaZe in with the 5-1 lead.
Yeah, they came to play. They came to play. And that's Kerrigan talking to his partially home crowd. You know, Vitality have tons of support here in the audience. But there's something special about Finn in the Royal Arena.
Yeah, the beauty of this one, it's not just Finn in the Royal Arena with the all-Danish crowd. This is a crowd that has come from across the world. Whether you flew across an ocean or live just down the road, majors are special for that reason. International celebration of Counter-Strike. And so if he is to finally do it, this is the crowd he wants it in front of. Gunning for that third major grand final, Kerrigan. Pistols back in the hands of Vitality. And there is not a peep outside. There is not a whimper.
It's a feel-out round now that FaZe have played so quickly, so often. Said, okay, Vitality, I mean, you're going to have to change the tempo on us. We can chill.
So let's see what Vitality do have in store for a round like this. I was gonna say, if there's anybody to try and figure out Kerrigan, it needs to be Apex. We finished 2023 with this conversation of Apex being the greatest current in-game leader. Who else to be his counterpart than Kerrigan?
Yeah, who can rival the experience as well.
And
not
apparently,
just recent results.
Apparently the rifle worked too. Nice headshot to open up a site. Broky catching ZywOo. Desert Eagle not destined for too much, and FaZe an easy 6-1.
Yeah, FaZe fans are at a buffet right now. Anything they want. They're getting all flavors.
Baguette, escargot.
Yes, all great cuisine though, you guys make, by the way. This is just not what you could expect. This is not what you could expect. And you want to believe that this game isn't over, but we're talking about 6 rounds, T-side Nuke, to kick it off.
Instant util pressure yet again. We've yet to see a forward outer play from Vitality. You know, looking to run that risk is dangerous business, and doesn't seem like it's in store for us. Broky on the tightrope, just has to walk around, and he seems cautious of this possibility. Think about Flamesy already getting caught from that Secret Stairs attack, so Spinks knows he needs to be cautious. Ooh, and Apex almost puts his head on a silver platter. Unbeknownst to Rain, getting closer with the flashes, which are thrown both ways. It's a guessing game, and a firefight that hinges on millimeters. There goes the next volley of smokes. Rain's got one of his own, so Spinks is certainly going to come into play here, but we've already seen rapid headshots from the Norwegian. This time it gets away from him. This time we're talking Vitality 5v4.
They're asking for Spinks to move a little faster, do a little more.
Flamesy wasn't able, he picks up the mantle. And we've been talking about Spinks picking up ZywOo's slack all major long.
Yeah.
Here we are again.
We see the rotation, the call out here.
It's gonna be the lobby hit, 25 to the clock. Good flashes, but they find both sides. Instant execution out of Finn. Apex comes through, Spinks has him, nailed against the vent. Frozen, dead. Spinks is the key again.
He's got more. He's got more, and they need it, man. I want to be grateful to Vitality that they get to play with Spinks, that he's showing us at least these rounds, because now the 2 rounds they've gotten have been all about him, but I think he's more worried about the fact that he is the guy at the top, leading every single step of the way. Here's a round where ZywOo gets flashed and killed, and I know that sounds so silly because everyone gets flashed and killed, but ZywOo somehow manages to avoid those situations more than most. He got destroyed. 1 in 7. And that's once again when they made the correct call.
Sure.
Rotating into the upper site.
Ooh, Kerrigan tries to get frisky inside of Trophy. There's Flame's second frag. We're waiting for ZywOo to get online. Flames was right down there with him. So is Mezzy. Spinks has posted multi-frags in the 2 rounds Vitality pick up. Both of them on that A floor. This time, though, it's an intended target down beneath, and Spinks is nowhere to be found. So if Vitality are to get a third, it has to be from someone else. Flames exposed to the double doors, but ready for that peek from Rain, if it is to come.
Yeah, he's not making the full committed rotation at this point.
There's the trigger.
Kind of out in the open. Spray is bad.
Uh-oh. First defender's down. It is a fast flank around Secret, but it's also going to be Frozen, punching in the digits with no issue, no pressure, no problems. ZywOo, 30 health. The 4v4 is pressured from the backside of Control. Instant headshot from Brokey. Spinks is in the mix yet again. Has to be a part of the solution. ZywOo's there to do his part. Rain hanging on. Spinks dead. And FaZe keep on winning.
Yeah, that's right. Robson Rain. Kills all around the lower site. Why did Flamesy stay there? Frozen in place, halfway to clock. He didn't get to the best spot he could go to. He knew it was going to be a lower site execution. He was worried about that door opening, and he took a hard fight into the Control window.
Surely back rafters is better.
Exactly. It's moments like that that you wonder how afraid they are. Vitality back on pistols. This is a nightmare situation for Apex, who has to call ecos every other round.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Sure.
ZywOo.
Yeah.
Deeg into the trophy room is the 5v4. Now that does put the AK in the hands of Flames. We have seen FaZe step on a landmine when they tried to get by Spinks and his 5-7. Looking for another. Apex chiseled down somewhat. Now Flames is going to get boosted. This is a good activation for the AK. Nice angle, but misses its chance to strike down the Opper plus the bomb, which would have then recalled the 2 players who were able to move forward. Now it's, only 1. And Flames' AK does connect. Things are getting problematic for FaZe.
Yeah, that stolen gun gets more. 3v5.
A nice transition yet again from Vitality, down into the base of the ramp. Not only the AK, but the Deagle in ZywOo's hands to boot.
I think they might have heard 2 pairs of footsteps going down.
I think so too. And maybe that's why this tidbit of timidness directs them instead into hell, potentially heaven, potentially into the hands of Apex, who just waits. And the longer he waits, the further they get. He sees them go, but he can't stop them.
Can't stop them.
Spread wings. They soar down from the heavens.
And FaZe is flying.
Into the back of the site they'll go. Pistols won't find much. It is Rain with the double entry, the headshots yet again.
Now
and FaZe just get through with a solution.
Wait, now the rotations are staggered, and they become obvious.
But a little bit more out of Apex. A 3v5 with another rifle obtained, offered over to who other than ZywOo to post his impact. He's got them right in front, but a missed shot from the side of Frozen is a fatality that Vitality can't handle.
They can't handle, man. They got that to a 5v3, and when 2 players ran the rotation down to lower, that was to get in front of the exec in the ramp. The idea was right, the timing was slightly off, and that's speaking to how quickly FaZe are making decisions. The fact that they were there obviously caught Vitality off guard, and they knew there's a sinking feeling. Both of us just ran full speed through Turnpike, dropped down lower, and we're going to commit to the rotations. On this map, okay, as in Made in Abyss, if you go down, it's hard to come up. That's a situation where they know you've got to leave it to Apex, who's sitting outside of hell, his teammates who are upper, and meanwhile FaZe, using that audible, suddenly slow it down. Walking into Turnpike themselves, going up into heaven. Apex was even lucky to catch a timing, shooting someone in the leg on ladder. But what do we see here? Even though it's a 5v3, it's a 3v2 with range on the A site.
Now you give Brokey that long line. You see this clean rifle control out of Rain. Jubilation for Kerrigan, because that could have been another hiccup. The difference between a close first half and a chance for Vitality's T side and a whooping Finally, we get the forward presence, right? We haven't seen anybody over here, and so ZywOo decides to take it up into his own hands. And with it, an opening kill. We've seen Flames try, we've seen Spinks challenge. Kerrigan not gonna get away with his presence downstairs, and so finally, 11 rounds into this half, arguably too late, and arguably still too little. Vitality have queued up a third. But Rain and Brokey will work regardless. Missed shot out of the Opper, Rain will not miss his chance.
Well, we've got FaZe so strong now, they might be trying to hunt to do damage.
Hold on.
Rain has some taps. Will eventually get neutralized. A third round and a very legitimate 1-and-1 on a rifle. That's what you want to see for Vitality. The question is it too late?
Again, right, another variation of some kind of outer play. Throw in ZywOo at the mix.
Not today. Not right now, anyways.
It's been a game of cat and mouse outside.
Yeah.
It really has. But Secret has been where they've popped up from, and Secret has been where they usually fall.
One MAC-10 coming in from Frozen. Last round of the half.
Yeah, if that's your limitation, so be it. You have done a wonderful job of kicking off this semifinal fiercely.
Yeah. Vitality are going to try to turn crumbs into croutons here. See if they can nag it forth.
Our analyst desk was bringing up Rain before the game went live, right? Saying if we're going to have that big ticket performance, it's time for it. Well, 12-8, doing what he does outside on Nuke. Apex spotted out. Takes away half of Rain's health, and they just hope that ZywOo goes unchecked. Oh, he eats the flash, won't be able to fight. Blind as so beautiful. And again, working with half of the HP, Kerrigan's gonna test this, and Spinks is ready to meet him with the barrel of the A-Force. Spam comes back from Red, drawing Spinks' attention, which then opens up the spam from Rock. Rain is continuing to tear apart this outer yard. And as Frozen gets his feet onto the A play, the support's not quite here just yet. Mezzy eats a flash, and the bomb is being planted down on B. Excellent distraction from that limitation of a MAC-10. And leave it to Rain to sit and wait. And if he hears you drop in that vent, then he is going to be a slow crawl behind you soon enough. Meanwhile, Brokey, he's gonna have to maybe do this on his own. Two players coming at it. Oh, and he misses his chance. Now the pressure's on. But the question is, do they think that they can stick? And do they do it before Rain gets here? The Stone Golem creeping round. As they tap it once, the door will swing. No cover! And sure enough, from outside to the depths, from the start to the finish, 9-3, go FaZe.
Oh, for Vitality, it is a bad day for Rain. When Brokey died, you thought maybe there's a chance here. Rain is quite far away. He's probably hoping one kill comes down. They did a good job of dropping one to give an audible, but not the second player, so he couldn't be sure just yet that it was both of them. And this play is incredible, honestly. The way that FaZe approached is calling out every single position, and you can see by the way they're walking out of smokes, they know exactly where to look. It's as if those smokes don't exist. This hasn't been a map where they have broken those smokes open and tried to find an unfair fight. Instead, they've lurked through them perfectly to try to punish. I mean, Spinks is here at the top, and he has done an admirable job of at least giving Vitality 2 full rounds, 3Ks on both.
It's all him.
Yeah, but that's all you can say about Vitality right now. Leading from the top.
Pistol that will certainly dictate the conversation of how Nuke goes down. We saw the fast upper A hit from FaZe. We see the Molotovs disrupt Frozen. Then they try to barrel through. Flamesy makes the most of it. Oh, nice tap. Rain finishing off what was left of it. Heaven players come swinging out. Kills were looking good for the defense, but instead, it is Vitality. The three last frags from who else it's Mezzi and Apex. A resurgence from the bottom of Vitality's scoreboard when they absolutely need it.
Yeah, and he's the kind of player who needs that confidence. He needs to feel like it's going to be his day. They hit those shots in the pistol. Splitting pistols is great for the story right now. Again, it almost feels impossible that they come back into this map. But because it's Vitality and FaZe, because they know each other so well, because Vitality have recent head-to-head over FaZe, they know that they can say just come back, even if it means T side. But it feels like this is the kind of game where a conversion isn't even guaranteed, not for Vitality. They use the same upper pop FaZe used on them to open up. Taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, really just 5, 6 seconds later, that's all. Nope.
That would have been mildly terrifying. And it's all calm.
Well done.
Again, when we talk about something like choking or getting nervous, or talking about retraining yourself to do things you already know how to do. Taking too long to go for that exact that you ran in practice over and over again. That won you championships in the past. When Spirit faltered versus FaZe, we saw that on Vertigo. A breakdown of doing things you already knew how to do, but then doing them slower, with less confidence. Vitality can move slowly, but with conviction, as long as they have time. They even need to show themselves on these rounds that they can stay coordinated and ultimately not be too afraid of FaZe, because they shouldn't be.
No, absolutely not. I mean,
they have the players and the weapons.
Bravery is the trait of champions.
That's just it.
And both these teams...
That's just it, because...
Both these teams hoist trophies, so what does that say?
We could have said that Spirit wins this entire playoffs if that wasn't the case. You know, that's the hardest part about this all, is the pressure. That's been the story of quarters. You could argue that almost everyone in quarters had a problem with it, except for the known rosters, the ones that have more experience. That really mattered, feels like here. The first CS2 major. And it is great to see that you can teach old dogs new tricks.
A little money to be made for Flamesy if he wants it. Down he goes. 5th round for Vitality, but this was an easy one. This was no force buy from FaZe.
And now this is Apex tapestry. He can decide what kind of half he wants to have here on T side. I think Kerrigan showed us a brave face by going out with a very high tempo calls to kick things off. Does Apex believe in his units right now to do something like that? Because you risk everything going at once.
Of course.
You risk dying in an undignified way, and that's the scariest part. If you bust upper and suddenly Brokey skewers 2 of you, Kerrigan gets the other players, it's a risk to go quickly.
And there is no doubt that over time the faith in ZywOo has grown, but Copenhagen has not been his event. And this map adding to the pile of disappointment, 4 and 12. ZywOo, go kill. Doesn't feel so easy.
Somewhere very close to us, Matthew's dropping a tear.
But the Romantics hold hope. And the pressure from Flamesy as he does drop off of main. Mezzi, he collects the opening kill. Fights to be had outer. Nice flash from Apex.
Oh.
And Flamesy's pressure from main to hell has opened this up. First guns from Vitality. It won't do a damn thing for FaZe.
Yeah, you want to be able to call this right away. Kerrigan does something interesting. And talking about interesting, we've got one more in a cute spot here.
Bomb still sits over towards secret stairs. Frozen, very quick execution on Apex. At the very least, they have figured out where he's at. And so Bomb will do its best to avoid him. But that's ZywOo operating on his own. Lower, Spinks, vision towards this vent.
Oh.
But Frozen will have a chance at the challenge.
Wait, he has to decide if he's going to plant or not.
He's going to swing it. Bombs down. ZywOo, instant execution.
Okay.
His frag's not numerous, but impactful in this one, because if not, Frozen's on that bomb real quick.
No, that's a big risk to go for the plant in that situation. He also risks dying sitting in the site, not planting. So ZywOo makes the executive choice, puts the bomb down, and is trusted to defend it. That's just what he has to do. Brokey going above ZywOo right now, and that makes sense because, well, what we've seen from Brokey is nothing but class. He has had a great major so far. Big matches when they need him.
Spam fight. It's not like Frozen was taking any risks.
Oh my God, the game within 3.
It's a flashbang picked up off the dead body. Kerrigan chucks it out to just keep these lobby players preoccupied, and that buys time for a little bit of movement downstairs. This MP9 could be the golden moment for Robs. If we want to talk about shortcomings at the major, uncharacteristically, yeah, Zywoo's on one side, but Robs, this was not his event as it got started. But my God, did they ever step up. The only thing is they've also stepped past the T's beyond him. Rain is on high alert. Robs will come up.
Ooh, well handled.
That's the biggest threat, right? Felt like they were very aware of the possibility of a lower attack.
They could have also...
Still, eyes behind to hold lobby.
Even a kill like that can slow you down, so it gets scary.
Could have allowed for the other pistol players to come over. Could have gotten Brokey into a chance to trade. But instead, this back and forth keeps all options open. And Vitality will take that door towards the A site. This lead has been cut down to 2.
This game gets closer, and we get it to another rifle, and it keeps going the way of Vitality. This will be a reference map for Spinks, who felt very alone, I think, in the first half. Did more than his job to bring Vitality a chance to stop FaZe from getting to double digits too soon. A legend in the crowd. Always great to see Penny S.
God bless. No magic stick for Vitality.
But time bought, at least. It's about more chances to play. That's why this is a team game.
Ooh, Brokey given a chance. Risky business jumping over boxes. Still rather rapid on the approach. Wall of smoke goes up. And Apex's presence, unbeknownst to FaZe, he crosses over, just keeping himself just ahead of what Kerrigan could see. Now that follow-up smoke really indicates something's going on out here, but for the time being, CTs don't seem too concerned. Brokey has fallen from heaven down to sight.
Yeah.
And if Apex finds the timing correctly, then all of a sudden, he has compromised the back line of the A play.
A vacant yard entirely. Apex can't believe his eyes.
Nobody's watching. Frozen turns around, but he's missed his timing. Oh, but he still looks back. Frozen on a swivel. Also then shuts down the hunt. This one is all FaZe.
There's no way. 5 alive because Frozen, Mr. Reliable, checked his flank communication. Perfect. Rain calls a timing there. How many times in the last week or so have we said communication is broken down? They are not calling the smallest timings. Frozen, aware, because Rain definitely corroborates this information. You've got to check on this. Yes, I am in lower right now. I am watching hell. I have the ladder, but maybe they could have snuck here. Literally, him turning around is the difference between a round 1 for FaZe, 10 rounds, or an 8 for Vitality.
Yep.
Apex would have definitely converted that situation.
Now we got a duel queued up here for Mezzy. We've seen Frozen fall through the smoke fights, but he's got a set of helping hands in from main already. Jumps over towards Vent, takes a bit of damage. FaZe 3 away. From inside lobby to the rooftops, utility to be queued up. Apex kicking himself for maybe not taking that shot, for thinking that he could get away with more.
You know, he had to wait for people to get in place.
Nice shot. Zywoo shows his hand, all he needs. Flames through the fire, and he's got a teammate coming through as well. But then Spinks hits the brakes, waits for the flash of Mezzy. Now 2 Ts have gone beyond that hut smoke, and Rain just keeping them sectioned off. Kerrigan then out from the silo. Is this not a masterpiece of A-site defense?
Yeah, thought they were in a calm place, but they were actually in purgatory. Apex, whoa, can he make this a meal?
Rops is here already. Takes a shot, but won't stop plant. Bomb goes down. Rops gets close. Apex halfway through this 1v4. Trying to keep the hopes of Vitality alive. Molotov for the bomb, but a smoke on top. He has to cross. Kerrigan forcing his hand, drawing him in, and stepping FaZe ever closer to a map 1 win.
Yeah, they made that as hard as possible. And as cool as that was to bring that 1v4 close, it feels like another opportunity that Vitality needed. As FaZe get to 11 off a second clean round. Right into the scope of Brokey in Squeaky to kick the round off. And then again, stuck in purgatory here outside the smoke after the mollies come down. Essentially waiting to die. In FaZe's eyes, they're watching this with 2 players on rifles.
You know, sometimes we talk about ZywOo as perfection, but in this case, he's peeking Squeaky with a molly in hand, caught out before anything can get going. Pressure mounts.
The Vitality fans don't give up. And the FaZe fans know never to get comfortable. It's always going to be an exciting finish with them. One of those teams that makes every matchup worth watching. Even on a bad day, these guys know each other so well. It has less to do with aim, more to do with reads. But of course, form is a question too here for Vitality.
Kerrigan making sound. Oh man, Spinks is ready for fights, and I mean, he knows he's got him locked in the corner, thinking maybe this is a distraction, maybe there's more to handle. And Spinks, not playing too individually, not chasing a frag there, but just making sure that he maintains all of lobby. That is his job.
Yes, that's his job. And the problem is that that can be a role that he can get stuck into. His team has to set him up.
Big move here, but it's going to be Rain still tucked in. Oh, ZywOo catching Kerrigan as he tries to slip forward. Flamesy will then get peeked by Back Garage. So that's another CT known to Vitality. One of them already down.
Where's the big round, ZywOo? When is your moment?
Because we have been waiting. So they walk away. Spinks heard that one defender on A early on. Frozen silently slips back into the all-powerful vent position. Rops is here to help him. You said FaZe Clan's members know each other well. Well, they tether so nicely, but no utility to deal with that. Frozen has to sprint out. Concerned about both entries. No eyes on HUD. He snaps over. Rops kills one. Oh. There it is again. That tethering. For a second, there's a gap. For a second. But if you do not pounce,
you'll be pounced upon. Where is the punish? They molly opposite vent. They push Frozen out of his comfort zone. He doesn't have a smoke to use. He ends up in a cone fire with Rops. They can both peek off each other. Look how they work together. It only strengthens their setup. There's no one coming out of Squeaky. It would have been a free duel to take, and Frozen, he has been reliable on his first trade. But that only made his life easier.
Look what they have.
Rounds.
All they've got. Tech9's a Deeg, Scout, Galil. Times are tough for Vitality because that first half sure as hell set a precedent. Apex throwing caution to the wind is already down secret. Looking to just change up timing desperately, looking to frazzle FaZe, to pull on a string, to open a door, to cause a commotion, something to get FaZe with their backs turned, something to get them off-kiltered, off-timing. But Frozen is given yet another chance to thrive close smoke, and the calmness of this sea of FaZe Clan's players is great. But Apex is the X factor. Frozen's in the pocket. He's got himself the double. Sure, Apex flies up from vent, joins the other rifle. Kerrigan gets off site. This could be his chance, his moment. Brokey looking outer, sees nothing. Numbers known inside of the A site. Kerrigan comes back turns! Off of the bomb site, into the hut, but now without a teammate. It is ZywOo looking for the late game impact. Apex wins the fight between the IGLs, and so it needs to be Rops. If there's anybody who can crack the code, it's the programmer himself. And ZywOo hides. Apex stutters. Found out and dealt with. ZywOo, it is all about the swing, the if, the might, the maybe. But he holds. And Rob's falling silent, gets ever closer. ZywOo goes!
Oh!
Stop it!
He makes the calculation, and he's correct once again. A clutch from somebody that we haven't talked about much here at the Major. It's about time we got one from Rops.
It's about time we get one like this from FaZe. Always better on the big stage.
Holding secret purpose. Smoke. Secret first. I'm playing again. Right there, yeah. I'm flashing outside.
Lining up second, Hovey. I'm ready.
Go.
Smoking.
Looking down. Holding secret still. Only warehouse.
Yeah.
Going into blue.
Yeah. Can you give him all Brookie?
Here blue, here config, here config away.
Behind you, warehouse dead.
Nice. I'm taking space with away.
Yeah.
Here main walk out now.
Take phase for outside. I'm holding main walk out.
I'm flashing main now.
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna peek it from garage.
I'm marked over again.
Hold secret.
Dead main.
Nice.
Come in.
Yeah, that should be nice, holy man. It's fucking insane. Fucking sick, boys. Come on.
But it's on sound!
Sick.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Yeah, welcome back. We're about to break it down on the desk. First blood to FaZe, and I'm with a very frustrated Maniac, less so Pimp. Look, I keep it real as a host. I always do, and I never like pointing out poor performances unless it's apparent, and I'm going to say this. We talked about ZywOo all tournament. When was he going to show up? And actually, things have got worse. In this game, he shit the bed so badly, Johnny Depp might divorce him.
Okay. You can have that one, Rich. All right. You can have it because I got nothing for you. I got nothing to defend the man. This is what a nightmare looks like for me. I am absolutely gutted. I'm devastated by what I have seen from ZywOo on this map one. There was a couple of misses, I will put it out there, but I just want to say FaZe demolished the man. The first half was an absolute blueprint of how to neutralize a man that is supposed to be the best player in the world and make him look like an absolutely defenseless kitty out there. Could not do anything right on the server. Was flashed, was jiggle peeked, was predicted, was anticipated. FaZe destroyed this man to the point where if you tab, you wouldn't even know he was on the server. And my heart is bleeding right now because I got nothing to give you. He missed the mark. That was a dishonor on this first map, and there needs to be more after that.
We said it coming into the matchup. ZywOo and Nuke goes hand in hand. It is by far his best map. It's a map where he's been averaging a rating of 1.57 the past 6 times he's played it. Today was a game off for ZywOo. As you said, Matthew, you got to give a lot of credit towards FaZe Clan for the playing conditions for ZywOo. Very uncomfortable. You see him being caught off guard. You see him being flashed. You see him being jiggle peeked. But he had his chances on the T side to get back into the game, and he failed to do so. We have to go back more than 470 days since last time ZywOo had a rating below 0.85, which he had today. It's more than a year and a half ago since he had a stinker on Nuke, and he's played more than 60 matches on the very same map. For ZywOo to have a game like this in a major semifinal, it's hurtful.
And this is why I'm enraged, right? It's one thing to have a bad half. It's one thing to have FaZe counter you, because I really think in the first half, I want to give the credit to FaZe and the protocol they use to sort of neutralize him. But when you move on to the second half, and your name is ZywOo, and you have an anti-eco, you tell Flames, give me that Mac 10. I will go out there, I'm going to farm the kills, I'm going to put myself back in the game. Why is he playing like a team player when you have 8 kills? It's not the moment to do it. It's the moment to call your own number, because you know what you can do once you have that confidence. And I agree with you, this is the real tragedy. Never coming back into the game when Vitality was making a case for it. Spinks was here, Apex had a couple of calls on T-side, and this was a miss. Now, I got it out of my system. My blood tension is going down a little bit. Let's give some praises to FaZe.
No, we should, absolutely.
Clinical performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I sort of joked before we went in, maybe we'll get the pop-off game from Rain, who's had a quiet tournament. Sure. But I remember how good he can be on this map and how he can dominate. And look at these numbers. And people have already been doing that thing they always do with Rain. Or get him out, replace him with somebody else. He's old, he's done. You're not a real fan of FaZe if you want Rain to ever leave FaZe. He's the backbone. Carrigan says that. If you love Carrigan and you agree with his opinions, then you must love Rain by proxy. That's how it works.
I think that conversation died years ago. You know, there was a time in place maybe where you could have the conversation. For Rain, though, he's shown time and time again that he will show up in the big playoff game. As much as I want to focus on Rain and highlight him as having a fantastic game, which he did, it's more so how he was set up together with the rest of the team. The T-side calling from Carrigan, the way FaZe approached this game, it was picture-perfect Counter-Strike. So many moments, I actually felt Vitality had a good idea of what they wanted to do, but a single flash, a perfect execution, a perfect jiggle peek. You have FlameC standing on the lower bomb side being triple peeked.
Don't even mention it. Don't even mention it.
It's a horrible
I can't deal with that.
But perfect from FaZe Clan. You have ZywOo standing close in yard, and a perfect flash is coming in, and he got nothing to show for whatsoever. The way FaZe Clan were approaching this T-side was some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen in a very long time.
Well, specifically get into it, right? What did they do so well in terms of, you know, neutralizing Vitality? Who you said at the start of the Veto, this is a dangerous map pick. This could be a mistake. Vitality can play this.
Well, listen, extremely versatile on the T side, and they won the few rounds that I think were instrumental, pivotal. Round 5 is a good example. We can dive into this. Okay. Round 4 is the Spinks scenario with the 5-7 router. It's a triple kill. What do you do if you're FaZe? Right off the bat, 1.40 A execute. You can see all the utility coming in, and Vitality are completely off guard. They have one man with a little bit of hell on top, hides in the smoke, completely sells his teammate, by the way. I don't know if you're looking at Amazon Prime, because Messi's already out. Spinks dies in the smoke, and you definitely close the round in the 20 seconds mark. Now, just mentally, you have to realize what this means. This was right after Vitality caught on fire. We saw the reaction after the clutch from Spinks. Yeah. Everybody stands up there. This is the immediate just night-night, buddy. Night-night, go back to sleep. That's exactly what FaZe did with that hit.
And they kept on doing it. We have round 10 as well. We can show it to the people out there. Another round coming in for FaZe Clan where they did well. If I'm not mistaken, Carrigan was feeling super excited about it, super happy. ZywOo finding a nice kill right here, getting a bit lucky, maybe enough to get him started. FaZe struggling, you know, find himself in a 4v5 right here, losing another player in yard, making it a 3v5 at that point. Again, a smoke kill, maybe a little bit lucky. Sometimes you need a bit of luck to get back into the game. Here's the issue, though. FaZe Clan walks out ramps. They hear the two two players rotating towards lower. They go up in heaven. Apex is missing the mark, missing the timing, and all of a sudden it's all falling apart from Vitality again. And the reason why I want to showcase this round is, even though Vitality had 2 kills through the smoke, arguably getting a little bit lucky, FaZe still found a way back into this round. They still played picture-perfect Counter-Strike.
I mean, listen, I'll let you give the praise to Kerrigan for that one. I think he deserves some, but that's a disgrace from Vitality. This round is a disgrace. When you're 5v3, you're finally being given that information, that position. You have the AK on Flamesy and Zywoo down, and you avoid the ramp like that, you give them the space. Brother, do something. Retake an information. Make sure that you have a buddy system to help out. Yeah. Why is FaZe having the control of the map in a 3v5? And granted, the calls from Kerrigan, absolutely beautiful. I mean, listen, clap, clap to finding that. But there's not be a gap. Why is there a gap in a 5v? What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 5 CT, 3 Ts. Why is there a gap? Like, why am I missing? This is a team that's under fire, a team that's got no oxygen. And for that, Kerrigan, Maestro round for him.
Yeah, look, you've got a chance to get some oxygen into your bloodstream, Matteo. We're going to go to Parla on the stage.
Thank you, Richard. Everyone in this arena. Up next, a very special guest, an esteemed guest, once the most feared lurker in the world. 5 major finals, 1 major trophy. Everybody in here, raise the roof for Cruz de Vore. Good ride, Alusand! Christopher, how are you doing? Are you enjoying the arena vibes, mate?
I'm just so happy to be back. I mean, you don't want to miss a major, and now CS2 is out finally, and it's the first one here in Copenhagen. It's just amazing times, if you ask me.
Absolutely amazing times. Simple one up next. Who's taken the W, Vitality or FaZe?
I mean, I think someone needs to step up a little bit, right? From after the first map. Sorry to say that, but I mean, I'm just hoping it's going to be 3 maps, if you ask me. That's what I want to see.
I think we all want to see 3 maps, right? Final question, Christopher. Final words, even. I'm going to leave them with you. Anything that you'd like to say, a message to our crowd here and our fans at home.
Oh, I'll take it for 1 second. Okay. Hi, everyone. Once again, I'm here. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Finally, we have CS2 around the corner. We have finals. We have Richard Lewis back on the desk. Hi, buddy. Much love for everyone who's doing in the scene, etc. And it's just amazing to be back and see you filling up the arena. Because Counter-Strike is the best game out there, right? And that's why we're here. We love the game, we love the people, we love all the teams and players and so on. And we're going to keep doing what we're doing because you guys are the best. Have a lovely time here in the Royal Arena.
Richard, and the desk, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Parla. Yeah, good to see another legend on the stage. Much love to Get Right. Gave so much to the game. And what Vitality wouldn't do for a player like him right now as we head into this map, brought to you by our sponsor, Displate. Now, just to show you, these are super easy to mount. I'll show you the back. A magician shouldn't reveal his tricks, but these are like magic. They just use magnets and super easy. You don't need a tool to mount them. And they've been sponsoring the major, and they've even increased the discount that you can get. If you get 1 or 2, you get 30% off, and if you get 3 or more, 36% off. And you go to display.com/PGL. Make sure you use the code, and you can choose from all the officially licensed Counter-Strike artwork, and even up 200 different types of licensed artwork. But you will notice this time I chose a specific Displate guy.
Yeah.
Right. And it's got Vertigo.
I have massive respect for Displate making Vertigo look so sexy. I'm not gonna lie, it actually looks like a decent map from the out perspective right here.
Listen, I might actually just leave that there.
I mean, we can do analysis on the display right here. You know, if we're talking about Vertigo,
please.
You know, we can talk about a little bit about the B side, maybe the Messi presence over here. We can talk about what if I can find Zywoo around A here in an AWP. Wasn't he really on the first map? This could be something. So I'm actually going to try and put my glasses on, see if I find.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where are you, buddy? Where are you at?
Listen,
maybe over here.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes. Vertigo coming up. This has been the wild card of the major. for FaZe. And you said when you put it out there, they're going to float it. We saw with that Anubis ban at the start of the Veto. And Carrigan was just, he was doing this. I'm all ears.
Sure.
We can play this map. We can beat Vitality on this map. What do you guys think?
I'm curious to see whether or not FaZe can replicate the performance we saw against Team Spirit. One thing is going in, you know, when the map is brand new, you got nothing to show for, and obviously Team Spirit were a little bit surprised. Now there's material on FaZe Clan. If you're Vitality, you would have prepared for Vertigo. You knew it was an opportunity. You even picked it in towards FaZe Clan, so you have a little bit to look into. One of the main issues for me is whenever I watch Vitality play Vertigo, it all comes down to Saivu. I hate that we have to rediscover this whole conversation once more. His T-side rating on Vertigo is 1.6 on average. He's the guy and the only guy in a plus rating on average from Vitality when it comes to the map of Vertigo. If he's not going to show up tonight, there's absolutely no chance whatsoever Vitality is winning, despite it being their own map pick.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, listen, I'll bring you back to Stockholm and the first 2 games of Legend Stage and the famous Apex quote who said to Zaiwu, if you don't start playing now, buddy, it's over.
Yeah.
Probably a similar conversation happening in batch stage, but I will say the issue that you have if you're Vitality is that it doesn't really matter how deep the playbook for FaZe is right now. They are in a prime position to play FU Counter-Strike. In your face CS. We're going to throw the rulebook out the window. We're going to cross smokes. We're going to abuse timings. We're going to play very punchy Counter-Strike. We know they can. They have the weapons for it. We had a couple of highlights from Rain, just stretching his legs outside, finding kills. This map can offer some of these solutions. Talking about the A side, you give a money advantage to FaZe, and suddenly they're up there, they're finding you. So I don't think they're expert at the map, but I also don't think it matters. I think they're in the perfect position right now to strike, and my heart bleeds, but the 2-0 is right around the corner.
One of the things that I was the most impressive about coming in and watching FaZe Clan play this map of Vertigo was the way Carrigan was playing on the A-bomb side. Him and Apex are playing the same role, trying to dictate the pace on the A-ramp. Carrigan was finding multiple multi-kills within that position. He was playing hearts out, some of the best Counter-Strike individually Carrigan has played in quite some time. My issue is that we know Apex is going to be aggressive towards ramp. We even heard Carrigan say it himself up here on the desk that the A-ramp control is what we're looking for, right? That's the fight we want to take. So it's going to be Carrigan facing off versus Apex in the exact same position. And I've seen Carrigan play more Counter-Strike and better Counter-Strike at this tournament than I have in a while. You laugh. I wouldn't be comfortable if I were Apex in that position.
No. Well, while you're talking about that, G2 want to get involved in the desk action. They've got their own analysis, and you can see there, we've been there.
That's fair. That's a good throwback.
Yeah,
really
not
is.
a bad throwback
and
at all.
That's so unfortunate, because of course, if you're Apex at this time, you think you have them exactly where you want to, but the problem is, you could see by the movement of FaZe that they were aware of that risk. So I'm not even faulting him. Listen, he went for the multi-kill, he tried, and obviously now he's ended up being a little bit of a Nico camouflage, a Nico camo. That's what happened over there.
It happens. Look, so quickly, just before we get back into the action, is there a danger here that by FaZe floating Vertigo, you know, I know X-Taz and Apex, I know how hard they work, they will have seen the Spirit game, they probably looked at the demo before they even, you know, lock this map in. And I do have to say that while FaZe won that map and they looked better than we expected, they did start to run out of steam. There was another world where had 1 or 2 rounds just gone the other way. We're talking about Spirit right now and not FaZe. So maybe Vitality have their number.
I mean, listen, if you're a Vitality, you know that this was a possibility. This is a scenario that you had to prepare. It was made very clear that FaZe was ready to throw a little bit of Vertigo here and there. So this situation must have been anticipated, must have been prepared. Now, my issue is that I don't really know if I rely on their level overall. It's been a map that's mostly at the bottom of the pack in terms of this new roster.
Sure.
I'm struggling to find certainties here, but what I know is this is not a curveball per se. This had to be discussed, this had to be prepared, this had to be anticipated.
Yeah, final thoughts, Jacob.
Yeah, you're not surprised if you're Vitality, and you're obviously not surprised if you're Apex. You knew what you were walking into within this video as well. One thing I will say is that, yes, we have been impressed by FaZe Clan, especially their performance inside the arena so far, but let's not forget that Counter-Strike does come down to the nitty-gritty. They've only had 1 game on Vertigo. They almost threw it away against Spirit after having a fantastic start. They were riding on the momentum, maybe the same momentum they can use to apply pressure to Vitality right now. But one thing is for certain, when you're playing a new map on a stage like this, when you haven't really used it in any tournament for 4 or 5 months, your plan A, if that's not working, you don't have a plan B, you don't have a plan C, you don't have a plan D. How are you going to find solutions on a map that you never really played the past 4 months? So if Vitality can withstand the first, let's say, wave of pressure, wave of momentum, then they can win this map nice and easily. But if they go into the fight where Vitality is getting scared once more and playing bad Counter-Strike, well, we could look at a 2-0.
All right, well, thanks a lot, guys. It's time to take you back to our commentators for some hate-maxing, some fraud-watching, some scrawn-dogging. It's Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Desk. That's right. Map up our FaZe, but the beauty of this match is both teams championship quality.
That's right. We've got the reigning major champs versus the King Slayers in FaZe Clan, playing for the first time before you today in playoffs at a major. So Royal Arena, on your feet. Let's make history!
Hell yeah! Pistol round queued up. Vertigo queued up. A question mark queued up, because what do FaZe bring to the table? Can Vitality punish them for believing that they now have this in their fancy bag of tricks?
That is the big question. Vertigo feels like the decider these days, especially when FaZe are involved. And we are teed up potentially for a 2-0. Vitality need to change that. They know they can win this map. They're just worried about why FaZe wanted to play it.
And not only does Robs go to the bottom of ladder, we've actually got Brokey and Frozen here towards T-spawn, so tons of pressure on the flank. And that conversation back of Nuke of like sometimes hesitating, not moving forward, it could very well come back to haunt Vitality right now. Those flanks are getting closer. Frozen activates, catches Apex. Now no more option to fall back. Zywoo early on, one and done. Bomb down, Flames along the smoke with Mezzi will take man advantage. So your flank's all fine and dandy, but now it's a retake. And now it is a climb over the wood that is demanded of them, and Vitality are ready to go right back into that fight.
I wish I could get to be I wish I could have heard the halftime, or the break speech from Apex to his roster coming into Vertigo. What did he say to them? Because this is a level of fired up that I feel like we were missing a little bit on Nuke. That was perfect amounts of aggression here. And there was a hiccup, okay? When Zywoo doesn't get his, in this moment, the best pistoling player of 2023, best player with every single gun in 2023, you'd think, all right, they've got a problem. Flanks coming in, they're gonna lose spots moving forward, but it's young guys actually up front at Generator to create more space.
Nobody home on Tetris. Rain leans back. And Rain is a B anchor on Vertigo. Makes sense to me. Gotta prove the entity that is the solo defender. This time Apex very quickly. Just gonna charge him down, Mac 10, money made, bomb plant, all good.
Yeah. That's clean, it's a much better start.
What do you make of this idea that FaZe can suddenly start floating Vertigo in a best of 3?
The thing is, I mean, they built confidence. They probably put in a lot of prep into the map. It's definitely to say, though, when we saw that Spirit match, it felt like the playbook maybe ran dry a little bit when it came to T side. Spirit were able to just slowly climb back. Donk still had a great game versus them. So they didn't get everything that they were looking for in terms of map prep. But now we are a series removed from that. We don't know what happens when FaZe are in the gym, workshopping new ideas, fixing what they learned in that very tough game that went on a long time. And I think it's in the overtime rounds that you get the most growth. And when the game gets extended as far as it did versus Spirit, I think that's when you really saw that their ideas started flowing more. There was not just preparation, but also freedom and confidence of the individuals on the map. It came down to a very close moment at the end.
Insanely.
Yeah. We don't know what would have happened if the game went on. And Spirit were definitely capable of closing it out. But that can be said for any match. Again, this one's about pressure.
As the panel mentioned, rounds away from seeing Spirit in this head-to-head instead.
Obviously, Kerrigan's known for having the best vetoes in history. And we've seen teams take risks, right? We've seen IGLs and coaches try to do things by picking a cool map, but sometimes that blows back in their face. They don't win.
Right.
You're not a genius. Well, Kerrigan can pick the map that he barely plays.
And sometimes
at the perfect moment and win in an important game. To do it in playoffs.
That's when it works wonderfully. And that was that beautiful comparison post-match versus Spirit, where it's like, this is kind of, you know, Glabe's Vertigo versus Liquid in Berlin type beat. Brings it forward here at the very first CS2 major. Now what we've got is a forward-facing Rain. A wonderful flash comes out to support him, but not able to really capitalize with the CZ. Poor Robs thinking maybe he could trick them, take the place of the corpse. In reality, burned back. Nade damage a little off the mark. Clean burst from the MP9. Third set of feet added to the defense. Apex clean pre-fire, but also takes damage. So there's a little bit to work with. If Brokey were to just rail a Deagle shot, that'd be one thing. But Mezzy seems to have gotten out of dodge. Fake plants once. Zywoo chews through smoke, and with it, a 4v2 comfortable conversion, so it seems. Frozen winning a fight into middle just adds another layer, an extra gun, something more for FaZe to work with as they whittle away the money of Vitality on their 3-0 start.
I mean, the gut-wrenching thing would have been to see FaZe win another pistol, start off really strong. Vitality, they can do well in this map. They've still got to close out on map 3 if we get there. That could be Inferno, excuse me, the great decider. Still potential problems ahead in this one. Again, they're going to be wondering, how have FaZe evolved? And I think the scariest part about playing a team that doesn't play a map much is not knowing how they've evolved, not knowing what mistakes they've learned from. The thing is, this is a match where Vitality can just simply play to their own strengths and know they have a strong Vertigo. They just have to not fall for the tricks that Kerrigan has been finding.
Honestly, easier said than done, huh?
Yes, it is.
Many have tried.
And that's why FaZe are the Kingslayer here in playoffs. A team that, of course, they won Antwerp. That was also the last time they got to playoffs. Vitality won the last major. Spirit were the #1 team expected to clear this event. On the hard side of the bracket, FaZe have already taken their scalp. And now looking for the reigning major champions.
Again, there's nobody home, close Tetris. We had such a momentum-based start to the first map. See if they can follow through here to the B site again, man. Rain has just been pummeled, bullied over and over. Luckily, defender in position. It's Rops. Frozen gets the edge for man advantage. B site has been taken, but there's no bomb currently in possession for Vitality. So what do? They're gonna go hunting. Flamesy's gonna creep up. Rops doesn't see it coming. Shot to the spine. Bomb needs to be procured. It will be grabbed by Mezzy. He needs to come back, but he's so cautious of that looming threat of a potential FaZe player down in the depths. That is not the case. They've doubled up. Trying to tether nicely. Flames moving forward here, right? All the space he can take forward is all the room Mezzy will have to maybe put that bomb down and possibly clutch it if he has to. Catching Brokey in the open, Flames doesn't bite. Smoke to the right side to keep him locked in. They see that glimpse, that glance over top of construction. Frozen's position is known. He tries to take the fight, he'll get the first. Mezzy, no hands busy there to trade.
That's right, perfect. In time from the young guns here on Vitality. Safe hands as they swat away FaZe. Moments like that are situations where I'm going to give to FaZe most of the time, because even though they've got some young players, they've got players who have built chemistry, whether it's been on this roster or the last, playing together. Frozen and Rops and Brokey. When it was Rops, Brokey, and Twist, that was probably the best trio in mid-round situations that we've ever seen in this game. Rivaling Astralis, rivaling Fnatic. And so it's great to see this come together for Flamesy and Mezzy. And you can see Vitality latch onto the moment.
Can't blame them after what was Nuke, 13-7 loss. Never had footing, never slowed it down. The first half banked on 2 pop-offs from Spinks, that's it. And then not to mention losing the 2v1, allowing Rops to close out that game, to go up map 1. Nah, Vitality have to grasp this chance, this start to Vertigo with both hands. Brokey gives away his position, swings out, sees 4 players, all confirmed. Kerrigan from Elevator dies empty-handed, but there is still a piece in place. Unbeknownst to Vitality, there he is. Frozen from the corner, concerned about another one down beneath. but also given room to work. As he comes up, Apex is going to catch him. Nicely done.
Everything.
Tucking him down beneath tarp, waiting for the step up, waiting for Vitality to follow through. So what if you have a spanner in the works? This is the 5-0 start.
It is, yeah, it's incredible there from Vitality. So much better. Again, I wish there, I hope there's some video, you know, the talk in between maps, because clearly we've got a different team coming into map 2. And that's something we've always said about Apex, that he is a leader of men. He is not just an IGL. He is not just an unlikely IGL, someone who started as an entry fragger, who had the level of stats that some top 20 players had back in 2018. One of the most unlikely players to transition to this role that we've ever seen in history, to make it work, to be crowned best IGL of 2023.
But I'll say on top of that, even when things started to get a little shaky for Vitality last year, we started to see Apex rule with a bit of an iron fist. Harsh words about his teammates. Clearly distraught in-game, mid-round. But that's what he demands of them.
Yes.
And that's what makes him a leader.
And you would be a joker, you know, you would be some kind of fool if you showed all those emotions but never put up results. But now they know that this captain knows how to get a championship, so they better listen.
Another fast one, another timing here on the B site that has just got Rain against the wall.
The call was don't let them think, and they want to get a quick anti-eco so they don't have to burn calories on rounds like this, thinking, playing it slow, respecting their opponents too much. That's what FaZe did to them at the beginning of Nuke. That's the edge that they need to get back to, I think, make themselves believe that if it comes to a third map, that they can finish it there. But when we saw FaZe crawl back from Paris, from the LCQ all the way to quarterfinals, played against Heroic, they cited being out of energy by the time that they got there.
Running out of steam.
We've seen almost the same run here from FaZe, except obviously they're looking stronger in playoffs, more energy than ever, playing better CS than we've seen before.
I'll chalk that up to the thought of winning the first CS2 major. For Kerrigan to be competing in 3 versions of this game at a top level. Felt like Spinks was always nervous about the possibility of the top ladder control. Good thing he kept his guard up. And it is with a swift shot that Robs goes down. Little pack of players out top mid. They will find him, but still, he's done his job. Getting active, finding 2, and allowing for the B site to be compromised. Flames again is looking to flex. We get that swing out from the MP9, quickly dealt with. The rotator dies right with it. Vitality have pieces in place to keep up pace, to keep up pressure, to keep up this 6-0 lead.
Yeah, they're ready for it. They're ready for it 100%. This is what you absolutely love to see. This time it's not just Spinks. And they vetoed out a map that has been very kind to Flamesy. But he's showing a little bit of range right now. Happy to jump on the construction site that is Vertigo.
Another fast one. Brain's got a chance at a multi. Scott Robs with him. That's the edge for FaZe. Man advantage, but at what cost?
They're using aggressive openings to get to very difficult, chaotic mid-round situations where you think FaZe would thrive, but that's actually a good sign of Vitality believing in themselves. They're not looking for the slow 5v5 to get 1 kill. They know they're way better in the default. They want to rock FaZe. Screw their opening game plan.
I mean, it's really the tempo that FaZe Clan set on the T side of their own map pick. Came out of the gate swinging at that A site.
The opening of the round is where FaZe have put most of their work in. That's the preparation, right? The mid-round is where the creativity blossoms, where the team who has more experience can come up with more ideas. This is what Vitality want to foster.
Ooh, Robs, man. Half a dozen frag grenades throughout this half have hit Tetris. Finally, one softens him up. So much so that a Molly's a guaranteed death. Had to swing, no other choice. Brokey without a frag thus far, map 2. Trying to work alongside Kerrigan, but these flashes are disruptive. Oh, hold on. ZywOo almost snapping away too soon. It's a fake plant. And it's a stoic Brokey waiting as he has to get frozen into position. Flames' presence close green, known to him. And that rumbling of audio, all he needs. Finally, ZywOo give it a chance to clutch. Brokey doesn't go through smoke just yet. Gun back up, and he's able to get off site. Oh, but stuffed in an instant.
Wow. No chance to shoot back. the newest member of FaZe cheats his way to the podium. That's nice.
Let's talk about him. Long has he waited for a chance to rejoin Kerrigan, because he was always in Finn's ear saying, if a spot opens up, it's mine for the taking. And it felt like an inevitability that eventually Frozen would step forward on FaZe.
You know, when it came to the quality of player that you get and the experience of playing with Kerrigan, there's no question that Frozen is an unbelievable guy. You know, when he played on Mouse, he went above and beyond, and he carried on every single map. When it came to replacing Twist specifically, you would think you kind of can see it in the same way you could see Brolin going to Mouse. But there are some role changes that need to take place. But Kerrigan said, we're done integrating him now. Now it's time for results. FaZe have seen finals. Now they want trophies.
Rain again trying to find his groove here, but once more, a lot of players on the other side of this wooden wall. And behind his Molotov, they will start to clamber over. Mezzi right there, catches him off. Slight jiggle out of Rain, and it's a casualty again that can't be sustained inside this B site. Rotators trying to get over, but there is no rush from Vitality. They've got FaZe where they want them. Wounded, worried, down by 5 rounds. Kerrigan tries to stretch out for the M4. Good upgrade.
Wow.
It nets him a kill. As Vitality now look like they do want to follow through. We got a glimpse of what Brokey could do in the last round, but this time they do get by. Missed shots again. 1 kill to his name. And a B bomb site that seems to belong to Vitality round after round.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of nades do they have to even get back into this retake? They've got to hope for a terrible mistake here from the CT side, or the T side, excuse me.
A smoke.
It's looking like it's not coming.
Shoulder shots and what was feeling like a save queued up, but now with that kill towards mid, at least they've won the fight on one front. We're looking at Rops with the kit and the smoke, but we've got Flames pressed in. Vitality have to hold. Here it comes. Good clean headshot out of Mezzi. Still the CT's press. Trade strong. Rops able to get the trade back to the CT's favor, and it's Flamesy in the pocket, burning up a bomb site as Vitality show no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, perfect trade game between him and Mezzi. The ember of Vitality burning. They're fanning him. They're getting him more comfortable in these situations, and he is delivering. The lad who came from endpoints through OG to get his chance on Vitality. What a contract to nab. Massive shoes to fill in Dupree, who he replaced. As for Vitality, he is the fountain of youth. But in trying to buy more years, you sacrifice a veteran.
And it felt like that sacrifice was costing them at the start. Because one thing we said about Flames back on his OG days was his inability to perform on the big stage,
yes,
right? Him and
playoffs.
Dexter would tear up groups, put him in the playoffs, and OG disappear.
100%.
You get signed for Vitality, you are no longer afforded that. So this 3K round from Flames, excellence.
Yes, he couldn't have played it better. Apex has got to be proud.
Wild to me that his interview as this tournament was going on is, I need to win a major so I can see it on my HLTV profile. Like that's the trophy, his big claim.
But knowing Flamesy, like that makes perfect sense.
He means it.
When you go DM against him, he wants you to know. Wow. So there's so many things that have mirrored Nuke in terms of how fast Vitality approached the beginning of the rounds into now the slowdown in the next anti-eco. Kerrigan having to call all these pistoling situations.
Ooh, I was gonna say no pressure, but maybe that's the beauty of an unoccupied bomb site. Flamesy walks half asleep into the Desert Eagle.
Right into the crouch transition. Some more establishing grenades as they go to take over the site.
And what is always this inevitable Spinks mid-play. When he first came into Vitality, let's talk about that. I would say the Lurks top mid Vertigo left so much to be desired.
That underpass on Mirage. He was playing it too slowly. He was so obsessed with keeping his DPR low that he failed to have real impact. And that is the game that all Lurkers have gone through. Even Robs on FaZe Clan has evolved so much in his time.
They're gonna take a little glance at the site. Make Vitality nervous, maybe bring a couple down with bombs, but oh my, flawless as they hold off on the site.
Yeah, you see them playing open off angles, getting their spray downs together. It's all good signs.
the uptick in Spinks' performance on Vertigo is why I find Vitality more and more often are happy to play this map. And if he's going to put forward a great performance, and even just not in the kills department, but the impact, right? The perfectly timed peeks out mid. Keeping a defense on their toes with the threat of a top mid lurk is so critical, and it's something he does now so well.
I mean, I thought Spinks was a generational talent when he came from ENCE. Then when he played on Vitality, to me, I thought I was wrong. I thought he was too inconsistent to be that. But his evolution in the past 2 years has been remarkable. And for me, he was the lurk of the year last year. Him and Rops, even being toe-to-toe is an amazing thing to think about.
Good one here from Frozen. Ooh. They're looking, you know, now they're starting to run more risks. Now they're spamming smokes, looking to get up in Vitality's face to try and turn it down a notch, but it costs him.
Yeah, and you know how much Vitality game plan towards the left side of A ramp to punish those short peaks. That's literally what they do all the time.
I feel like I've seen Apex die doing that a million times.
You're gonna have to split some atoms to figure out the solution to that problem. Or pray that ZywOo has 2 bad maps.
Rain, oh man, completely canceled out. Whether it's frags or fire, the util here for Vitality on B is enough to unravel the defense. And so they are starting to realize the cost of floating Vertigo in this series. It's one thing to catch Spirit off guard with it, to go back and forth in a close affair. OT needed to divide the two, but now Vitality simply cut from a different cloth. Crazy. 9-1 on this T side.
Unreal to see. Unreal to see after what we watched on Nuke. Amazing setup for what could happen in this matchup. To see if Vitality will win again.
Yeah, all the greatest roads lead to Inferno.
We thought for a minute that it was just in CSGO, but we've seen some unbelievable Inferno finishes recently too. Suddenly, people have started playing it more.
Kerrigan just looking to hang on to the M4, will still be challenged, but he's got it. As long as ZywOo doesn't come hunting. All's good. 3 weapons held on to here by FaZe as they are looking for 3 rounds of a CT side.
Yeah, 3 rounds. There's going to be some egg on the face of Kerrigan if he can't get more out of this map. Win or lose, again, it's his quote that says, if you're going to lose a map, make it close at least. They'll have trouble trying to do that, but it does start still in this half. Amazing how many fast tactics have worked here for Vitality consistently. Almost all rounds have ended B.
Ooh, nice nade. Soften up the mid-play, triple.
They say, get the hell out of there.
Artillery strike back, sandbags, but honestly, Kerrigan hangs on. Funnily enough, it's him and Apex softened up early by the util. Rob's looking for the mid-peak, and the timing could have been T.
And that's with the nade that landed on Apex. He survives that. Perfect accuracy.
Spinks will be happy to swarm around spawn. That's going to keep Brokey in a tough spot because now it's a double peak. Whoa. And Spinks is making so much noise because he can. Because Vitality seemingly do no wrong.
Man, they found the gap right there. Was Rob's coming out of connector, and for a second he did have a back turn, right? But it was still being watched. Vitality wanted to come in inconspicuously and just say, let's see if we can get up to heaven and get that lurk frag to the guy who's playing in the back of default. And the connection was almost made for FaZe Clan, but just a little too late.
They're going to give them nothing. No chance at a recovery.
Wow.
No rounds to work with in the second half. A very quick and swift reminder to the reality that is the major stage.
That's right. Best of 5 at DE Airport.
Nice shot from Apex. Almost feels like that's a little revenge for when he gets caught by Frozen back on Nuke. Instead, this time, he snaps over to Elevator and gets his. So, 2 MP9s in the mix for FaZe. Lackluster nades, a continuous issue that is this B ramp, and Mezzy just saw feet crossing, so he is on high alert.
Oh, you know, Mezzy loves a foot or two.
Ready for the peak. Down goes 1, and that continuous stream of bullets indicating he knows there's somebody else, but he eats his teammate's flash, tries to follow through, and that's when Brokey and Robs actually tether excellently, still almost taking everybody out but Spinks. 11 health hangs on. 2v2 to close it.
Oh.
Frozen. a taste of his own medicine. Kerrigan makes sound as he drops down the ladder, but he's got a bomb. It's Kerrigan versus ZywOo, two GOATs for different reasons. And it's a patience game, because this second round is everything.
It's a full standoff. No one's pushing. ZywOo comes to the fight, and he wins it.
And a pop-off, because that is 11. That is a masterclass of a T-side. And a reminder to FaZe that when it comes to Vertigo, you ain't it. You're not those guys.
You're not those guys, pal. My God.
Maybe you
this
can
is really,
you know,
really setting up this match. My goodness.
Maybe you can scrape the barrel and get it past a bunch of kids, but when it comes to the reigning major champions, no chance.
It's a perfect contrast between those two teams, right? It's the heroes of today versus the guys who were the heroes in Paris, who still have, who's supposed to be the best player in the world, of course. After the last map, there are questions if he's going to be the best player in the servers. Two different sort of standards. When you talk about X factor, it's almost Spinks factor when it comes to vitality. But 11-1 now, we've seen Mezzy have amazing rounds, Flamesy by his side in an entry duo, Spinks timing those lurks to perfection, making FaZe Clan look like they have nothing but flaws.
Give this pistol your all. And whether it goes south or not, you just bank on the fact that Inferno awaits us in the wings. FaZe and comebacks, hand in hand. But my God, this one's desperate. And as the desk said, it's when you start to bank on all the experience in tough spots like this. There is no experience on Vertigo, but there is a 4v2 post plant to at least try to kick off this T-side with. Mezzy and Spinks, nothing to lose. Go for it, gun for it.
Now, just looking for the kills at this point. They cannot fight their way back out of this. Spinks alone, V4, normally his happy place. Not today, but for Vitality. How could they screw this up?
Don't ask that question.
How could they screw this up?
They are playing FaZe.
What are the odds that FaZe come back into this game after Vitality looked this good? If we were watching any other team, there wouldn't have been a hope or thought. FaZe Clan? Maybe. We'll see. We'll go by the round. They can start a tap. We know they're good for it.
Yeah, one foot in front of the other. Step by step, they'll build. Yeah, he's got it. Every once in a while, huh? Kerrigan just, he's got it. Dealing with these unarmored CTs swiftly. Nice USP kill out of Spinks, gotta give it to him. But that's it, just one. Kerrigan leads the charge up short, no sweat, no stress.
Easy as you'd expect. And it might seem like a small hurdle, but it's an important first step.
Well, you know, there's a lot of teams that try to personify Kerrigan's own words. The score at the end of the map, win or loss, matters. He knows it better than anybody else. And so he will try his damnedest to lead this one back.
And that's a man that hangs on to every thread and pulls as hard as he can. Looking to make magic happen once again. It's MR12 and Vitality are close to winning, but that also means it's an easier comeback here for FaZe. If they want to show up to work today in a suit. Because we saw in that Spirit match, they aren't slumped over.
Already, I think, a sign of Vitality wanting to get frisky, early fight down ramp queued up. On the reload, Mezzy's gonna get challenged, and his support system's missing shots. Luckily, he's here to hold it. It's a kill apiece, it's enough. Oh, hold on, frozen double. Frozen triple.
Okay.
With that sight opened, utility thrown forward, he's got himself a fourth. Blink and you miss it, it's a flash freeze inside of the site and a hope. A lifeline for FaZe by the newcomer, nonetheless.
That's right, versus the newcomers on Vitality. Beautiful there from Frozen. It was a little bit of Vitality on those entries, the same way that they won those rounds. Frozen in the front.
And this is what you're going to need, because this is what you have to bring to the table if you are going to be a member of the FaZe clan. You need X Factor. You need pistol prowess. You need talent. You need composure.
He's never had a fan base like this either. Frozen started off as a 13-year-old talent, getting Reddit posts made about him as some kind of upcoming prodigy. Very few realize that potential and get to a position like this, on a team like this. 2 series away from winning a major championship. But that comes with the maximum amount of pressure.
Yeah, he knows it.
Yeah, and again.
When you think about how long he has waited as well, I mean, I think he's content with his time back on Mouse. I think he's happy to have had Shuhei to work with. But he wanted back in on Kerrigan's camp. Now this round kicks off with 1 M4.
That was good use of the 1 gun that they've got.
I expect nothing less from Vitality.
Yeah, and this will be FaZe concerned about exactly how many more are on the map. They also have to play the game of camping the 1 weapon that's been dropped or getting rid of it if they can safely. And they do go over top.
It's given back to them. Brokey emerges from the B-site trenches. Mezzi laying smoke ahead of him. But that smoke gives a pocket to the T's to play behind. Honestly, that gives a great chance for them to climb over, challenge Orange, even swing. But Spinks is now going to add himself to the defenders. Rain will win his duel, catching the flank, which raises the alarm of the possibility of this stacked B-site. FaZe may have lost their first player, but they've reclaimed the man advantage. And more importantly, they've got a good idea as to the picture, as to the Vitality defense and the positioning. But that M4 is still here, and that flash from Flames is great, and Vitality start to charge in. They've taken it down to just Robson Rain, and the pressure keeps on coming. Vitality, they want this. They want to take the fight right to them, and it's Robs to try and reclaim B. 25 seconds, but they've got bomb and 2 rifles, and positions aside one another. Robs looking for another clutch, looking for another chance, and you know damn well that when given these chances, he can thrive. Spinks on the other side, dodges shots. Bombs in hand, plant is good. Spinks slides in and denies. Vitality take their 12.
Yeah, they got 12. Genuinely wondered how much FaZe could do. But if there's one man that can stand as the last on the round versus Vitality, you'd think it was going to be Robs. But his counterpart, Spinks, takes this one. Again, another good setup to get Zywoo that opening kill to scare FaZe and to bring them forward and influence their decision. A round with 1 gun.
Oh, wow. Okay, again, we've seen flashes of this from Apex. Now he finds what looks like the perfect timing. Frozen turns, not this time. Brokey, close smoke, recovers. Insight, Zywoo thrives for only a moment because Rain hot on the heels of the short push. With CTs amidst them, it is still FaZe to churn through this defense, to get bombed down, and to continue this claim at a comeback.
Yeah, they won't even try the retake. So, wow, what a scrappy round out of FaZe to come forward with that play. We've seen Apex make this smoke. This is a 2021 play that you don't see as much these days with CS2 smokes because they can be blown open. We see some teams favor playing back on the ramp, consistently keeping those smokes broken so that they can fight forward as much as possible. But of course, Apex likes to get his hands dirty. Comes down in between the 2 smokes, finds his timing. He's not doing it all the time, and that's one thing that I want to give Apex massive credit for. He's still that wild animal that we remember from him in his entry fragger days, but he is so much more careful at the same time now. He picks his fights. And that has really done the most for Vitality. So match point music will play from every round out. And when FaZe were in their peak, during Sydney in the winter, almost every game they won was actually a comeback, right? People wondered how many tournaments are they going to close out, but mostly because they were so damn resilient. Didn't matter if you could get a good start versus them, get close to the finish line. FaZe were never concerned by the score at the top. They were finishing matches in the worst circumstances possible. That's why we rate them in a situation like this. It's not over till it's over.
Not only reclaiming rounds now, but getting the first timeout of Vitality too. Next has in Apex's ear. Buy's not perfect. Little half purchase here for Vitality. Still definitely enough to win a round with.
Yeah, they're hedging here. So there's an investment very scary for FaZe to go up against. They should consistently win a round like this, but there are certainly no guarantees. We saw what Vitality did with one gun. And this is where the playbook from Vitality, who love to play Vertigo, can go a little bit farther. How prepared are FaZe?
Close crane peek is one of the Deagles. But that ominous threat of the short play. And even run it back one round, right? When the fight started to happen along crane, it was Rain who just swept away sight by pushing this exact position. So ZywOo high alert and ready. He's got options to hold for ramp as well. They disassemble and Brokey opts not to swing. Down he goes. Nasty dig it must have been from Flamesy.
On to Mezzy.
Numbers here for FaZe. Trying to just climb into the B site before support arrives. With map 2 on the line, this retake is already getting queued up. Kerrigan will waste no time. And it's gonna cost him. There goes half his health. And in goes the tease. The lineup potential frozen. Nothing! Vitality all the way through. And so map 2 queued up for the French. And we go Inferno. FaZe may be better on the big stage, but we're talking about the returning major champions. And Inferno decides which of these two legends goes on.
One thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Yeah, welcome back. We're at 1-1 in this series. And a question for you, panel. How does Carrigan's float taste today?
You had that one, huh?
Yeah, well, we saw a difference, really, between the Spirit game. This is kind of the difference between, okay, we'll give it a chance, we'll roll the dice, and you're going up against masters on the map. Vitality, absolutely right to pick this and call FaZe's bluff.
Definitely, and I think we should start by giving a couple of praises, not only to Apex, but probably also the coaching staff for Vitality, because we've seen a complete 180 in behavior and attitude on the server. I have no idea where the composure from Vitality came from. They were just off the back of an extremely heartbreaking first map, and they showed on Vertigo as if nothing had happened, as if this was the first map of the series. They went through the motions that they needed. They were very much on the money with the early stacks. We see some of the exchanges that happened. I think Apex had great reads on where the fight would happen, how many players do you need. They played with time accurately. Mezzi was stellar. We'll touch on him as well. This is an incredible reaction from Vitality, but I'm right there with you. One day you're a genius with the float, and the other day you're a clown, and this is what happened in this map.
I think it's only fair that we replicate that conversation, right? Because once you open the door into Vertigo, and once you rightfully give Carrigan and FaZe Clan credit for doing that against Team Spirit at such a pivotal moment, you also got to look at how they played against Vitality today. You said, how do they come out and look so composed, look so good? I think FaZe Clan made it incredible easy for them. I don't want to take anything away from Vitality, because I agree with you. The players stepped up. You had Messi showing up. You had great calls coming out from Apex. Composure looked good for Vitality, but FaZe Clan looked like a team who couldn't find their footing whatsoever on Vertigo. A lot of the duels that they were taking, you could just see they were uncomfortable. You see Rain constantly trying to force the issue. Of course, he's the entry back of the team. He's the guy trying to create the space for the rest of the teammates, but there was no one to follow it up. There was no second guy in. There was no trade back potential. It looked like a disjointed FaZe Clan. So as much as I want to give credit to Vitality for looking super solid right here, I was very disappointed in FaZe Clan. I think they played bad Counter-Strike.
And it's got to be said as well, a little bit of a bounce back for ZywOo. I mean, the ADR is the important stat, really, but not classic, not 100%.
This was better. I would say this was better, and it is encouraging if you're a Vitality fan. If you're thinking that there is a trajectory that's sort of being designated here, you might have hopes for the third map. Some would say what a test it's going to be. I don't really think he was the architect of that. I think he stepped up towards the end. He had a couple of stabilizing situations, but this one, Mezzi is the one that is deserving of the most praises. If we're gonna give him flowers to Apex for the orchestrating of the strategies, when he sent Mezzi to open the sides, and I'm mostly talking about the B side, his time to kill was absolutely stellar. The fact that he was so clear on the jiggles, clear on the peaks, he also at some point abused Brokey a couple times. We saw misses. That is something that we have to talk about. But Messi was clear. He was brilliant on this map. That's a couple of examples. Exactly what I'm talking about. He gave us a bunch of these.
It's one of the maps where Messi really come into play, I'd say. I think we've seen it before from Vitality. Not a map they play an awful lot, but whenever they do, it does feel like Messi is showing up to it. It's also one of the maps where we thought that they were going to miss Magix the most, right? The position that he was playing in, the anchor roles, etc. I think Messi have been able to come in and replicate some of that consistency in those roles as well, especially on the T side with the opening department towards the B bomb side. Again, as much as I want to give Messi a lot of credit, again, I feel like it was just disjointed.
Don't worry, I'll give the credit, you give the credit. It's all right. We'll work it out.
It was almost too easy for Vitality. I'm left with a feeling right now, and I hate to say it out here, but it's been a bit of a boring semifinal in the sense that it hasn't been competitive. It's been two very one-sided maps, two very lopsided maps, and none of the two teams have showed up at the same time, and hopefully we get that on map 3.
Well, we can talk about map 3 now. It's a good little segue there. Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate it. Obviously, Inferno, it's a map that's kind of fallen on hard times of late, but it's always good as a decider, I mean, historically.
So what Vitality have going for them is that they haven't ignored the map. I think a lot of the teams at the highest level have put Inferno in the back of the drawer, you know, where you put your sweaters that you think you're going to use once upon a time in 5 years. A lot of teams did that, not Vitality. I think they kept on the work with Inferno. I think that's a map that they're trialed and tested a couple of times. If we talk about Messi, I don't think he's in a state of grace quite yet. It is a little bit of a complicated situation, but still, there's a bunch of database, there's a bunch of reference games as well for Vitality. We see 6 here, so in terms of the Veto, I mean, listen, they have FaZe where they want them to right now. They have them on that Inferno. FaZe haven't played the map since Katowice.
No, but when they play the map, or when they did play the map during Katowice, they were dominating the opposition. Not against the very best teams in the world, and then again, you look at a team FaZe Clan who are yet to lose on the map the past 3 months, and prior to that as well, so they come in with a bit of confidence, but that's a great point that I want to bring up right here. You're in a semi-final, you played a long major so far, you've been there for a couple of weeks, and now it's the first time you pull out Inferno.
I know.
If anything, Vitality have a bit of experience, even a humbling experience against Eternal Fire, where they ended up losing Inferno in a close close game where I would argue Major outcalled Apex, so there was a lot to be learned from that one as well. Maybe Carrigan have been in looking at that, you know, trying to replicate some of the same things that they could expose in regards to the Vitality performance in that one. For my money, though, if you're FaZe Clan, you're bringing in a new map that you haven't played at this Major at all. It's a big game.
Okay, well, I want to talk about that gamble because obviously we have no idea where Carrigan has, you know, done the prep work, right? He's obviously floated Vertigo. We've talked about that, and that's 1-1, okay?
Yes.
Overall. Now coming in on this Inferno that they haven't practiced overall, I can't believe he would have just kind of left it there unless he had something up his sleeve.
I mean, listen, you have to know that this was going to be part of the pool. If FaZe had no intention to remove it, Vitality would never. They would absolutely never remove Inferno. They played it last time they faced. That was a World Final. It came in favor of Vitality. So if you're Carrigan, you know they were waiting for you. In fact, I thought it could have been a pick. I didn't know the float Vertigo was going to happen.
Yeah.
So the prep done has been worked. Now, listen, if we're going to make comparisons, if we're going to draw between Hooksy and Carrigan, I think if you are Carrigan right now, you're hoping to pull a Hooksy. That's what you're hoping to pull. I'm going to bring you back to that G2 game on Inferno.
Yes.
Carrigan's going to try his very best to do just that.
Right.
You can already imagine the Carrigan versus Apex shock that is about to happen in Banana is like none of them have a break anymore. They're not breaking. They're just deadpanning it, and we're going to have a collision right in Banana.
Yeah, well, Banana's a mess right now. I mean, look, I'm going to just say it. I obviously remember all the different iterations of Inferno. Yeah, exactly. I am old. You have noticed that. And obviously, you know, right now, it just feels like it's more important than it ever has been. Whoever wins there wins the map.
It's always been a big, you know, a big place within the map. It's always been a place on the map that dictates the pace of the game as well. There is something you can do to avoid it too much, and you can just not attest Banana in the beginning of the rounds. I see a lot of teams spending an awful lot of utility in the beginning of the rounds in order to take control over Banana, and there used to be a time where everyone was okay with retaking Banana late into the round. That seems a little bit more complicated nowadays with the new layout of Inferno, let's put it that way. A little bit more tight, a little bit more claustrophobic in that way. So I'm curious to see whether or not the two teams are going to go fight head-to-head for Banana in the beginning of the game, or if any one of them is willing to play a slow-paced T-side where they allow each other to take Banana control, and then we go into the retake scenarios on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you start playing the slow style, then this is where the chess mastermind comes into play, and this is where we really have a Carrigan versus Apex. At that game, I don't believe the captains are going to be the only ones we have to talk about. I think movement needs to come from within on both teams, right? Zybo is obviously a name we can mention. His movements on the CT side are going to make or break Vitality. When you talk about Monesi, you talk about his movement. He's the one trend-setting on Inferno. Zybo has to have these kind of movements. How do you have that? With game sense, when being in the flow. So you're hoping he carries that over from Vertigo and he can stay activated. We pitched a Rops versus Spinks matchup at the beginning of the pre-show. And ladies and gents, this is all that's happened. This is the UFC, that's the octagon right there. In apps, this is where you're gonna have a bunch of these Rops versus Spinks fights happening. Rops is a master at trying to eat map control away. When he's on the CT side, he dares. Sometimes he exaggerates a little bit, overstays his welcome. Whoever gets the best of it, or the other, is going to create such massive space for his team to use that space. That is going to be a marquee matchup right there on Inferno.
If anything, they lurks on the T side as well. We've seen Spinks do that time and time again for Vitality, always crawling up middle, you know, staying inside apps, and whenever they do an A hit, Spinks will be there lurking around trying to catch someone in rotation. We've seen the same thing from Robs over and over again. He's so good at finding the right balance between being aggressive in apps, but also being that lurk guy. You know he's there, right? It's almost like the old get right syndrome, where you know he's in apps, and he's going to be there at some point. He's going to poke out at some point. But what is the timing you strike? What is the timing you actually dare yourself to rotate? I think those two are being put in the same position on the T side, and it's going to be curious to see who's going to boot the better.
I mean, he used to be excellent. And when CS2 came out, I think, again, he was the one that was sort of paving the way on how to play these positions in that new game. But as of today, I think the conversation against Spinks is one that is worth a debate. I think there is a case to be made that Spinks has overtook him a little bit in that role. Yeah. The production has been higher, so maybe, just maybe, you know, the master has become the teacher or the other way around. I should not try idiom when I'm riled up. That never works out, you know. But this is where I think Spinks might have actually Rob's number figured out in that position.
No, and look, I want to say I think Spinks at this tournament has just been the standout for Vitality. He's been so good. Sure. And, you know, he is a player that is really starting to deliver consistently to a high level. But here's someone we haven't talked about over on FaZe, Frozen. We've just ignored this kid the entire time. Obviously, coming in for Twist, I think he's had lots lots of impact. And, you know, seeing him getting involved with the interviews the other day and everything, really betting into FaZe well. And I think he's had some, you know, monster performances. When they picked him up, I was like, yes, that's the one. Obviously, Carrigan worked with him all the way back in Mouse Sports, help bring him through, teach him the game, teach him the ropes. And look at the performances we've got here from this guy.
Well, I mean, he did warm up a little bit on Vertigo, had a couple of nice rounds, you know. Was it a 4-kill coming in towards the B-bomb side where he absolutely shredded up the opposition? In that regard, for Frozen, historically speaking, when he was in Mouse Sports, I think Inferno was his favorite map. It was a map he would always perform on. It was a map that he felt very comfortable on. So obviously, you would like to see a lot from Frozen. For my money, though, a guy that we did speak about coming into the game that have overachieved a little bit in the tournament, but we haven't seen today is Brokey, especially when it comes to Inferno. He has been playing a fantastic tournament up until this point. He's been a little bit missing. You talked about some AWP shots that were missing on Vertigo as well. Yes, but on Inferno, this close combat AWP style that we tried to describe going into the game, this is the map where he does it the best. This is the map where you've seen countless of Brokey clutches on that big bomb side. When there's smokes around him, there's flashes around him. He probably have more no-scope kills than any player out there with the AWP on a map like Inferno as well. So for the man on the screen right here, as said, had a fantastic tournament so far. He needs to show up now if they want to be a win condition for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and I think he thrives in the game plan of Carrigan. Right? I think Inferno currently is a map where on the CT side, if you're passive and you're going to play standard, it's very claustrophobic. It's extremely uncomfortable. Being on that B side, seeing the execute coming in, that's almost it. You're just counting your blessing at that point. So Carrigan has multitudes of rounds where he decides to have the fight earlier, before. Hell, even in down middle. I guarantee you we're going to see deep smokes coming in. We're going to see some fights that are a little bit unfamiliar. And this is where Brokey is supposed to shine. You tell him he's comfortable in chaos, Carrigan manufactured that chaos for you on Inferno. He gives him situations where the book throw or ripples out the window, get a little bit messy, a bit muddy. This is where Brokey shines. So he has to have a bounce back from map 2 because, yeah, I haven't been as harsh on him as I have on side. Well, that's fair. I don't have the same connection, but he was missing on the map 2. That's also a fact.
He was missing. I think the key difference is, you know, Brokey's showing up. I mean, this might be, depending on how this series goes and how the tournament goes, this might be one of his, like, career highlights. I mean, you know, coming into today, he was the 3rd highest ranked player at the tournament, right up there, rubbing shoulders with Donk, who obviously isn't here anymore. Hasn't been a great tournament for Phenoms, if we're honest about it, right? And then obviously Munacy, who's kind of flying the flag, so to speak, for the Phenoms. You know, he's playing really well. Brokey, I've been critical of, you know. He has been somebody that, for me, hasn't been great. But you can see now in real time, these are the tournament leaders. These are how things are starting to shift.
He would have probably been there prior to the map number 2. You know what I mean? I think he was there.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I was saying. You know, the impact of him not showing up there has kind of knocked him down the charts a little bit.
He was having the best tournament, statistically speaking, he's had in FaZe in a very long time, you know, especially in CS2 as well, coming into this game. We said it, he's been a little bit missing, but I think, as you said, you know, the game haven't really been that competitive. It's been a bit of a weird one. We haven't seen much AWP action. It's been more about the rifles, more about the fast-paced Counter-Strike. I think Inferno, the way it's structured right now on the map, it does invite for both teams to sometimes slow down the pace. And I think when we get into nitty-gritty rounds, when we get into 2v2s, ugly 3v3s, that's when Brokey is coming alive. He's not the Munacy of the world. He's not going out there dictating the game or trying to put down the offense from the get-go. He's more so a clutch AWP player, more so a guy who thrives in the chaos whenever an execute is coming at him. I think Inferno and the way that FaZe Clan will approach this game, as you said, Matthew, it suits Brokey much, much better.
Yeah, listen, we're moving on to map 3 of the semi-final of the first CS2 majors. I think it's only apt we talk a little bit about the psychology of the teams here. And there is a point, I'm going to dare to do it a little bit. There is a question that I have in the back of my mind. If you're Carrigan now, how do you live with this floating Vertigo and the massacre that just happened now moving on to map 3? I think this, obviously, it's not his responsibility only. It's a game plan that has been approved by the team and they went in this together. But you have to be very strong to leave that behind. It could have been a different map. It could have been more competitive. You kind of fumbled it a little bit and now you're moving on to an Inferno for Vitality. I would love to have a temperature check very quickly on how they behave. Listen, they're masters of the big stage. I know that. But they're also humans.
If there's any team out there I would feel relatively comfortable that would be able to shake off such an experience, it would be the FaZe Clan. You're not wrong saying it. It can be something laying in the back of grind. You were looking at a fantastic performance on Nuke. You were nowhere to be found on Vertigo, so maybe you're thinking we could have closed this out 2-0 in a different fashion or in a different Veto. However, you're coming into Inferno, as I said, a map you haven't lost the past 3 months, a map that you feel relatively comfortable on, and you're going up against Vitality, a team that you played 2 grand finals against in recent times. So both of these lineups right now are under a lot of pressure. If anything, Carrigan showed me against Team Spirit that despite everything pointing in the direction of Team Spirit, having won 5 maps in a row, having won a couple of series in a row, took them down at IM Katowice without even putting up a fight, Carrigan and FaZe Clan have found a new level in this playoff. So if Vitality want to beat them right here, they have to take a step up. They have to continue what we've seen so far in this playoff. But I hope we get a competitive map now. First 2 has been a little bit boring.
If I am in the huddle there, if I'm Apex, here's what I'm saying to the guys. We've got their number. We've had their number almost every time we played them. This is a really one-sided rivalry. We meet these guys all the time. And Carrigan might be a mastermind, but I know how to beat him. And that confidence compared to the pressure, you know, for that Carrigan, all that love, all that adoration.
Right.
You know, I do wonder. I think this is going to be a banger. I think this is going to bring the series to
all
life.
the adoration that is in this room. There's also a lot of people you can disappoint, Richard. And that's what comes with it. It's the price of the expectation. Thousands and thousands of people here waiting for you to qualify, looking at you fail if that were to happen. That is obviously going to play a role. I think both leaders at this stage probably mentally a little bit tired. This is extremely cumbersome, these maps. We're on map 3 coming in. What you need as well is a couple of free entry. And where is my man Flames at? We haven't even said his name the entire desk. We hyped him up prior to this matchup saying he delivered so many openings. He made the game lighter and easier on Apex because you don't have to go deep into your thoughts figuring out lake mounts. No, he's got the entries. We need to see Flames deliver a couple of those to make life easier for his captain. Pour son capitaine.
Indeed, formidable. Right, it's great working with you guys. You make it easy. Now we have to go over to other people that make it look easy. The excellent Scrawny and Launders.
Thanks so much, boys. And that's it. The stage is set. 2 championship level teams on the best decider map in history, Inferno.
Yeah, damn right. Things getting narrow between the 2. 1 map left. 2 great teams, both that could compete in grand finals, but only a spot for one of the 2. And that's where things get a little scary because we have to say farewell to one of them. Inevitably, somebody falls here on Inferno at the end of this road.
That's right. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know it's going to be big. So come on, Copenhagen! Give it all you've got! Inferno could be everything. So many storied series end on this map. Now in CS2, we'll see if there's continuity.
Warning, that's all it is. A little warning. Presence here, nice shot. Clean one from Mezzi, kicks it off. Pressure's hot though. We've got 2 Molotovs in sight. We've got ZywOo and Mezzi executing them all. Oh, it's a full house. It's a B site stacked to the brim with talent. Mezzi and ZywOo shut it down quick.
And they shut it down sharp, man. That was real nice from Mezzi in a very important moment. Here are those shots again. Let's relive it. P2K coming in. 180 flick on a dime. Beautiful with ZywOo. Vitality start off strong. Hot start on Nuke for FaZe Clan. Hot start from Vitality on Vertigo. And now 12 rounds away. Vitality. That's what they're telling themselves. Get the anti-eco. Get the machine going. Thing is, I feel like I have more questions about the players on Vitality than I do the players on FaZe. Yes, we saw a great map out of Vitality, but I don't want to see Mezzi and Flamesy carrying even Spinks over top of ZywOo. It would feel wrong if somehow they were able to pull this series out without him.
If he wants to contest with the greats, it's a hell of a map to do it. The time is nigh. ZywOo. Here's them rumbling forward. That's all good. Bomb dropped at his feet. Clean response from Rain. It's bomb reacquired, MP9 picked up, and a little bit of map control for FaZe to just keep Vitality on their toes. The threat of an instant short hit, well, that could have been enough to keep Mezzi back, but instead he's gonna get curious. Oh, he's gonna get frisky. Closer, he will go to the Tech-9s that all sit in place. A sea of FaZe's players ready to respond. And that picked up MP9 could be the golden ticket to just overwhelm this site. We have Apex on a P2000. What has happened to his gun?
Oh.
Spinks comes through.
What's happening? But
the
he's still
pistol at the
fragging.
very least will get the back of the head turned, but I mean, they've got such an edge. He hangs on for dear life. The assistance comes out from Flamesy. The deagle in the hands of Brokey. It's a reload needed in a high-octane spot. Apex, what is that?
I have no idea. I don't think he cares anymore. He's happy he got an upgrade. They can move on. A P2K inside a pit. A moment like that wouldn't be scary in a pug, a scrim, matchmaking game, even a group stage game, whatever. We're here in major semifinals.
On a decider map,
On a decider map, no less. Yeah, like every mistake will be amplified. These are all these rounds obviously will be remembered more than any others that happened in this series, but they survive.
Not only all that context, but with FaZe barreling towards your A bomb site, picking up guns as they come running in, swinging with the M4s. It's nice to see a rifle in the hands of the Capitan and a nade that goes down deep. It's an easy second. Making sure to keep FaZe at a good distance. Little peek out from Boiler, gets Robson opening. ZywOo dead, but that's fine. There's layers here for Vitality.
Oh, Mezzy's attacking on 3 prongs right now. He's got balcony. He'll be rotating around through Arch. He's been very fluid. He was over in the B site. Kerrigan alone. And, you know, ironically, this might be a map where ZywOo does well because he doesn't have the ob. He hasn't been doing that a lot, and Inferno was one of the first maps where you saw him drop it almost completely for entire games. CT side, of course, it's more surprising. T side, you almost never see it, so there's actually some comfort there, I think, for someone like him who it feels like is trying to shed that skin in CS2. I can't remember what event it was, but there was the quote from him saying, you've got to find new ways to play. You know, whether he meant with the op or without it, he has looked for them.
One thing we have yet to mention all series long, the head-to-head between Vitality and FaZe is so incredibly skewed. And within that, as of late, the grand finals they have played against each other in the past, lopsided to Vitality's favor.
Oh, and he does get it.
When FaZe put forth a new flavor back on Nuke, we think to ourselves, here we go, the curse is broken. It's on home turf that Kerrigan will get past this hurdle that is Apex. But after Vertigo's statement, after this 3-round T-side start, and after a 5v4 has been queued up in the first gun round, the question remains if FaZe and if Kerrigan can truly get one over Apex and his men.
Apex loses his primary soldier here to take over banana control. It'll get used against him. FaZe know what to do with the space. We still have Bracket's presence in for Vitality. Questions as to where that bomb will go. But as you can see, congregation of the T's now.
Oh, okay, Rain.
Oh, at 40 seconds, they go for the re-clear on mid. They don't see anything. All the CTs now attracted.
Nice. Opens up the rotate. Apex dodging the flash. Going through it with support. Whoa! Gets himself the double. Almost the third. Recovered. Frozen in. Trading places. And reopening the possibility of a B-site collapse. But it is Mezzy to silently encroach, and he already gets through smoke. Now he's got the vision, but what he doesn't have is anybody to help him. Tree is occupied. Frozen makes the play.
Wow.
And that's what they're looking for. 4K from Frozen, the newest piece of FaZe puts up.
Absolutely. That is the kind of play you would get from Twist in a spot like that. Nowhere to go, everywhere to aim, and locking down 3 kills. Frozen with the perfect spray transfer on top of the opener and the closer in this round. All to deny this perfect flash transposition from ZywOo to Apex on what felt like the ideal timing.
And Apex nearly getting that third. Player close on smoke, takes a ton of damage. Frozen upends it in FaZe. That's what we want, right? For the sake of this head-to-head.
Yeah.
For the glory and the greatness.
They used ZywOo's play on Banana with Frozen as the tip of the spear. This time, pairing with a perfect flash, taking out Flamesy. And they need to deal with his confidence because he will be coming forward on Banana constantly.
One thing we really have yet to see in this series is a strong back and forth. Slowly but surely, the makings of an excellent map 3. Thank goodness Inferno makes a little comeback. Even at the start of the major, we weren't talking about this map.
You know, a match like this quells any questions I have personally about Mezzy in pressured situations. I mean, of course, lifting trophies, but still, if you've been watching every single game, you do see moments where you could use a little bit more from him.
Sure.
And of course, the big games are what it's all about when you're playing for a team like Vitality, but here, on this big stage, the way he started out this map, the way that he looked on Vertigo, I mean, you were just seeing him grow and prosper. And he was somebody who, when Henry had picked him up to join Cloud9, had the best reviews you could ask for. Somebody who knew every nade, who was great to play with, who brought no ego to the team, and was incredibly malleable. And at that level could be a star player. Coming into Vitality, he knows he's not going to be, but he still needs to fit in and be a star in his role.
I like Maniac's take back on the desk before the game went live, saying that Apex is maybe putting him in a position where he has to take up responsibilities, do interviews, step forth, not just taking a backseat at the table.
Apex has dealt with so many soldiers in his life. He played with Masuda, who he said was somebody who was very good at sort of following instruction, but never would take the liberties and have the autonomy to make plays happen for himself and for the team. And that's sort of what he wants. You know, when he talks, whenever we hear Apex talk about one of his in case you were wondering.
I haven't seen this strat before.
Yeah, this is new. The highest level Counter-Strike only comes out here on the major stage. But whenever we've heard Apex talk about his teammates, it's always been in that context of how much can they do for us and how much can we set them up to do that or feel like they can take those risks. And I think in the past, sometimes he's been let down, or at least feels that way. Even being as honest to say to ZywOo, you know, during a tough spot at a major, and I can't remember which one it was, but to say, without you, we can't do this. Simply put, you are the player we need. And whether or not it was that line that worked perfectly, well, Vitality obviously made a run off of that. Attack pause here for Vitality. And yes, ZywOo will be opping. And again, you're not always going to see this. So early on in the half, buying it for himself, not even taking it from his opponents, because you're not going to see that as often from the T side, even if it's FaZe. That's what you want to see from ZywOo, man. You want to see him on the op as much as possible. He's cursed with a gift of greatness. You need to give him the best gun and he needs to deliver with it.
He'll try it right here, right now, but met by pressure. Ooh, through smoke, huh? Oh, not this time, Frozen.
It was a handoff. ZywOo with a warning shot.
Ton of damage, though. God damn. Look at the HP for the 3 CTs that are.
Wait, what? He got both?
What kind of snap did that have to be? Oh, cue it up. Stick it on the highlight reel because that looked like it had to have been a teammate.
Yeah, that's a backbreaker. Wow. That was nice. Off the porch. 2K opens up the round. It's literally the kill that makes the round right there. All rotations are stopped. ZywOo gets in a much better spot if he doesn't get that second kill. It has to be to the dome instantly from Brokey on his off weapon.
Foot in the door, folks. FaZe convert. Extended pause, fast pace, right into it. And that's with, remember, man disadvantage. And it's not as though they took over the players who had low health. That was just barreling towards brackets, swarming into the A site, and I'm sure we're about to see it. Something phenomenal from Brokey.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, that's something that where Vitality have a great round otherwise. It looks perfect. They have the exact reaction to FaZe going quickly up bracket after taking space on Banana.
So what was it?
That's what FaZe needed. we could definitely get to the end of this game. 24 rounds, overtime, second overtime. It's Inferno. Every clutch is going to add up. Every spray transfer too.
They're going to keep things active. Flamesy, one of the right into it. That's what we need, right? If you're working with lesser pieces, get them active.
Zywoo or Zeus, he was in the clouds for that one.
It's Flamesy on one half, Zywoo on the other, and instant transition onto Arch side as well. But at the same time that he departs, in those mere seconds that there are not eyes on mid, Rain has slipped forward. Now he hears that departure.
Actually, this is massive.
He heard them ran, and Mezzy's just got the pistol. Rain, he slips into the A site with perfect timing, and that is audio offered by Zywoo. Smoke grenade bounces on Moto. They're going to emphasize a fast, short hit. And Zywoo comes through, lands his shot, but dies. Brokey's AK looking sharp, Spinks. It's just a pistol. What can you really ask of it? Flamesy started it, and he's not going to be able to end it. Apex into the bomb site down. FaZe tie early.
Uh-oh, that's a lot of magic coming out of FaZe. That's a lot of X factor. A lot of options there, a lot of moments where Vitality could have won. Any one extra kill in that situation, you don't want to overanalyze that spot. That comes down to the frags. Rain should have died 3 times over. And Zywoo did damage through the box, but no kill.
Good reaction time out of Rain.
Oh yeah.
Good fake from Brokey, gets hands on gun. Secures that third one for this FaZe T side. But that was, again, lesser weapons.
The last time it felt like FaZe could not beat Vitality in a grand final. They played on Inferno. It was Kerrigan to go for what looked like haphazard arch wraps over and over again. He was pushing through smokes to try to catch Zywoo off. Zywoo was obviously in perfect form, and even though he got a couple of rounds that way, Vitality ended up winning the game and learning from their mistakes quickly. We are still seeing moments like that now with this top back control, with Rain trying to peek into Arch on early timings. That's something that's special that FaZe do on this map versus Vitality exclusively.
Again, we get the triple bracket set up. Again, we're going to get the B-site players leaning back. Those early smokes took control of Banana with ease, right? We've seen fights queued up. We've seen Frozen fall and fire. This time, FaZe don't have to pay much for control of Banana, an essential piece of this map to go barreling into the B play with more util over top. Nate to pop the smoke as the reload comes out from Apex. This is not ideal. Now they've been relegated into the back of the site. The crossfire's been denied, but the flank is fast. The trade is quick. The box is occupied, and it catches them off. Flames, great coverage, but there's the difference. There's the FaZe clan. And yet here comes Mezzy. A flash attempt denied. It's going to take more than that. A nade destined for Brokey to soften him up, and half his health is gone. He's got a smoke still to play with. And at the moment, he's got these 2Ts sectioned off. Does he use his smoke to block Kerrigan like Coffin was just obscured? Or he decides to go forward, but he steps into the water. Audio made. He gets close. What? It's a nice clean headshot. King Mezzy looking for the clutch, onto the bomb. Kerrigan goes out, sprays away. Mezzy, oh, it's so long. It's a 10-second stick, and he's not gonna get it over this line.
Oh, Kerrigan had to use everything in the kitchen sink, but he had the time to do it. No defuse kit means no round one. Another unbelievable moment that leans the way of FaZe. That was a great show of power, though. That was something, again, that's been impressive about Mezzy. It was a great attempt, but now it's FaZe in the lead. If you could explain how FaZe did this, you could explain their whole careers. That's the deal. You go up against FaZe, you got to be ready for this round, these kinds of rounds.
Oh, okay. Apex is.
Maybe bring some of your own.
Keeps it clean with the P250. Pistols in all possible pockets. Props with helping hands in apps, but they do forego control of it.
This is one of the most terrifying and unnerving situations for a T team, to go down 5v4 versus Pistols on a map where you could win 5v5. Picking the site can be picking the site blind. They don't even have the ability to scout safely. They don't know what crevices the CTs have shoved themselves into, where they're finding evidence of the attack coming forward. But still, the time bleeds down and a decision must be made.
Yeah, but that decision could lead them into some choppy waters. ZywOo with a scout. We want that X factor. We demand it of him. Big conversations with his name in it all the time.
Oh, there's...
And yet on the big stage, it just feels off. And right now, they're gonna have to maybe press in through smoke with Pistols again in the right positions. Can they support ZywOo? No. Kerrigan, 2 backs turned, made easy. Desert Eagle here from FaZe, just off the mark, but only Kerrigan left. Not enough. Pistols in all possible pockets.
Wow, they locked off the back exit, came down to 40 seconds, knew it was coming into the B site, put everyone in a good position. And even though FaZe thought they were getting out of another tight spot, more Vitality players showed up and they realized what they were doing was obvious. Vitality knew the whole time, and they show us an X Factor round back to keep this game as competitive as possible. Winner of this map goes to Grand Finals. And that thought creeps into your mind more when you're in the lead than when you're losing.
All starts with the P250. Inside of the site now, Apex dies with no second kill. It's this FaZe Desert Eagle. Boom, just like that, Kerrigan. It's a gut punch that just knocks it over. And playing on the skinny pillar, ZywOo nicely done from backside with the scout, also throws one in the mix.
And FaZe shows a lot of confidence playing B. He's played it his whole career.
Brokey going combat mode. Oh, it's fast.
That's a bit of ZywOo once again. They're using his own plays against him. Quick one from Brokey.
Vitality show us a flash of FaZe winning in the force in the round prior, but Brokey comes right at it. Apex from P250 entry up into what was Mantis advantage.
He's clever and creative and knows all the nuances. FaZe brings this back a little bit. What we've seen in these moments is immediately FaZe seeking out different map control, going for top brackets quickly. And they're looking to elicit a reaction here. But we've got Messi on his trusted balcony. Usual spots from both squads.
It's a dangerous game right now on the B site.
Oh, is there a gap that Kerrigan can find with the way that FaZe rotates? That's the question I think he's asking himself.
I dare you. Oh! Through the smoke with no bomb, but no problem. It's gonna go sprinting down middle. Robs is here to keep the rotation off the heels of Brokey with the bomb.
He could see him in his mind's eye. Punish the fallback.
Who other than Kerrigan to take it into his own hands, to slip forward into what was a great recovery out of FaZe just seconds sooner.
Wow.
And with that, he cues up the 5v4 lead.
Yeah. He never fails to impress in moments like that. He could have lost, but FaZe could have lost a round if he didn't make a move like that.
I just think Kerrigan is so good at understanding risk. Yes, you could have walked through that smoke. Yes, you could have died straight up to FaZe. But the rest of the team has abs control, the bomb in possession, and is ready to hit A.
Absolutely. And when it comes to nerves, Kerrigan proved at Antwerp in the Grand Finals on Inferno, where he quashed them completely. You know, where he showed he could play his best until the very end. And he started off this game slow, but he's back to it. I think it was 0-4, now 6-6.
A man of the people.
That's right.
There's no denying, Kerrigan plays games.
He was winking directly at me. That's how we all feel.
Brokey, that's super quick entry, already with a smoke on the fallback too. The same smoke Frozen gets caught out in, but that's the kill that reopens the round.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. Kerrigan killing FaZe. puts FaZe in the lead.
Yeah, that was both teams disguising their intentions. Flamesy finding a piece, but Kerrigan getting the last word. You can make 10 right moves in a row. One mistake and the round is over.
Spinks just going for a nibble. Doesn't want to take the chance, and that doesn't just pull him back, but the second apartment's players too. So even just any presence inside apps seems like Vitality don't want to run the risk.
They have been extremely timid here. Now we can see the conditioning coming in on the map. But Vitality have done a good job of not actually responding to it. They are sticking to their guns on these setups.
Ooh, good. Oh, nope, never mind. Goes deeper. So Spinks can hang on for now. ZywOo's got eyes from above. Dodging flashes. First kills to the CT's Rain. Can't recover both. Support here for the defense. Both sides of brackets.
But it activates the attack. Flamesy up to the plate.
Again, he will be tested. Again, he could hold his nerve, or he could be the reason this B site falls to the feet of FaZe. That Opper's coming hunting. And Frozen comes out from smoke. Flamesy gets the glance. Frozen gets the headshot. Nice spam out of the smoke. Brokey, there's the warning shot, but it's also an invitation. Apex over top. Stuffs them back inside the coffins, and we go tied 5-all.
That's again, they tried to go for the backers control. I think it's Kerrigan expecting to get this space back at this point in the round. Trying to condition Vitality. Apex not responding. Playing aggressively in brackets. Perfect setup to deny any trades versus what they were trying to do. Get in and out. Clear out 2 Ts, clear out 2 CTs, get back to their B site attack. Vitality were able to whiff punish in that setup. And even though it could have come close to the B site, they had so much material left over, they could take some risks, chasing down Brokey inside the site, denying a plant. FaZe now left with no funds.
Again, they want this fight, huh? You're not going to find anybody tucked in corners. Total forfeiture of Banana this round out of FaZe. And we just saw a rock-solid defense on the brackets control out of Vitality. So if you think getting funneled into this A site is going to be your solution, there could very well be problems ahead.
It is, yes. But when we see what's taking place.
Galil in the middle of the pack. Excellent flashbang. ZywOo's nade finds him. That was a critical juncture. Spinks empty-handed falls. And they have to ask themselves, do we have enough to force this retake, or have FaZe done it again?
It's too much of an investment, the op, right? How can they even mobilize it in the situation? There's no molly for inside the site.
That's it?
They will leave.
That's all?
FaZe with a perfect call to meet a perfect setup from the last round of Vitality. That top bracket control on the rifle round was spectacular, but met by FaZe, who find an opportunity to jump out halls when there's no pit players.
We've talked about ZywOo's absence and Flamesy being on at times, but he who picked up all the slack has been Spinks.
Yes, and Spinks was the player deciding to play retake on Arch. Had to get 2 frags, couldn't get a single one. They get a haul safely, and again, that comes down to the call, right? They were anticipating a heavy brackets presence. If there's a heavy brackets presence, you don't have 6 players. You can't just be playing pit and bracket at the same time. So that's a good one from Kerrigan to answer back. This is definitely a battle of the minds right now, and it's hard to tell who's winning. Scoreline will dictate the narrative. A second timeout called here for Vitality. As we wade now into waters unknown, what is the next move?
So hard to get a read as to what will work or what won't, because it feels like both bomb sites have been successfully defended and taken over.
100%. We've seen it all.
And I think this really screams the depth that Inferno has for both these teams, in contrast to what we got back on Vertigo, where FaZe looks so lopsided.
And this flash, obviously. No chance to fight back for Mezzy.
And unfortunately, that's the crack in the A defense. That's Spinks showing shakiness as he sits 3-7 in a critical moment of this series, in the biggest moment of Vitality's major.
Yeah, it must be said. You can have a great map 1, but when you get to map 3, you got to be every bit as good.
Final round of a T-side you know FaZe can be proud of.
And this is one that anything can go. I don't know what's a bad idea in this situation. It's just going to come down to what gamble does he think that Apex took in terms of how they're stacking up. You know, they don't play vanilla setups where they play one on every choke point and hold.
This time it's an entirely absent Arch side. It's been a real consistency in having CTs on top of this porch.
But this can counter some of the default control because you can see over top of an Arch smoke in case there is going to be a lurk. Looks like they go back to draw on some new grenades as we pass the minute mark. A slow burn on this round. FaZe trying to build the pressure.
Rain sensing this presence. If anybody knows wallbangs and lineups, it's gotta be Rain. King of the cave on Ancient. Here's that util pressure that's gonna keep the CTs looking towards mid. Mezzy with the first one, but it's all about the setup of Spinks.
Oh!
Empty-handed again.
A perfect pre-aim.
Apex at bat. Clotheslines Rain on the approach. Second kill could be had. Oh, and sure enough, he does enough. 2 kills for him, 2 up for FaZe. And 2 stand on the other side. Flames and ZywOo demanded of them this retake.
They'll have to go for it, and they might need to win it.
Right now, they are working with a kit on ZywOo, but that means the Opper's hands could be busy. And Rops is going to take an angle that could very well catch them off. There's a little bit of distance between the CTs. Flamesy, first contact dead. And we've got ZywOo with no trade. We've got FaZe with no problems, because a 7-round T-side is nothing to scoff at.
That's right, that's right. A wax stamp on the round here from Rops once again at the end of a half. One of these teams going to grand finals, and both proving they deserve to be there. This game is shaping up to be as close as it can get. And thank you so much, Copenhagen, for being with us.
Clearing of top porch, very nicely done. You think maybe that Spinks setup is what gets him in with a kill, but back-to-back empty-handed moments there for Spinks. Back-to-back feels like too much.
Oh, we got the gears turning here for Vitality. There have been some investments. We don't know how light FaZe go into this second pistol.
Utility for Apex, smoke additionally. A lot of util here for this T side. Some kind of execute clearly getting set up in this one.
Big time. Well, let's see if they set up, and there's almost no reason to not sort of spend at least some portion of the time looking for flanks, because the map control is actually easy to come by time-wise. But it also allows for openings from the CTs who are getting frisky.
Kerrigan, this is such a committed position. He's not getting out of here now.
It can be all or nothing.
He is so committed. He is all in on it. Back turn to him. Crossfire's there, and now he gets out. Oh, with the flashbang. It interrupts them. It puts Frozen in a spot to try and take another, but nope. Smoke there, all is good. They've contained control of Banana with a double man advantage. All that utility, all of that execute, everything Vitality wanted to throw in this pistol, and now it is down to a double molly, 1 flash. But isn't that the perfect solution for what this CT side is holding on to?
Comes down to where they land.
And looky.
Oh.
Apex may be off the mark, but the second one lands on top of them. It gets them to move, but it also forces them into the fight. And if Frozen's hitting hard like this, no problem. A slaughter on the top of Banana yet again, and a FaZe that shows no sign of slowing down.
What FaZe showed us in quarters was unbelievable. And again, they're here looking for round 2. Vitality powered up after destroying Cloud9 in the most one-sided quarter that we've seen. And after Vertigo, you thought, okay, maybe they just had to shake the nerves off on map 1. They're back to it, but look at FaZe in the lead.
It's a beautiful thing to see. Frozen and Kerrigan working in tandem after years of being apart. waiting for his call up and being put in a bomb site with the leader he believes in more than anybody else. And that confidence is going to start to spill over as there is so little here for Vitality to offer.
Right now, there are no superheroes on Vitality. No one is wearing a cape. No one is doing what Spinks brought to Vitality on Nuke.
ZywOo's got kills, but it's not enough. It is not world class. It is not game defining. Rain, easy does it. Not gonna get anything going here towards brackets. It's a drive-by Glock frag, but it's all false hope here for Vitality.
Wow.
FaZe are simply 4 rounds from grand finals.
Yeah. The pieces are falling into place. They might be able to hit cruise control soon. That would be Vitality's worst nightmare. We've seen great players crumble on this stage in quarters already. It was surprising every time it happened, whether it was the Spirit players, the Cloud9 players, whoever. Vitality would be the most surprising after surviving that test initially. But at what point won't we be surprised? Don't let FaZe in playoffs.
Guns up to try and make a difference, but Mezzi already shattered. 41 HP off of the frag. Had a flashbang here to set up Kerrigan. Now he is feeling it, and he will take over control, and with that, decide what's next. Fast rush! We've got T's barreling up short side. A sudden test of the A defense from FaZe.
Yeah, but
they don't panic.
Yeah, Apex is just so far ahead of everything at the moment, but he gets his kill.
That's why.
That's key.
Taking it into his own hands. Oh, but frozen right before smoke pops. Sends one through, and Brokey could slip in between the two that's left of Vitality. ZywOo cut down.
He can hear him. The echo of the footsteps inside of Hall. Spinks now needs this.
He's
1
lucky.
on 3. They know where he is.
He's lucky that bomb fell down on top of him. CT's molly themselves and then put it out. He sees the one slip, but he's blind. FaZe may lose their bomb site, but it doesn't feel like they're going to lose this semifinals.
It's just too perfect from FaZe Clan. It might be too much to bear.
I like the tempo. I like the pace. It's a risk from Apex. He takes it into his own hands, but he did deliver. ZywOo had to get the opening to cross.
That was Apex's X-Factor kill. Where was ZywOo's? You know, where was it in that moment when he pre-aimed Brokey knowing that he would be held? Where's that first bullet headshot that you need from him? FaZe have got those in spades. Moments coming out of Apex, who is now at the top of the board.
Their last tack.
One last chance to talk. They're basically in a position to try to fend off overtime at best.
To be in that team speak right now?
Oh, it might be quiet.
With Apex? I don't think so.
True.
He's got to be fierce with his leadership. He's got to fire up these players. We know what Spinks is capable of, but right now we're getting nothing from him. 3 kills deep, 15 rounds into map 3.
He's meant to be the electronic to ZywOo Simple.
And we start to see more and more confident moves coming out of the CTs. Pressure from FaZe as they have placed Rain in an excellent jackknife position. If they walk up here, he's gonna catch him. Mezzi head turned and dead. And Rain running for the escape, but Spinks will respond. Finally, it's something. There's also an opening. A chance to wrap around this A site to put pressure onto Rops, who's just able to get into the pit. Brokey caught, no support, unless Kerrigan has to come in. It is a clean sweep.
Yeah, that's a full court punish here from Vitality. One they needed, 4 alive, as they win the full rifle.
It's an answer.
It is. And it's not small either. FaZe still don't have tons of money. They'll have another buy, but
and a parallel between the round prior with Apex getting aggressive on short. This was a fast transition from Vitality into that A hit.
Off the tack as well.
So tempo on A is now the red flag we raise for FaZe.
but you don't win a game on half the map, especially not on a comeback of this size. If they had to trip over the finish line and only needed 2 or 3 rounds, they could dress up this play differently and do it over and over again, but being this far away means Apex is going to show us a deep playbook or fail trying. There is no way he's going to be able to get away with that every single time. Got to be so impressed with Frozen and his integration, and of course you want to give credit to Kerrigan for being able to do that, and you can thank their past experience for accelerating that process, and the fact that FaZe have found finals already with him has already been impressive, but being in finals and actually winning are 2 different games. And Vitality, the last 2 times they met, they were the champions. They're the ones that ended the quote-unquote FaZe era as close as they made it in the winter.
Honestly, though, you do catch 2 CTs a little off guard, right? The apartments kill, Rain not thinking Spinks would look over stairs. And then Flamesy getting the better of the rotate and library as he had nades in hand. You put guns up for FaZe, they have been hitting. And plenty of more guns where the previous ones came from. It's another buy out of FaZe, but it's all they've got on this one. Vitality win this back-to-back round, this game's back on.
That's true. I think they know that too. And I think that calls for a slower paced round, because even if they grind down 3 or more players for FaZe, they keep that money fickle.
Whoa, they're ready.
Oh, big one.
Whole pack of players ready to charge, and they're not going to stop. Kerrigan, the MP9, not enough to get the multi-frag. Rain challenged. ZywOo goes over top, but he didn't get a chance to gun him down, so it's just the 1-man advantage, and that 1 man hangs on to 17 health.
We're talking about 2 players on the other side of the world.
The nades that were left here. Oh, he uses it wonderfully.
What? And now the CTs, surely they're going to try to join in.
They're still not moving.
Oh my God, they're not even going to think about it.
Even with that.
I don't know, Rob's had a full kit of utility. They just were having no thought of going for this situation. Vitality win a very important round. I think that FaZe know, though, if they lost every player on this round, that can be the save to follow. That can be the save after that. So it's an economical choice. Not the sexiest, not what you want to see in the situation, but definitely might be the wisest. Now, if they were closer and you play that retake over and over again, there's definitely a world where FaZe win it.
Not just that. If ZywOo's not planting behind the Fountain's pillar and that smoke gets popped open, I'm telling you, Rain's not shooting at the player by his side.
And that's the thing about planting Grill now, because you can break open those smokes. So people are actually planting there obviously quite often. So somehow a win for both teams. I mean, FaZe don't lose more than 3 players. They can sustain to buy again. Vitality get their round and 2 straight to stabilize their own economy, build up a little bit of a nest egg on their side. 3-round game. And things get interesting once again. Look at Frozen. CZ in hand. Kerrigan, just a pistol.
Couple instances of real aggression from FaZe down Banana. Kerrigan's going to try again. But, I mean, what are you expecting?
Yeah.
Hoping that nobody's in that corner, that he can just slip into one of those spots on his own.
I gotta say, Vitality have done a really great job in this series so far of rounds like this, where they don't have that many guns to work with, of making it feel like a full rifle. Setting up ZywOo for an opening kill. They've won with 1 gun. Flamesy as well, they've done that too. FaZe Clan are setting a trap over on the A site, but it doesn't look like Vitality or they themselves going to run into it. Thought we were going to see more money to buy on everybody, but FaZe will be perfectly happy to carry the guns forward again.
Of course, right? You keep that 3-player pack kerneled towards the A site. If the fight comes to you, you've got your best bet. But okay, a peek down middle, and you've now lost one of those weapons for good.
Yes, yes. They try to play this one as safely as possible, but now they're down to 2.
A costly glimpse down middle.
Now, this is one of the situations where your KPR as a lurker is
let
actually
Spinks
relevant.
hunt.
Yeah.
Let him go. That's 2 weapons now dropped out of Spinks. They're not round-winning kills, but they come with impact.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's... Oh, man. Everyone down here for FaZe Clan. It was 5-10 for a second.
Not to mention, you know, you've set up this entire round. Kerrigan pushes down Banana with a P250. Why? Because you want to keep your 3 rifles for the follow-up, and you still end up losing them. They could have taken a chance. They could have ran a risk, and instead, that round looks so much flatter.
In terms of creativity on the low buys, you got to give it to Vitality. They have come up with some good ones and actually converted.
And they hunt them down.
And in a hurry, we are at a 2-round game, and because there's no op save, there will be no op bot here from FaZe Clan. Barely enough money to operate.
Apex just stares at the flames. The next wave sprints. No!
Oh my God. Alive with 2 HP.
What is that?
He almost got let down on that one. Still low.
He's still doomed. He's destined for death. Frozen's not going to let him get out of there. There's no recovering. Not this time.
Wow, the spray transfer from Frozen. Through the smoke. 3 down for Vitality. Not even at a minute.
This consistency in the banana pressure, right? From P250 on Kerrigan to 2 players applying it. A rebuy in the hands of FaZe, and it nets them 11. Worry not, Vitality. Tons of money still to play. The nature of their round wins have given them a bank account to play with.
Yeah, they weren't just scraping by. It wasn't clutches that got them to this point of the 3-round streak.
And is it enough money to run the risk? No. Or is it?
Oh my God.
They've got Frozen and Kerrigan to deal with.
Surely they're just humoring them.
2 players who have set up great defenses for this B site. Now that Zywoo's softened, you'd think surely not.
Wait, he got a kill?
But his Tech 9 comes in regardless, and it's Kerrigan sat back waiting for their arrival.
Okay, I guess worried about trying to save on Banana. Thought their exit was blocked off. I don't know, but they lose an op and a rifle.
Get the hell out of here.
For 1 kill. Now, of course, there's still some money left for Vitality to make this interesting, but it's FaZe from a power position in the lead.
Let's fucking go! Let's go!
Boy, oh boy. What a treat we have in front of us. Vitality, FaZe.
This has been specifically Frozen's team right? In these finals going up against FaZe. And even though it's only the semi now, this is what's kept him out of getting his first trophy on FaZe Clan.
Speaking of first trophies, Kerrigan in Denmark. Every time he steps forward in the Royal Arena, the whole team talks about how much he wants it, how much it means to him. And this would be another chance to take it down in another grand finals, but it's been so elusive.
So elusive for almost all Danes, honestly. So the curse of support on it, maybe. It's the Danish teams who have stood up to the adversity of crowds around the world, but when they've come to play in front of their own, have definitely struggled.
That is very true, but it is also safe to say that I have not seen this many Danes in the Royal Arena. And as we get late into this third map, I ask you, the world is watching. Copenhagen, make some noise!
Yeah, let's turn it up.
Counter-Strike at its finest. FaZe rounds away. And Vitality, a great challenger. What's going to look different? What's going to be the pace? Because when we've seen those rapid hits towards A, those are the two things that ended up working for Vitality's T side. That quick switch.
Vitality have found some pretty good duels. It hasn't really been major mistakes. It's been a cascade of smaller ones that have cost them good positions. Getting B is huge for FaZe.
Great flash, but he doesn't clear. And then they get flashed right back. It's a turnaround, but still the trade. Numbers here for FaZe nets them this 4v4 at an instantaneous fallback.
He had a window of opportunity right there. And look at the CT shuffle right now. As we cross the minute, they seem to be worried about something.
That fast A hit.
Wait.
That's what they're worried about, the quick transition. Anytime something goes poorly, it's usually Apex moving into A, so Kerrigan puts pieces ahead of the hit.
It's a great read.
He's reading it wonderfully.
Of
But right there on the brim of mid goes swinging Rain into Apex's crosshair.
But there's still more support.
They're back to back. It's Brokey and Robs holding on to short. A perfect dodge. They trickle down into the pit, and the Opera only stops the one. Robs with the glance down mid, trying to catch some kind of movement. He will!
Oh.
Again, it is Zywu with nothing as he falls, crossing out from Ab.
Oh.
Apex is dead, and Flames with 2 kills ahead. That's nothing!
Oh, Robs and Porch, name a better duo. Another major moment from him. Oh, amazing to see those plays. That is gut-wrenching for Vitality. A perfect setup, but the rotation call to go to the A site was beautiful from Finn. He was responsible, he was correct. And even though they came out of halls and there were no pit players, that's right, Kerrigan.
He knows.
He knows.
Back to the action, fast and with the pace. Kerrigan barreling forward, smoke indicates all he needs. Knives out, gonna cost him. Gun goes dry, Frozen again. It is bodies lined up at the base of Banana.
And FaZe were never able to beat Vitality in these finals.
Yeah.
But with Frozen,
yes,
maybe there is a little bit more clay.
This B site's been so solid. They've had to dig so deep. And with Kerrigan watching on from the wayside, the 3rd major grand finals for him and Rain queued up. All you have to do is stop the French Foreign Legion. Flamesy, Spinks crawling back towards mid. And Brokey, who stood up in the round prior, cheered with all his heart, is here with Op, and still he remains patient. Map, match, and a grand finals point. But with that hesitation over towards A comes this slow movement back. 2 smokes to block things off, 2 flashes to get them in, no Molotov to disrupt these positionings. It is Frozen and Rain to anchor. It is Frozen and Rain to keep FaZe this close, to punch that ticket to grand finals. We get the climb over top and a clean headshot, but Rain always stoic. And if you let your guard down, if you do that, you'll die. Look at it. Bask in the glory of the FaZe clan. The founding fathers of CS2 signed Vitality's death certificate. They lock in grand finals.
The 2nd team to beat Spirit this year. And finally, revenge over Vitality. Denying them a 2nd chance to win a repeat major. FaZe in grand finals.
To dispatch of tournament favorites in the opening game, to be this continuous boogeyman that is the playoffs for all up-and-comers, and for Kerrigan to yet again get a chance in the Royal Arena. Another major on the line, and to do it in front of a crowd that chants his name, that cheers for his team. Heartbreak on the other side. Has to be said. Great back and forth between Apex and Kerrigan throughout this 3rd map. And we see a little weakness. It can't be understated. That Vertigo game was flat. FaZe are not perfection, but they are, unarguably, grand finalists.
FaZe are your first team through to the grand finals. It's taken a couple more majors to get back to this spot, but you've done it again.
I mean, focus on next game. But listen to this. I never thought I would get so much crowd in Denmark. I always thought Astralis would destroy everything, but here I am, and whole Royal Arena is behind me. It's insane. Thank you, guys.
Now, Kerrigan, this game, well, Nuke, you get it, despite having struggled even against them before, right, when you faced off against Vitality. So that's a positive. But then Vertigo, maybe not quite ready for that.
I think Rain saw a few B executes. So I think we could have adapted more, but I have to give credit to Vitality. They had a great game plan on that map, and they were one step ahead, and Apex outcalled me on that map. But I feel like Nuke and Inferno is really strong match for us, right? And we showcased that, and I'm super proud that we can play 7 maps. It is crazy.
And what do you put that down to? Why are you now at least able to play, maybe not win all the time, but play 7 maps? What's the change?
We knew coming into this major, our biggest rivals on paper were Spirit and Vitality, and Na'Vi and other teams. So why not play Vertigo? We will see. I don't know who we face in the final, but now you never know what map you're banning.
And that's it, right? You've got it in your wheelhouse now, and you're in other teams' heads for sure. But what does this feel like in the team? What is the vibe you're getting right now?
If you see how we're losing T rounds on Nuke, we are just resetting. We lost, I think we lost against 2 Egos on the T side, and we lost 3 rounds. But nobody's upset. Nobody is angry. We just keep focused on next game, next round, and that's why we are so far now. So we need to stay humble. Whoever we face in the final, I'm just looking forward to blow this roof off in Royal Arena tomorrow.
And I'm damn sure they will do that, because this is incredible. But I have to ask you, on the first day before we got to playoffs, you told me, don't have any pressure here. I mean, pushing through smokes. We did see you push some smokes as well. But did you feel some pressure in this game?
No, not at all. I think obviously Inferno, I feel very comfortable. When I kind of got a little back down on our CT side, I just tried to focus. I've been in so many games, so many finals. I know that once the thoughts come, it's just another wave like in the ocean. Just let it go and just keep focusing on what's next. And I have a lot of experience after all. I've played this game for 20 years, so I know that I need to focus on the positive, and that's what I'm doing for tomorrow.
And that's what it's all about, the positives, and you always find them. But how do you not overthink so many of these situations? Because you do have all these experience, you've gone through so many different situations.
I think overthinking is basically making sure that you are never in the zone. If you just think about the moment you're in, focus on the frag, focus on the flashbang for a teammate, you don't get a chance to overthink. I've been overthinking a lot of my career, but the last few years, it's all about enjoying what we're doing and what we are creating, and that's what I'm doing here all the time.
Well, you've done it. You've made yourself into the major grand final here in Copenhagen. Royal Arena, let me hear you make some noise for Carrigan and FaZe Clan!
Yes, such amazing scenes. Carrigan has done it again, getting his flowers for the first time here in the Royal Arena, and I love it. He's one of my Counter-Strike heroes. I hope he stays grounded, because, you know, tomorrow, it's not just a date with a final, it's a date with destiny. I think if they go on to win this tournament, he is the GOAT. He'd be my GOAT.
And who would I be to debate you, honestly?
Yeah.
Listen, I have an unlimited amount of respect for Carrigan, and yet he finds ways to improve that respect. It's crazy what he was able to do on that map of Inferno. So many rounds on the knife's edge, so many decisions that made or broke situation. He had the right call, he had the moments, he had the vision, he had the nerves. This is a very hurtful loss for Vitality, and the other side of the coin is an incredible performance for FaZe.
If anything, I also want to give all the credit in the world to Carrigan. Obviously, you know, being inside this arena, playing in front of 14,000 people, cheering his name and hyping him up. Even more so, Vitality as a team, you know, couldn't match the team of FaZe Clan. That's my main takeaway from this one as well. FaZe Clan in this game showed up as a team. Not a single player went missing. Everyone showed up. Everyone had their moment. You can give as much credit you want to in terms of Carrigan's performance, Carrigan's calling, but every single player from FaZe Clan showed up throughout this matchup, and that's what makes a winning team.
I mean, I agree with you. It's across the board, and of course we give a lot of praise to Carrigan because he's the captain, but I really think that there is a philosophy of remaining calm in moments that are uncertain, moments moments that are chaotic. We were on the seats, on the edge of our seats, whether so many times, and you can feel the calmness on FaZe's crosshair, and it absolutely struck true. I am flabbergasted.
Yeah, well, look, we'll talk about the game in just a moment. We go back to the stage where Banks has Apex.
Thank you, Richard. Guys, give him a big round of applause for standing here and doing this. It's not easy, Dan, it never is. But you guys fought the whole way through. You fought through some crazy circumstances. I just want to first ask about this series against FaZe. Did it feel like you were looking so comfortable when you saw this Veto go down?
Well, yeah, I think that Inferno, we had so many great moments that we should have converted, and we lost most of them. I think there were a lot of miscommunication and I would say mislistening, and that was pretty rough. That's unfortunate, that's the way it is, that's high pressure moments. We needed to answer in a better way and we didn't, and they deserve the win anyway today.
And what do you make that come down to? What do you think that is the reason for these mistakes? Because we saw you guys on a better trajectory.
Well, it's all about dealing with the pressure and in this moment listening to each other, because I think we had really good reads, really good moments that we didn't convert at all. And yeah, that killed us at the end. We tried to come back on T side, but yeah, we didn't win enough rounds, and that was pretty rough.
And looking at this, right, okay, you were the previous major champions. You guys come in this, that playing against Cloud9 was very comfortable for you. Do you feel like that was maybe too comfortable for you guys?
No, not really. I think we were ready today. But yeah, once again, I think pressure hit us a little bit in some sense. And that's the way it is when you want to win big title in Counter-Strike. You have pressure, but you need to deal with it. And we didn't today. Not enough, at least.
And what do you want to say to all the fans? Look at this, your crowd here of the Golden Hornets. They've all got hearts up for you, man.
Well, I want to thank, of course, the Golden Hornets, all the French that came here, all the Vitality fans. Thank you very much. Sorry to disappoint you today. The next one will be ours.
That's what it's all about. Guys, a big round of applause and so much respect for Apex.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Apex. Obviously, someone I've known a long, long time. We came through Source together. I watched him develop through CSGO, where he was one of the monster entry fraggers, an impact player, part of that great generation of French talent. And I've watched him, in his late 20s, start to learn the craft of being an IGL. And I would just say to him, it hurts today. Have some wine, relax. But remember, you were the reigning champions coming into this, and you got within touching distance again. Nothing to be ashamed of. And as we'll talk about, he even did it without his star player really helping him out this tournament. So I would just say to Dan, don't worry too much about this. I know you'll be back.
Of course, and listen, it is very understandable how he feels right now. And I do think he's on the money. I think he's right when he says they had so many situations on Inferno which on paper looked favorable to them. And this is where, as a leader, as a competitor, you are just incredibly frustrated to see things unravel because of miscommunications, because of a little bit of tension. We're not listening to each other. We're not reacting to the calls. When you rewatch that VOD, if you're Apex, you are going to eat your own fingers. It is going to hurt like the dickens. That's what's going to happen. And Counter-Strike sometimes is about it. It's about a miscom, a mistiming, a misdecisions. And from now, I have no words for him. I agree with you. The respect is here for him, what he's been able to accomplish, what he's developed into. But today, it hurts, and it should hurt. If you are a team that has as a goal to lift trophies continuously, that loss on Inferno is unfortunately unacceptable. You can lose, not this way, and as a leader with expectation, I understand that he's just disheartened.
No shame in losing to FaZe Clan with the way they're playing at this playoff. That being said, I agree with you. Vitality came into this tournament maybe a little bit shaky. We didn't know where to pinpoint them. Obviously one of the predetermined favorites. You said it, Richard, getting within touching distance. They were, Inferno was much closer than the scoreboard suggests, I would say. I agree with Mathieu. I agree with Apex when he's saying that there was a couple of moments in that game that could have made sure that we were probably still playing the game right now. It was a close game of Counter-Strike. Unfortunately for Vitality, they faced a better team today. They faced a Frozen who stepped up. You called out his name. He had a fantastic series overall. And then FaZe Clan. 5 days ago, we went into the playoff thinking they were close not even qualifying for it. They were close not even making it out of the group stage. They were 1 and 2 in the elimination stage, and all of a sudden they play the best brand of Counter-Strike we've seen FaZe Clan play in 2024. The switch that they had to turn on coming into the playoff, it is mega, mega impressive.
I mean, listen, you look at this scoreboard and it tells a story about FaZe Clan, a story of anyone from coast to coast capable of having that multi-kill that changes around. Frozen had moments, Carrigan had moments, Rain I don't even need to mention. There's so much quality in there, and when you match that to Vitality, yes, of course, people will be absolutely annoyed and they've had enough of me saying his name, but the best player in the world did not show up in this game, and it was not a great major for him.
In this major?
In the major. Look, we have to be, I don't really know how to handle this whole topic. I'm ready to give a little bit of a pass for the sickness and the disease early on in the major, and that's just fair. We're humans.
Of course.
But when it comes to the playoffs, this was a very pedestrian version of what is supposed to be the best player in the world, and criticism is warranted. And if you're a Vitality right now, you had moments where you needed someone to take over. You needed someone to make up for the mistakes, to close the rounds, and he didn't. I think Spinks as well had a really bad map on Inferno. He had a few moments where he could close.
Yep.
But we are right to be critical of Cyber. We should. That comes with the territory.
Yeah, and look, you highlighted how important the duel between, Spinks and Rops was going to be, and Spinks definitely came out on the losing end. But I agree with you. I have sympathy. I think Spinks has been their best player at this event. We can talk about, Flames, and, he went above expectation, but Spinks is looking like, well, he looked like the star player of the team at this event, and unfortunately, there's no getting away from it. This is one that Ziwu's going to probably have nightmares about for a long, long time, this whole tournament.
It will be, and as you said, we don't know exactly how sick he's been throughout the group stage. We don't know the physical condition of him right now, but fact of the matter is that throughout this tournament, he didn't play as the best player in the world, and we can't stay away from the facts in that regard. However, it wasn't that bad, It's also one of the things that I want to see out there. We keep him up to the highest of the highest standards out there. He's posting the highest rating in this game for his team. I know when you look with the eye test, there was a couple of rounds where he could have done more, He could have entered the game in a different manner like he usually do, but it wasn't like he was having a stinker like we saw in the first map.
Well, the first map was terrifying.
The first map was terrifying, but it wouldn't have made a difference anyway, right? Vertigo was slightly better. Inferno, he tried with the AWP. He was assertive in the beginning. Just looking at round 6 right here, I think that's where it all broke, in that regard. Again, FaZe Clan in a 3v5. They find a way to win the round. Vitality kind of crumble at this moment. As I said, if Vitality goes up 4-2 right here, FaZe Clan is straight into a save. We're looking at a 5-2 scoreline. Vitality on the CT side. There were so many moments in this game where Vitality could have taken control, where Cyber could have taken control. They just didn't capitalize on it.
No, it was a boxing fight, and there is beauty to it. Obviously today,
pugilist Counter-Strike.
That was exactly what it was. There was UFC right there. My heart goes to Vitality, of course, but I have to respect what FaZe were able to do. They were able to come on top. They had the mental resilience. They had the moves towards the end, and very deservedly now en route to the grand final.
Yeah, well, let's talk some more about FaZe then. Obviously, we've highlighted, lots of different parts of the team. We've talked a lot about Carrigan. Obviously, that's the story. But I have to say, what impressed me in that series overall, we can just forget about Vertigo for now, is that actually everybody seemed to have high impact rounds. I mean, Rops had that amazing clutch, which was just so important in terms of cementing the direction we were heading in.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? From top to bottom, everyone is showing up. Everyone is having their moment. One thing I always love when I'm watching FaZe play, I did it during the opening stage in the basement, let's call it that. I did it inside the arena as well. The positive body language coming out from the players when they're winning, obviously great. Everyone can be happy when they're winning. But when they're losing rounds, when they're losing clutches, it's still a positive uphold body language. Carrigan is looking to his right, he's looking to his left, he's making sure everyone is on board, everyone is focused on the next round. And I've seen a lot of different teams struggle to have a positive body language whenever shit goes down. Carrigan is one of the best in-game leaders in the world to make sure that every single player within his team is super focused regardless of what's happening in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. There are no garbage rounds with FaZe. And it might sound like a blanket statement, but it's not. Not at the highest level of Counter-Strike. When you're talking about stakes so high, teams have a tendency to lose a stupid round that turns into 3 because the next round you're slightly less focused, your communication drops a little bit, maybe you make a bad decision. It feels like for FaZe that isn't the case. No round that you win against FaZe guarantees you the next because they're out of sorts, because they're unfocused or whatever, or frustrated. That's just not the case. So whether Carrigan has instilled this philosophy or whether it's the whole individuals out there who share this quality, I think it's a little bit of both, but it makes them such a hard team to put down. That Inferno was, again, a pugilist. That's what it was. Just left, right, left, right, and they were just never never giving Vitality an easy round to relax. Every round had to be a battle. We're never going to give it to you. You're going to take it from us.
And that's where I'll bring the Frozen discussion up, because, you know, we highlighted him at the start. We hadn't really talked a lot about him on the desk, but remember, this is the new kid on the block. FaZe as a lineup have been together a long, long time. When Twists left, I think a lot of people were very, very sad about it. They were worried. You know, Twists obviously went back to Team Liquid, didn't make it to the major, and the question mark was, you know, were FaZe going to miss him? Well, I would say, you know, absolutely not. Frozen has done everything I had hoped he would do, maybe even a little bit more, and he had a huge game here.
We can't take anything away from Twist and the legacy he's had when he faced
Absolutely not.
A fantastic player,
yeah.
without a doubt. But Frozen were one of the few players, as we highlighted, that could replace him, and could replace him straight off the bat. Sure, he's had a bit of time to ease into the roles within FaZe Clan. We even heard from Kerrigan when he was first brought on that he's helping out with the secondary calling as well. So it's not only a change for Kerrigan, it's also a change for Rain, Rob, Sprokey for that matter. A new guy's coming into the team, a new second voice is coming into the team as well, and he's done tremendously well. Today he was the highest rated player on the server, but more so the impact he was able to find. At no point did he seem to be scared to make the right decision. You saw him be aggressive on towards Banana. You saw him be aggressive on the CT side in middle on Inferno. You saw him constantly fight, constantly take duels, and constantly try to impact the game. When you have a player who's sitting in a semi-final inside a full arena and he's not showing any signs of being scared at all, then you know you got the real deal.
You said we saw him fight because he was always ready to fight. And it is such a scarce quality to have for a player to never be caught off guard. Even in transition, even in movement, knowing this is the moment I have to slow down, that's the moment I have to focus on my crosshair, it's about to hit me. And that's a mix of course, mechanical skills, which we know he has, but also just keeping you calm and being connected to the game that's happening, being able to sense the hit will be here in 2 or 3 seconds, I need to be focused. He's never an easy frag. He's never just a guy that's lost in that rotation. These are qualities I would give to Robs usually, but Frozen is displaying this sort of ice-cold mentality, pun intended, and he displayed that again.
And oh my, does he deserve it, right? He was, I wouldn't say stuck within Mouseport for many years. It was a great place to be for his development. He was the star player of the team. He's joining FaZe Clan. He's been in a couple of finals already. He's been easing into it, and now he finds himself in a major final inside the Royal Arena taking place tomorrow. For Frozen to make that move, going from Mousesports into FaZe Clan, he is one of the few players where I can point towards him and be like, listen, dude, you've done so well for yourself for so many years in Mousesports. You fully deserve that move.
I mean, he had an incredible amount of pressure too. Expectation.
Yeah.
We were all ready. We were sat watching, scrutinizing, waiting for you possibly to fail, for us to say, you're not Twist, you're not going to be able to have the same kind of success. You were having a good time in Mouse because you were the big dog and you could do whatever you want. And now you become in FaZe and suddenly you're a small fish in this gigantic pond. There was a lot of narrative around that, and I think he's answering the best of the best of way here at the major. What else can you ask from him?
Biggest compliment is he looks like he belongs in that team.
100%.
So look, just super quick, last question about FaZe. Based on everything you've seen so far, and we know we've got another semi-final coming up, are FaZe winning the major?
Yes, I think they are. I think they are. The only way I can see someone snatching it from them would be a G2 that enters into an absolute beast mode.
Sure.
And listen, you've been putting the idea out there. You manifested it. I hope you're going to own the responsibility. But it's just what you're made of. Like these nerves of steel is a quality that I'm ready to give to G2 at times because they have displayed it in multiple high-level event, high-prestige event. And I feel like this is what you need to win FaZe, to beat FaZe right now. You can't just have the Counter-Strike. You need to be warriors, and I think G2 can do it.
I agree with you. You know, think about it. FaZe Clan have taken down Team Spirit, who were the main favorite coming into this
Everyone's
playoff.
favorites.
Everyone's favorite. They're now taking out the best player in the world, Saivu, and made him look, you know, a little bit silly on the server today. We discussed it. They've had a very hard way going into the final. There's one thing that makes me, you know, gibber a little bit in terms of saying that Kerrigan and FaZe Clan is going to win the major. It is that we've seen Kerrigan inside this arena in a couple of finals, and he's yet to find the recipe to win it. Obviously, third time's is a charm. Perhaps
third time's a charm.
A major final as well. It probably helps with the motivation, but against a well-playing G2 who maybe will take down Navi.
Hey, we don't even know. Yeah, we don't even know.
We don't even know, but I'll say it like this. If FaZe Clan is facing Navi tomorrow, yes, I 100% believe they're going to win the major. If it's going to be a FaZe T2, it's completely open.
Right. Well, look, guys, as always, great talking to you both. I think, you know, I didn't have any kind of like expectations of like where it was going to go. It's been emotional, particularly for you, Matthew.
It's been rough.
It's just been so good to watch it with you guys. So thanks so much for your thoughts. And that means now it's time for a break. I'm not going to be on the desk either. We're going to tag in the other team. It's going to be Shox, Moses, and Blair bringing you the second semi-final of the day. Navi versus G2. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, we aggressive. Take him mid.
Yeah, we have mid.
What is runners or fingers?
Maybe take that, it's fine.
Keep playing all in, bro. Okay, sure.
Was mid.
Alone.
Stop.
Okay. Pushing ups. Be clear. Out up.
One tap, some more.
One is holding you. One is holding you, somewhere. Maybe left side.
One upside and one up. One upside, one up.
Okay. He's ups.
That's their side. 20 seconds. We have 2 bomb.
I'm with you. I love you.
Man, you're rocking Robin, man. Insane, bro.
Quickly. Declare. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL CS2 Major live from Copenhagen, Denmark, in this beautiful arena that is packed to the absolute absolute brim. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Blah and by Moses to get into our second semi-final. One IGL held up his part of the bargain. We're gonna see if Hooksy can do the same because G2 is up versus Na'Vi. A wealth of things to talk about, but let's bask in the moment for a second in terms of hopefully what we are going to see today.
Well, what we saw in the first semifinal is obviously experience coming out, right? The FaZe team, the way they've been able to bounce back from the group stage. And going into the second one, it's G2. Can they do the same thing? Great game yesterday, but can they continue that fire?
For me, it's just looking at these two orgs especially, right? Shades of Stockholm, very different lineups, of course, but there are a couple of people from that particular matchup. We have Bit. He's been here. He's taken out Nico in the past, of course, in the grand finals, but just the storylines, FPA, it just writes itself.
Well, so, I mean, I wanted to keep it for a bit later, but we can do it right now. Na'Vi tweeted, of course, a picture of Nuke, and they changed the names of course, what happened back in PGL Stockholm. For the people that aren't familiar, there was a grand final of a major. Nico was in it. G2 was up versus Na'Vi. And who wants to give the context here of what went wrong?
Well, nobody likes to see this picture. This is a very unsettling picture, obviously, in the midst of a little bit of a comeback from G2 and just a missed opportunity. And Nico's known as one of the best deaglers, so that's a heartbreaking moment that really put a stop to the dream of G2 winning that major.
I can't believe that's how we started.
But I'll tell you this, guess who's on Na'Vi from the lineup? No one, apart from Bit, so who's winning, right?
True, yeah, that's a good point.
Well,
they've
I'm
all
late,
gone.
so that's pretty big as well, actually, looking at it. There's so many places where we can start, so maybe let's do it by setting the stage of where these teams have come from, particularly in this tournament, and what the expectations were. Has Na'Vi surprised you in terms of making the semi-final and the level that they have shown so far, Blay?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is a kind of a motley crew just coming in here. You lose Simple, the great one in CS2. You get in Wonderful coming in. Massive shoes to fill. You had Imma, JL, the pickups they had, and there were a lot of questions about his lineup with LXCB. Lots of doubts being cast on his IGLing abilities, but he has managed to make this work, make it click, and despite the fact that, you know, they've faced some pretty strong opposition, time and time again, they've surprised us, and hey, they are in the semifinals, so there's no doubt about the fact that they have made it work. That being said, for me, this is one of the big tests.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a piecemeal lineup. Like, despite the fact that coming into the major, there was like a positive feeling that this team was improving, the semifinals feels like a huge overreach. And part of the reason they've done it is Wonderful has been, well, spectacular. He's obviously been just an absolute revelation that we've seen that him hit this level right now. And JL, a huge step up in performance that you probably never thought he would be capable of, and he's delivering for Na'Vi in a big way.
And he's been doing it consistently. Of course, he had that life game versus Spirit, dropping 40 frags, but he's been really, really solid overall. And maybe let's talk a little bit more about the matchup in particular, starting at Wonderful. You know, starting in Na'Vi, where you start off with Simple breathing down your neck. Now you're breathing down everyone else's neck because you have been putting up a fantastic performance in these playoffs so far, and is going to be so crucial up versus m0NESY.
Yeah, that's, I mean, Wonderful's emergence in these playoffs and in this tournament has been incredible. Like, to see this happen, and it's just another really young, talented AWPer that's bursting onto the scene that's going to be around forever. And I mean, you see as well, same qualities that we saw in m0NESY when he first blew up on the scene as well. Really sharp, really fast, solid in clutches as well. He's a really good late round AWPer. He's got the whole package, this Wonderful kid. And I mean, we're going to see it again on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if Simple's coming back, he's not going to be picking up the AWP, I'll tell you that right now. And the really cool thing here for me is, we talk about m0NESY, the baby goat, the Flash. Wonderful's only 19 as well, and this is his second major playoffs as well, right? He did play in Rio with that Spirit lineup, so for the fact that he's able to play in different lineups, in the international lineup this time around, instead of on a chopper and still delivering to this level, this is the reason Na'Vi are here today in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and m0NESY's the reason G2 is here as well. He's been a hard carry, but if you look at these two AWPers, the beautiful thing about it, you mentioned the ages, these guys are going to be around forever.
Yes.
And, while these two teams have gone head-to-head, what, 5 times leading into this major in previous matchups, having it happen on a major stage, this is the first line in a story about a rivalry that we could be watching in Counter-Strike for a decade. This could be another beautiful clash that we see over and over again for the next however long years.
Yeah, hopefully it's the first page in that book, of course. And it's interesting to me because you have had a big conversation about established teams and experienced teams versus new blood. Here in both teams, you actually have a mix. And as you say, you have a 19-year-old and an 18-year-old who are wielding the AWP and trying to make sure that their team also gets into that CS2 era. So we got to talk about the supporting cast. Of course, there's much more than that in many of the cases. So where do you want to start? We did him dirty with the Deagle picture. So shall we start with Nico?
Yeah, I mean, you could start with Nico, and here's the thing, I look at the core here, obviously there have been some few changes here and there, and finally we have Nexa back in this roster, there have been a few doubts about it as well, but end of the day, they are in the semifinals. I'm looking at Hunter, I'm looking at Nico, I'm looking at Nexa. But for me, it is about Nico. I mean, the greatest rifler we've ever had in CSGO, and CS2 has not been kind to him. I'm heading into this matchup right now, and I'm going to say right now, in current form, JL has had way more impact with the rifle than any other player in the server today, which is shocking to say when you have someone like Nico there.
I mean, it's a testament to how well JL's been playing, that he's the guy that we have in this graphic next to Nico, like the greatest of all-time rifler that we've ever had in Counter-Strike. But, I mean, you say that, it's not entirely inaccurate, but I think still going into the semifinal match, you pick Nico 10 out of 10 times in this head-to-head, especially with the way we saw him playing yesterday, especially the way we saw G2 playing yesterday. These guys are fired up, and I think Nico is going to come into this ready to party.
Yeah, I mean, that was the question. We didn't know if he was going to flip the switch. For now, it switched on. We saw it yesterday. Let's talk a bit about what transpired, you know. Mouse went into that match as the favorites, but they did not show up because G2 just worked as a cohesive, I think, for the first part, maybe even this tournament.
I think a lot of it mentality, and yeah, probably the first time we saw G2 really look like G2 was that quarterfinal match, and sucks for Mouse, I guess, in that sense. Yeah, you ran into a tough one. But even Nico in the post-game interview is just saying, our issues aren't inside the server. It's not with Counter-Strike, it's not with strategy, it's with our emotions, it's with our mental game approaching and how we kind of step into these maps. And what we saw yesterday in that series was a G2 that wanted to influence the game, that wanted to be proactive, that wanted to set the tone, that wanted to be aggressive and in Mouse's face at all times. And look, that's going to throw off Na'Vi as well. If G2 comes in with that same kind of an attitude today, constantly pushing, Nico and Hunter doing work, getting impact kills, Na'Vi's going to have a real tough time. Alexi's going to have a tough time.
I mean, these guys are big game players, so we can't really forget about that. And despite the fact that the form has dropped off a little bit, they have looked a little rough. Like yesterday against Mouse, who continued to struggle on the stage. You're looking at a Na'Vi yesterday where players like Imma completely disappeared. Our bit was looking shaky, but Nico, Hunter, Nexa, even Munisi now, they've been on stages like this, massive crowds in front of them, and have delivered time and time again. So you're talking about experience of being calm in a server, it is heavily favoring G2.
Are you not mentioning him on purpose? Hooksy did a great job yesterday.
He's been there just once.
Only once?
I mean, in a major playoffs.
Fair enough. We'll come back to it. I do hear that Paula's standing by on the floor, so let's see what he's got for us.
I am absolutely stood by on the floor right now, shocked for perhaps the final crowd check-in of the night. Copenhagen, how are we doing? I need you all with me now. Na'Vi, G2, they need you with them now. When I point and I say where you are, I need you to raise the roof. But first, quiet. Left! Right! Middle! And now, everyone together, blow this roof to smithereens! One more time! Everyone, it's time for our second semi-final of the first CS2 Major! Make some
Paula, your voice!
I know, the poor guy.
He's full sending it. He's been full sending it for a couple of days
He
now.
has, and I can't do that, so I have a lot of respect for that indeed, and it needs us to get warmed up into it. So we're going to dive more into specifics as we go on. I would also like to get maybe the map Veto a little bit earlier, not yet, but like not with 4 minutes left to spare, because I think perhaps it may be interesting. I heard a couple of rumblings, but let's talk about a couple of particulars as well. We brought up Hooksy, we started to have the conversation. Is it fair to say he's like a guy that people love to hate sometimes?
Yeah, very polarizing figure, I think, among the community, both for his performance as a player, as an individual, although I don't think you can be too harsh on it at the moment. He had a solid quarterfinals as well, putting up some big numbers and having some impact for his team, called great games. And Alexi, on the other side of it, is also a guy like a strategic mind, but I think people are still confused exactly about how to place Alexi B in like the pantheon of in-game leaders, because we know the tactical prowess is there. He's had some tough times with some tough teams and unable to get things going, and I think, honestly, the biggest indictment, ironically, is his failure to make the G2 lineup work when he was the in-game leader.
Yes. I mean, absolutely. And the fact that, it's Hooksy coming in, it is kind of interesting in a way. But if you're talking about, if you're going to be critical about Hooksy and his, fragging ability, everyone's like, he's calling it a good game, he's marshalling the troops, but he's not quite finding the impact in the server. Actually, he's doing much better than Lexi B, who has right now the lowest rated player in the tournament, which is kind of wild when you are in the semifinals. So for Huxi, all the haters will be shutting their mouths up if he's able to pull this off, put up a shut up.
It's a huge value to Alexi, though, that he can have that kind of a low number and still be able to get his team to this position, because if you look back, I mean, look, the best one to point out is the win they had in the group stage over G2. Came down from, what, 12-7? Navi was down in that game, and Huxi called an absolutely perfect end to the game to end up winning the map. And like that is a special game. Alexi, yes.
All right,
I know, it's confusing. Yeah, they're biased. What is it? I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, talking about Alexi, you said it there, kind of the indictment about that G2 roster, if that didn't work out. And I think it's the opposite, that people really want to love Alexi because of the promise and the fact that after that kind of Ent's initial glory, he hasn't been dealt the best cards around him in order to make it work. And this is by no means an easy project to get into, an international roster. A bit to his picking up the communication in English, that maybe also a factor as to why he hasn't been as active as before, but there's so many puzzle pieces at play here.
Yeah, and I think he's gotten very fortunate that some of these puzzle pieces have worked out really well, because this, you're right, this is not an easy job to step into when you transition into a new language. Pitt has been taking English lessons since this roster went international. It was a nightmare at the start of it. You had Wonderful, who had to kind of learn how to play the game. You had Ima, who was a huge gamble after his performance at the Paris Major. Him bringing in JL with his step up is a massive thing for Alexi to have next to him as well. So yeah, he's been able to marshal this team really well. You can't take any credit away from what he's been able to do with this team.
I like the semantics that you use there, because you use gamble for Ima, but not for JL, and that is results-based analysis.
Well, yeah, and also, like, you know, JL wasn't necessarily meant to be this player putting up these kinds of numbers. He wasn't a gamble in the same sense.
Yeah, and we're talking about like international lineups, the fact that, you know, it seems to be, you know, the era of national teams seems to have kind of died, so to speak, and I feel like Alexi B is a good champion of that, right? We just saw some of the lineups he's played in the past as well. We're talking about Ent's lineup, then moving to international lineup and whatnot. So for me, like, this could be his crowning moment. This could be his chance to really shut up a lot of people, especially as Jason just pointed out right now. It was a very tumultuous time when he came into the Navi lineup, losing Simple as well.
You can have the same kind of comparison over to Huxi on the other side too, because he's probably warranted, and I think a lot of the criticism is fair when you consider this, how much skill is on this G2 team. Much like Alexi, he struggles to make it work.
Listen, you have Monacy and Nico, come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like Cologne and Katowice. Those are huge events to win. Those are huge trophies to have, and they're wonderful. Obviously, a major would be another wonderful thing. But the fact that this G2 team hasn't been able to be consistent and establish, you know, I'm not going to say like they should have established an era or a dynasty, but the fact that you're not able to put up more trophies and win more events and look more like you're a team that's functional is probably the biggest criticism you can have on Huxi.
It's very interesting, because when you look at it, you know, blankly, and you look at kind of that blast victory at the end of 2022, then winning Katowice, then winning Cologne, a lot of teams would say, yes, I want to sign up for that, but I guess the criticism is keep that going with the people you have on that lineup at that point in time. And of course, the Rio Major not even making it, then in Paris not even making it to this biggest stage. Now, finally, it all has to come together, and that feeling of, I absolutely have to prove it here, and on top of that, it's on my home soil.
Yeah, it is on his home soil, but for me, I think the narrative ties in with Nico.
Yeah.
We have to talk about Nico here, right? Obviously, one of the greatest rifles we've ever had, never to win a major. He's been in 2 grand finals right there. Just look at the legacy this guy has cemented. These are some incredible placings, playing through, you know, with G2, with FaZe, with Mouse, all the way back then. He's been playing for years right now. So many events, couple of grand finals, but he never got that major. So Huxi having to get him, that's the thing. That's a big question here. Can they give him a major?
Yeah, there's 2 that stick out in that list, right, Moses?
Yeah.
Of course, Boston and
the
Stockholm.
heartbreak in Boston, as I call it, for Nico.
Well, it's not that much of a heartbreak to some people, but yeah, he did end up getting second place there in Stockholm. I think the biggest indictment here isn't those second places, it's the amount of times he's not made the playoffs as well. 13 majors, or what is that? And like 5 times he hasn't been able, 5 times he's been in the playoffs, which, like, for someone of his caliber and some of the teams he's been on, that's kind of mental to think that he's missed out on the playoffs that frequently.
I mean, Antwerp, like, he gets Monacy, and he misses out on Antwerp, he misses out on in Rio as well, and the Paris Major. This isn't what we expect from Nico. Nico should be someone who should be in the semifinals, in the grand finals, chasing the championships. And sure, it's nice to win Kato, it's nice to win Cologne, these are great events, but a major is a bloody major. And Nico, he needs to get it.
Yeah, perhaps you could see it as a sign, right? The fact that it finally happened in Kato, the fact that it finally happened in Cologne. Will it be here? We don't know, but there's a couple of things that have been really, really strange about this G2 run. I mean, we were completely ready to write them off, send them home immediately. We all know what happened with Virtus Pro. We all know that it wasn't all smooth sailing yesterday either. What's going on with this team?
I don't even know. Like it's crazy the way they've been able to bounce back, especially when you consider just to get to the playoffs, they had to win 2 best-of-3s in a row. Like they had backs against the wall really early on in those series over Ecstatic and Virtus Pro. They got some gifts. And as we saw, like they're going to take advantage of them, and you can't fault them for that. And this is a team with the mentality they have right now. I don't think they don't care at all either. They're just like, we're just going to keep moving forward, and we're just going to keep winning games however we get it.
I mean, Connor just literally called them yesterday after they beat Mouse, the soldiers of God, right, with the hand of God and everything. Well, might as well just march on then. Just don't let anyone stop you.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. On the other side then, you know, we have the tape of the best of one they played on Nuke, which was, to me, really a testament of Alexi B and Blade and the planning and changing on the fly in those last 2 rounds, figuring G2 out. They had started that map with a very dynamic T side, but we have to be honest, it was also a lot coming down to kind of personal outplays and clutches and a Zeus kill here and there, and not that much planning?
Honestly, G2 should have won this game. Honest to God, it should have been like 13-8 or something like that. But Na'Vi, I want to take not anything away from them. Alexi B, I think, called a fantastic sequence of rounds. Might be the best calling sequence I've seen so far at the major. There's 5 rounds to bring it back, winning at 13-11. But that being said, right, why were G2 playing so scared? Why were they in their own heads? Why were they playing so reactive?
Because it was group stage G2, wasn't playoff
You
G2.
think?
Yeah.
But may I pry? You say Alexi B called those rounds perfectly. What did he change and how did he kill them?
I mean, there was some clutches from Wonderful, but I think a lot of it came down with Alexi B's calling, a leader who's great at adaptation, and he figured out eventually there's a weakness outside. There's some gaps you can get to outside. Alexi was able to push a couple times, able to wrap towards heaven. That's something, if Nuke comes into this pool in this matchup, G2's gonna have to be very cognizant of, and the way they lost that game, I guarantee they poured over that tape, frustrated. They'll have that in the back of their minds.
And if you're G2 coming into this as, for me, at the very least, favorites, you have the better players as well than someone like Nico and Monacy. If you're Huxley, you're not trying to play super reactive. That's what they did. That's why they lost at Nuke game. They're just reacting to what Alexi was throwing at them. There was no early aggression. We were watching FaZe earlier today, the way they were playing the CT side, just in your face, not allowing your opposition to kind of dictate the pace, right? You shouldn't allow them to happen, because if that happens, that's when you can activate a JL or the Wonderful, and then things get a little grim. And that's what happened in that map.
It's what G2 did yesterday. It's exactly what G2 did yesterday. And that's why I think like this matchup, I think G2 can actually, there's a world in which G2 can just blow Na'Vi out of the water. I think they can be really aggressive and really solid. If they come out and play like they did yesterday, Na'Vi's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I see how you can say that if you look at kind of the individual skill that showed up to the server from G2 side yesterday. But is Huxley going to keep pushing through the smoke and getting 2 opening kills every 3 rounds? I don't think so, right? So there's going to have to be more planning, more strategizing going into it. So I hope it at least, because otherwise Na'Vi is just not showing up, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, they're going to show up. They're going to have some resistance to it. But Hunter and Nico, I mean, the nice thing if you're G2, you don't necessarily need Huxley to push through. That's like icing on the cake. That's like something you didn't expect to have happen. You're not planning for that, and he's giving you a little bit more. Kerrigan's doing the same thing with FaZe, by the way, which is pretty crazy.
Except Kerrigan's actually fragging out.
Yeah,
it's an epidemic.
But you have Hunter who's going to be able to have those impact frags. That's the guy that you want set up, and him and Nico are playing at the same exact level right now. They have the same exact rating in this tournament. Individually, they are on par with each other, just going blow for impact kills they're providing to G2.
Kovac factor, it can be very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, especially to see Hunter kind of back, kind of playing to the level we expect from him, that is absolutely going to be a win condition for G2. And this was a conversation coming into, when JKS got cut and Nexa came in, we were like, yo, this is supposed to activate Hunter. This is supposed to activate the duo to star riflers, but it never really happened. But if it's going to require an arena to wake it up, so be it.
Well, also, think of the tournaments they won. If you win, Cologne and Katowice, the strength of that was the trio of Monacy, Nico, and Hunter, and those guys. All 3 of those guys played excellently yesterday. All 3 of those guys were there. So, I mean, you have the main win condition is this core of G2 excelling in these stage games. And look, this is a different team than the group stage. It's a completely different, I almost write that Nuke off in a sense, just because the G2 we saw yesterday is vastly different than the G2 we saw in the elimination stage.
Even if we see it again?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. For Na'Vi then, I know that we've had kind of question marks, right? Because we talk so much about JL, and oh my God, by the way, looking at the path that this guy has walked, right? Another semifinal after the one last year in Paris. Of course, the same goes for Emma, who then went on to play the final as well with Gamer Legion. But for JL to be the guy to rise up, and to me also be a little bit of the face publicly of this Na'Vi lineup in terms of kind of how he gets the people going, how he speaks to the fans, and also what he drops perhaps on the server. But in terms of a technical change in that team, what does that change them? Because Emma was supposed to be that guy.
I think it's an interesting tale when you look at Emma and the positions he plays. He's being set up to be the star player. He's having all the star player roles. And JL actually has a slightly rougher position, so to speak. The fact that he's able to still elevate himself, and also, as you pointed out, I'm looking at the body language and the comms when things are looking a little grim for the team. He seems to be the guy kind of rallying the troops, so to speak. So yes, absolutely, he's been fantastic, but we have to touch upon Emma. You look at his Paris performance just a year ago, 1.35 rating in the run he had. This is the reason he got picked up by Na'Vi. This is the reason his stocks went so high, and he's just been struggle city ever since then. And here at this event, in the semifinals, he's the 6th worst rated player in the tournament. If he doesn't step up here, this is going to be a dunzo for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I think he's getting bailed out a lot at the moment, or all of Na'Vi really, by the performance of Wonderful, by the performance of JL. That's really helping kind of shield it, but that's the biggest concern you have to have of Na'Vi coming into this match, is you do kind of look down that list and you see those underperformances, and it's so concerning. And Alexi B's been able to call well enough to hide some of those deficiencies on the T side. Wonderful's op and JL's playing has been able to hide some of that on the CT side as well. So they're getting some gifts in areas, but if any of those gifts get taken away, if any of those things fall a little bit flat, they're in a lot of trouble, You
can't always have a life game if you're JL or if you're Wonderful, right? But you got to hope that the rest of the team is going to step up as well. It is definitely possible. Emma also gave an interview. What did you think about the quote? He gave it to HLTV where he said, "I don't care if I'm at the bottom of the scoreboard if we win the tournament."
Buddy, listen, if you're at the bottom of the scoreboard, you're not winning the tournament. You're not winning the semifinals. It's not going to be happening. I mean, are we watching the same game here? Because I'm watching him play star positions on the CT side and completely capitulate. Yesterday, the game they had against Eternal Fire on that A bomb side, where he is the A rifler, such an important role to play as A rotate towards B and whatnot. He was completely flat, barely getting kills. It was wonderful just getting multi-kills after multi-kills every single round, which enabled him to have a little bit of a CT side. So, and I can just expand this into multiple maps as well. I'm looking at Mirage, for example, on the CT side. Yeah. T side, when he has momentum going, he's got plays to make. I feel like he feels more comfortable in the server. Yeah. But a CT side, man, you can't just disappear.
Well, I mean, as that quote, I think that's like that's what you kind of have to tell yourself to kind of keep yourself mentally in the game a little bit. But you also put a lot of pressure on winning the tournament so that no one cares. And you're still quite a ways away from that. 2 series against 2 of the best teams in the world. So, yeah, he's putting some pressure on his shoulders in that one. But I think in reality, it's mostly just, I mean, that is kind of how you stay focused on the game mentally, is to adopt that kind of thinking. It's not true.
I mean, if CB said that, it's like, if I bottom frag of a win, it's fine because he's actually calling. You can't have your star rifler do that.
No, you can't. So we'll see if that's the case again.
There's still, like, look, I think too, like, I don't want to harp too much on his underperformance. I think it's a big factor, but you also still have an Opera playing out of his mind. You have JL playing out of his mind, and you have Bit, who's also kind of struggled and been a little bit underwhelming, but performing well enough in his role to still be a solid anchor. Not really going above and beyond in any crazy sense, but doing a good enough job. So you have some of the pieces still there working. It's just, again, when you get onto the stage in a major semifinal in the major playoffs, you need all those pieces at some point to step up a notch and deliver something special.
And I guess people have been wondering, why haven't we hammered on Bit as hard as we have battered on Emma? Because Emma is newer to this position.
Yeah, and for Bit, like yesterday, we could see he was feeling very nervous. He was uncharacteristically missing a lot of frags, a lot of sprays, which is something you're going to expect from a major winner, the only major winner here in the server, right? He's been used to this sort of environment, one of the best debuts we've ever had. But yes, you can clearly see pressure will impact you. When the pressure's on and you realize that you, as kind of the veteran of this team, despite being so very young, there's going to be a lot of responsibility on you. He was struggling a bit, but as Jason said, when it mattered the most, he did deliver.
Yeah, and he's also doing a lot of, he's also very vocal in this team now.
Yeah.
Like, we kind of touched on his English.
The English lessons are working out, I guess.
Yeah, we noticed in the elimination stage, he's talking during timeouts, he's calling plays for himself, he's being active, and he's making sure people know exactly what's going on and what he wants to happen in a round, which is a very cool thing to see out of Bit. So I mean, he's bringing he's bringing more to the table in that sense than we normally see on the outside.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the bigger expectations as we're getting closer to meeting the teams on stage, and then Banks talking to a few of them in terms of Na'Vi, because you have an organization that is built to play in finals of majors, right? That always wants to get to that highest echelon of play. But you do have a team here that you can forgive something, I think, in terms of kind of the things that we touched on, international roster, trying to make it work, trying to level up as you go with the right stepstones, with people taking on different positions, with people speaking in different languages.
I think Na'Vi losing here is going to be heartbreaking no matter what. But I think from the outside looking in, the expectations, I think they've gotten them already. I think like this semifinal is something they need to be super proud of.
Blade literally just said, top 4 is what we're aiming for. Yeah. They've got it so far. At this point, just go for the extra little bit.
Yeah, that's the reason I want to set it up as such, because when you look on the other side, then we brought up the Boston context, for instance. We brought up the Stockholm context. Now now you are a favorite. You weren't yesterday versus Mouse in most people's mind, but by the play that you have showed as G2 and the level you have shown, now you are. And now it is time to put up or shut up.
It's trophy or bust for G2.
Yeah.
And that's where like the pressure kind of falls squarely on their shoulders is, you know, you have to get to that final. You have to win that trophy. You have to be able to deliver with the stars that you have and the players that you have. And also the sharks swirling around, because we know that we've seen some teams try and tease some of these players away. It's there. They might not be thinking about it now, but it is there behind this G2 team that if they don't win this trophy, there's a chance this team might not get another crack at it.
Oof, it's a heavy burden to bear, and it's a lot of pressure, but someone who knows how to deal with the pressure and who knows how to give us a great show, it's James Banks, and he's standing by on stage.
Thank you very much, Shox. Royal Arena, are you still with us? Now, yesterday, it was impressive, but today there's over 16,000 of you in this arena. Are you ready to show that the Royal Arena can be the best arena in Counter-Strike? All right, let's do this again. I want to hear all of you make as much noise as possible. Let it roar! Well, let's start by getting our first team to the stage. Yesterday, it was wonderfully done by this team, but it's going to be a lot harder this time around. It may have been a 2-0, but it certainly wasn't clean. Now, they need to see if they can push that extra step further against the team that they have beaten over and over again. It's Na'Vi! And their opponent, they've been through it all, but they've never given up. And they continue to show us that they can defy the odds and beat expectations. But those expectations have come just a bit higher, especially when the trio of stars they have is starting to perform. It's G2! Alexi, come join me. Hooksy, back over here. It's almost time for our next semi-final. Now, Alexi, birthday semi-final matchup. You must be feeling pretty good.
Ah, it feels good.
Guys, I want you to say happy birthday to Alexi for me. On 3, 2, 1. Now, yesterday's game, yes, you won, but it wasn't pretty at times. How do you feel about that?
Wasn't pretty at times, but the win is a win. That's the most important.
And in terms of a win being a win, you continue to win over G2, but you must expect it to be a much tougher game on the stage right now.
It's always been tough, as I said. Many games could have went both ways. Still managed to be, they managed not to beat us, yes. But we have a couple aces up our sleeve, and I hope we're going to continue this streak.
Ooh, a couple aces up your sleeve. Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head a bit?
Excuse me?
Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head?
I don't know. I don't know Hooksy that well, but I don't think so.
Okay, okay. Respect is being shown. Hooksy. Well, it is still Copenhagen, and yesterday this crowd was really on your side. But guys, is Copenhagen behind Hooksy? You are getting some love in there, but your team talk a lot about mentality, right? How is that mentality right now, where you said yesterday that it does feel like your best chance to lift this trophy?
The mentality is great right now. I think that we thrive when we're in front of such an amazing crowd, and for me at least, the nerves are completely gone. I just enjoy it, and yeah, well, you cannot do anything else but enjoy this, so yeah.
The nerves are completely gone. Did your own individual performance help with that a bit?
Can you repeat?
Did your own individual performance help with that a bit?
I don't know. Maybe if I won the first round, the pistol round, it would have been better, but yeah, it was acceptable.
And do you think that you've worked out how to take down Na'Vi this time? Because you have struggled against him.
I don't know if I can say that since we lost the last 5 times, but Nico said it yesterday. I think that if we win today, it's even ground.
It's even ground. Well, let's see if it goes down that way. Shake hands, bump fists, whatever you want to do, and take your seats. Royal Arena, are you excited for this one? Let's test this out. Who is going to win this match? Is it Na'Vi? Is it G2? Na'Vi? G2? Well, it looks like G2 win it. Let's see if they do in the survey.
Let's see, indeed, and thank you so much for setting up a very important point that we are yet to touch on after all of that, being the match history between these two teams and the fact that Na'Vi is G2's kryptonite up until this point. So what does it come down to? What does Na'Vi always do, or is it always different, or does G2 always crumble? What's going on?
I think honestly, in my mind, it's been a lot of a diminished G2. It's been a G2 that hasn't been striking at full power. They haven't reaching their full potential. Integrating Nexa in, I think, obviously has been very shaky at times. Hasn't looked as good as they probably would have liked it to. And I mean, you have a team that's been on the other side on a rise. The question's always been, what can Na'Vi actually get to? What can they reach? But everything's been on a positive trend. While G2, it has looked extremely shaky since the addition of Nexa.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to have a little bit of context, right? They have lost, what, 5 series now, back to back to back to back to back. 4 of them have been group stages. 4 of them have been in studio. They only beat them in an arena in the World Finals, which is over a few months ago. That was when m0NESY was the only carry on this team. That was when Nika was struggling with CS2 coming in. That was when, as you pointed out right there, Nexa was having a little bit of a rough time trying to fit into this team. This is a different G2 coming into this matchup, FJ, even though history says otherwise.
But I mean, I think a big reason why they've been able to do it is this guy and the coach behind him, Blade, being able to set up amazing game plans to really just put these players in a great position to actually exploit this. I think the improvement in of JL, the improvement of Wonderful over time. Like, Wonderful's a guy who, when he came into this team, it was kind of like, what are we going to get? It wasn't quite the explosive introduction that we got from m0NESY when he joined G2 originally, but it's just been getting steadily and steadily better. And here at the Major, it's just eclipsed everything. It's been absolutely insane.
It has, and it looks like we're primed to see kind of, hopefully, a perfect semifinal in that we have an Alexi who's feeling good. You hear it there on stage, a Hooksy who's saying, I'm not nervous anymore after yesterday, but we'll have to see. Let's start talking about the maps before we see the Veto. And where do you guys think this is going to go?
I mean, G2 are a team who try to, flex a 7-map pool, so to speak, but we're not going to be seeing Mirage coming out here. They're going to band it out, and obviously for Na'Vi, it's not going to be Vertigo. This could really go anywhere. I think they share a very, very common map pool, so to speak. Na'Vi, they have Nuke as an edge. I don't really expect anyone to go for Anubis pick, because an Anubis pick, if you ask me, it's too risky. It's just too risky as your pick. Maybe he's a decider. This could legit go anywhere if you ask me.
Yeah, they have a lot of maps that they both share that they're both going to be happy to play. So it's just kind of what sequence do you want them in, and that's going to be the interesting factor. I expect we're going to see Nuke somewhere in the pool. I think we're going to get a rematch from that Elimination Stage game as well, and we'll see. Because again, this is going to be such a cool series in terms of the in-game leaders and how well they're putting them up. So there's the Mirage ban from G2, and you expected Vertigo to be banned as well?
Yeah, there we go.
And let's see what now pops up as the first map we're going to see. It's Anubis, Black.
Okay, all right. We saw this with Cloud9 where they allowed it through. That being said, FU, Cloud9, whole different team altogether. It's their best map after all, so maybe G2. They did look pretty good later on. Nuke pick coming in. This is Alexi B saying, Hooksy, I'm in your head. I have your number on this one.
I don't know. That's a really dangerous pick, I think, from Na'Vi, considering the way G2 is actually looking dominant on that map in the Elimination Stage. The comeback that was required out of it, which is obviously going to be very very well dissected by G2 heading up into this series, and we're going to be finishing over on Ancient.
Oh, baby. All right, listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to put it out there. I might have had my doubts about Anubis coming in from G2, but I feel Na'Vi should have just gone with Overpass. I feel Overpass is a map that, despite the fact they lost, they completely capitulated Cloud9 earlier. They have otherwise looked very good on that map. It's a map that I don't think G2 played that much. It's their kind of second band, so to speak. I think that's a missed opportunity coming in here from Na'Vi.
I just like the first map of Anubis. I think it's going to be an amazing map to get this series started on when you consider we've talked the praises of both of the in-game leaders. Hooksy, how he's had this team mentally prepared and how well they're playing and how assertive they're playing versus a very strategic-minded Alexi who's got to move his pieces around perfectly. Anubis is a wonderful map for that. It gives a lot of strategic variety to it. You can play fast, you can play tactical, you can be explosive, you can be slow-paced, and we're going to see how well these in-game leaders can call around each other on the most T-sided map we have in the pool.
Yeah, and what the approach is going to be, and if Wonderful is going to feel as comfortable, if Monacy is now, he's never not done it when it's been on a big stage, right? We know him to be consistent, but Wonderful is going to have to match that and more. I'm not saying they're going to be up against each other directly, but as you say, in terms of the plans that the IGLs decide to field every single round.
Like, especially considering that these two players are the talismans of these two teams, right? Wonderful obviously being the MVP for Na'Vi. Monacy, the highest rated player so far at the majors, still standing, mind you. He's going to try and beat everywhere, because once they lost to Cloud9, you look at the other games that G2 played on Anubis, it was Monacy just being in the right place, the right time. He said it in interviews as well. He's been given the freedom by Hooksy saying, yo, if you're feeling it, if your intuition's telling you to go towards B, go B. If you feel like it's A, just go for it. It's given free reign, and that's why they're winning on this map.
I think if we get a G2 that we saw yesterday, that same G2 hits the stage, and we'll probably be able to tell in the first 5 or 6 rounds of this opening map, I don't think Na'Vi have what it takes from top to bottom on that roster to withstand it. I think if we get that G2 from yesterday, this is going to be a nice blowout for the G2 fans.
I've heard if so many times, but maybe it won't matter today. I love that we have two historical organizations who had a rivalry in CS. They are now carrying it into CS2, and they have a chance to get their spot in the grand final of the PGL Major tomorrow. And we, of course, have two fantastic maestros to lead us through it in Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much, Efja. Here we are, chat. And here we go.
G2 versus Na'Vi in the playoffs of a PGL Major. We've been here before, but this time it's a Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble in the Royal Arena. The Major is always the pinnacle of competition. For over a decade, 20 installments of an ever-evolving competition. No one knows how this ends. Let's find out together, Copenhagen!
Wouldn't be Counter-Strike if we didn't start with a technical timeout, would it, Alex?
No, man, no, absolutely not. Because the first Major on the new engine. A playoffs bracket of the fandom's dreams. This is what we've been waiting for, dude. And this only happens once. Na'Vi versus G2. Two legendary organizations in the new game about to lock horns in what I hope is 3 maps. What I hope is all the rounds. Is that what you're hoping for? I want headshots, I want clutches, and I want to hear you guys every step of the way. Let's get it on!
Well, some confidence out the gate just in the Veto. G2 starting on Anubis, which condemns them to the CT side. I don't think there's anything more difficult in Counter-Strike right now. Might attest to a little bit of confidence from Hooksy. A slow start.
A slow start indeed.
Na'Vi just feeling out any G2 aggressions, and that is going to be par for the course on the T side. What are G2 going to throw their way round after round? This is the type of map where you need to make moves. You need to stay dynamic. The T's have a lot of advantages, and as we see 3 parked outside B2 coming through Canal, and the U-tilt hits the sky.
Hooksy, can he start strong? We know how important these pistols are. Nico with his signature flash. He throws it. It may be premature. Forced out by the flames, and JL puts him on the floor. Imet in with 1. P250 finds Hooksy, and it's already problematic for G2.
Well, we know this retake's going to be difficult. Nexa and Monacy in combination.
Oh, he's taken off the silencer. He wants to get loud.
This is very tough now.
It's almost impossible, chat. With 4 players breathing down your neck, holding the crossfire and hitting your shots. The Brotherhood, Bit and Monacy, forced to turn on one another. And there's Ime for the cherry on top. Na'Vi off to the races on the T-side start on Anubis.
Yeah, that's perfect, right, for Na'Vi now. Just have to hold them at arm's length. The CT gun rounds, they're going to be the more difficult for G2. They would have been hoping and praying to pick that one, see if they could build a nice little nest of CT side rounds. We can probably start addressing, while we have this technical timeout again, just some of the head-to-head matchups that may come into play.
Sure.
Nexa, he's going to be the A anchor, right? Bid is going to be the individual task with trying to take that territory off of him. So as we see those two lock horns, Nico will be the first responder from middle. You're going to have Hooksy and Hunter over towards that B site, and then Monacy, the loose piece, the AWPer. Right now, I would say the best AWPer of the major. I don't think there's too much of an argument about that, but maybe something that could be a little bit more controversial is Wonderful's position in that conversation. Brokey's been great, but for me, Wonderful's definitely up in the conversation. So we might have, if you'd let argument's sake, the two best AWPers of the major going toe-to-toe today. Wonderful taking on Monacy.
There's something about the way Monacy plays and approaches this game. It's so fluid, it's almost like he takes every single opportunity in every frame to try and pursue that victory. He's very quick with it. And Wonderful, you know, a lot of people, I saw Mathieu discussing it. Have we been kind of underrating Wonderful? Has he not been getting his flowers, or is this the run that ensures he no longer is mischaracterized?
I feel he's had to put in a few more carry-type performances within this roster. Obviously, a lengthy conversation regarding Ime.
Yeah.
That one's been done to death, so we'll wait and see what the results show in the server today. You've had JL step up to kind of fill that firepower role. So for Wonderful needing to deliver on the AWP, and not just the AWP, he's been great in clutches throughout there in campaign this year.
But Anubis as a first map in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I was touching on it just before. I think for G2, this is the opening map. If this was the second map, and okay, we're already warmed into things, you're coming in cold to a semi-final on a map that is heavily T-bias.
Right.
But G2 chose for this to happen. They knew exactly what would happen, which tells of their confidence in this map. But this is speaking of the... You wouldn't let... You could have gone in multiple different directions.
A lot of different ways.
So this is something that they obviously feel confident in. Now, you need to make sure that either you're happy to stand and bang when the executes come your way, or you have a plethora of different CT aggressive maneuvers. Doesn't have to be out the gate, doesn't have to be immediate, but needs to come into the round at a certain point.
We know how it looks when a CT side doesn't act proactive.
It's claustrophobic.
Yeah, it's horrible.
They so-call you utility.
Chad, a second round investment.
All right, well, G2 want to fight for the right of the economy right now. Site under pressure towards B so far. A molly and a smoke with a deep dark smoke as well. They're going to push mid. What can they find?
Ooh, good flash. Alexi's going to be coming a lot. Spotted out. Can he find Nico? Yes, he can. Quick response from JL, finding Hooksy, some damage, but it's nothing to be worried about already. The site is lost. Big headshot from Nexa, but the rest swept under the rug. They put all of their pennies into it and get nothing.
Quite direct from Na'Vi, not allowing G2 to play into the round. They're the ones setting the tone. We're not going to default. We're just going to go towards B, apply a lot of pressure. Alexi and JL in combination, dealing with the mid slip. And that's another head-to-head we're going to be seeing on the mid defaults. Alexi taking on Nico.
Right.
Right now we just have Monacy, who would love to hold on to this Deagle or even find an upgrade to take into the next.
He's not going to be able to find Wonderful. Wonderful's corpse covered by the bomb.
And this is the thing, we talk about G2 and some of their individuals as big game players. Hunter especially has been having a bit of a wonky time. But if he can show up in a match like this, he needs to be given opportunities to do so. So if you're Na'Vi, you want to make sure you keep things tight. Don't give away a free AK. Don't overpeak the mark. But keep the comms as clean as possible and play some by-the-book Counter-Strike to hold G2 at arm's length. Now, this will likely spell a full eco from G2. I think they're not even that crazy.
Yeah, but right now, in terms of game plan, in terms of how they visualize this going, for Na'Vi, this is perfect. Smooth sailing, dealing with the force buy, and economical to catch your breath, and a 3-0 stun. Now, that's the cheeky smoke. We'll be seeing that a lot. Deep into dark.
And force a player down there to either play in front of it or to completely respect it. And Emma, another kill from him. This is very positive signs. And more just aggression over towards B. As I touched on earlier, this will be Hunter and Hooksy's side.
Well, Monacy's joined the party, but he's quickly removed. Hang on, in there. It's going to do a lot for his confidence. You know, we always say it, and people assume in jest, but some players They need the early frags to get the juices flowing.
Yeah, even if it's just on the pistol or against the Eagles, just on the pistol with such an influential round, but for sure. And if he's feeling hot, then he'll be willing to take more risks throughout the game.
Sure.
And those risks, right, they can be classified as a mistake if it doesn't work, or can look like an absolute genius. But this is quite a spotless 3-0 start from Na'Vi. Bomb down again. Cash going to be flowing. Plenty of residual for the majority of the members. And we are about to get into that first gun round, which will be a tone setter. Did G2 go aggressive? That's the big question for Na'Vi. And in these first few, especially against the force buy and now the lighter investment, it has been very direct towards this B bomb site. So we have to see what Alexi, who said he doesn't think he's in the head of Hooksy, but he's definitely got him in the pocket.
5-0, dude.
Yeah, the record speaks for itself, doesn't it?
He doesn't have to say anything in that interview. Yeah, the record does all of it for us. And there is Romanian presence in the arena. I'm seeing the flags, Imet representing an entire nation. And there's a lot of Counter-Strike fans from there who everyone has traveled a great distance to be here today. Some just down the road, sure, but majority, it's a plane, it's a boat. And here we go.
All out for Monacy.
That's going to be an important trend. Monacy on the AWP, keeping it dynamic. He tells them where he's going.
Lurk smoke towards B quite immediately. You just saw that get deployed. So question marks for this B defense, where Nexus starting traditionally the A anchor.
This might be a rude shot for Bit if he pokes his nose into trouble. And just like that, Monacy connects his opening contribution for G2 in this semi-final.
But if it sends them, oh, look at this, aggression from Hooksy. So they're playing on both extremities right now, G2. Hooksy, is he going to overstay his welcome?
Oh, the angle, the crosshair placement, it was perfect from Hooksy. Imet, he has his skull rattled. And just 4 HP, hanging on by a strand. He lives on, and the man advantage, which could have been 2.
Well, they've almost corralled them towards Canal and middle. Like the fact that they've shown the AWP towards main, they've been aggressive out B as well. It really leaves Na'Vi only a few choices.
I'm intrigued to see how Nico's mid fights go. And this is his first test. It's wonderful with a Galil. Oh dear.
That's the bait and switch setup. Nex is meant to swing and mop up the mess.
Yeah, but Alexi was ready. He was so ready. And now that man advantage, it's squandered, it's gone, it's lost. Monacy under so much scrutiny, and he's losing players left and right. One back from Hooksy. Monacy alive with 2 bullets in the mag. If he can connect, because Wonderful's got his number right now. And a 1 versus 3 for G2's IGL. Oh, damage. Significant damage. That's the same as when he found Imet. He still hasn't found the lethality he would hope for. Solid crossfire, JL strafes out. And you got another.
Hey, going for that retake is quite audacious as well. It's the type of the round, even with a number advantage on the CT side, you're going to have a tough time breaking in towards that A site.
Was Monacy going to get out, though? I mean, that was a lost AWP regardless.
No, I just been there from Hooksy.
Yeah,
could have been saving the M4, could have put something through. This is in middle where it's all gone wrong, so the flash is good. Nico looks away. Nexa on the swing gets caught by Alexi. That's fantastic coverage from Alexi there. It's really set them up, and him getting fired up as well. Still a spotless start. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, because for G2, if they can get themselves 3 or 4 rounds on this CT side, they will be happy with that. So Na'Vi going through the paces, but pistol, clean conversions, the gun round looked worrying, and they bailed themselves out of a number of disadvantaged scenarios. So far, just green lights for Na'Vi.
I mean, this was what G2 knew was a possibility with the Anubis pick.
The problem is they played that round very well.
Right.
And they still weren't able to convert it. Missed smoke there, just highlighted by the Ops team, but no real worries. A main control. See, Bit got dealt with by an AWP on his first A main control gambit, right? You want to try and apply pressure towards Nexa, who's going to be there, but wasn't. So we'll have to see if these games of moving these CT pieces around will continue. You need to stay dynamic. You need to stay fluid on the CT side. Keep your opponent guessing. But so far, Na'Vi, this is a stroll in the park.
Interesting flash. It's just to clear out A main close. So Bit will hear that. Nico, oh, that molly caused him a lot of strife. Has he got the nade with Nico's number on it? It's not far off the mark from Alexi. Searching A is Bit. No AWP this time, he knows that for sure. And it's a Hooksy on the floor. Nexa down after 1. Monacy nails the Deagle headshot. Maybe there's more to be said here. The pressure in mid, Nico trying to provide support, but smoked off for the moment. And 30 seconds, the pressure is on that bomb carrier. Wonderful. What's the go? What's the decision? Alexi, oh, he's supposed to be pulling the strings. Now he's sleeping with the fishes. Him and back, 2-on-2. Wonderful on the bomb, into the open A site. It should be Nico, down and out. And Hunter yet to frag. heading the wrong way.
Honestly, did an awful lot there to make that round competitive, but just getting caught between the extremity and having to deal with middle. So far, he's well, the only one to put up what's felt like resistance in these rounds. I know we've only had 5 play, but there's a multi-kill for him and the AWP kill. So those are tone setters, potential difference makers.
Yoink.
But look at that scavenge. Hunter, ever resourceful. We'll be able to hold on to quite the prized possession going into the next round of play. So far, the Romanian on a bit of a rampage. 9-1 from Imma.
Can you speak to the form he found in Paris? I mean, everyone talks about it like it's this mythological beast.
Well, that's why he's on the mythological beast of Na'Vi.
Right.
That's why they spent so much money to pick him up. Same with JL, the prospects of the Paris major.
But just sky high.
And look, they took the gamble on them, and apparently it's paid off.
Score.
Tactical timeout called. An opportunity for us to discuss the coaches. Blade, the puppet master of Na'Vi on one side, but this one's been called by Taz, a legend of the game in his own right.
Yeah, the pilot of the plow.
And what's his contribution going to be? Or is this just to allow the team to have a bit of a breather? 5 rounds. They haven't been the quickest of rounds, but it feels like it's gone in the blink of an eye if you're G2. You haven't really been able to contend thus far. The first gun round, it started fantastically, but fell apart with poor trading in middle.
Yeah, you're right. That first gun round felt like it was a really good sign of life out of G2. Everything was working. Hooksy had the space. Monacy got the opener. The smoke landed. Hooksy get the dink on Imma.
It makes that kill. It's a whole different round.
Okay, yeah, it was a 3v5 if he hits that, and it's awkward. It's awkward for the remaining 3.
This is an aggressive maneuver highlighted here. Hunter with an aggressive smoke towards T-stairs. So let's see if they push off the back of this.
Oh, it's smoke and mirrors. Let's find out. Flash as well from the dark position. The smoke lands. You can see their options are limited. Do you cross through it? Wonderful thinking about it. Bit occupies rugs. A nade on the smoke. Forward of this deep dark smoke. So Monacy, he's forced to commit to this. Both teams using evolutionary smokes. Looking for that opener. And there's JL giving it a look in. Monacy, an unusual miss. But he comes back for more. Rewarded for the greed this time. 2 men set up. The Balkan brothers in arms. It's Nexa and Nico. Holding on to the A site. They repel the invaders and in the same breath, take B.
Now, this is exactly what G2 need to be doing. Keep moving, keep playing for space, and finding frags. There you go. Hooksy will get the better of him this time round.
Alexi's in a power position, Chad. There's something here. It's not much.
Look how active they are.
Nico looking for trouble, catches it. Kalashnikov on Alexi. Has he got another? Nexa denies. That's important for the 2v4. Will G2 convert this one?
Again, staying proactive. They keep moving, keep searching for info, never allowing Na'Vi just to stay stable and set up. Bit low, AWP on AWP.
Bit versus Monacy, and he's taking him down. The head-to-head right now favors Bit between the 2 of them.
There are no Nexas around.
This can't go wrong, can it? Wonderful. Dead to Nexa. That's the round, surely. Bit with no HP, no hope, and no health. G2 are on the board, folks.
That one's going to feel good. Danish representation in both semi-finals, and I'm sure the crowd would love to see Hooksy and Carrigan locking horns in a grand final.
It's almost too poetic.
But that's essentially a round that's attested to everything we've been discussing with this CT side and what's necessary from G2. I think Monacy is given the green light to play. He is an absolute monster, right? If he overpeaks and dies, so be it. But he is the difference maker in a lot of their rounds. So the fact that he stays stubborn and is able to find that opening pick, you're going to need plenty more of that.
Different smoke.
Yeah, different variation, and softened by the nade JL. The back and forth of the utility. Maybe they want to try and pressure Nico in middle. Yet to get off the mark, 0 and 6. But Monacy, I said he's that loose piece. He's the flair. He gets to be wherever he wants. Can call his own picks, can call his own fights.
Got that flash support set up. Deters Bit's progress on A. Alexi cooking mid.
He'll be under pressure in a moment.
Monacy's having a look, trying to catch the right window of opportunity. Turns the flash. The molly will subside shortly. If he peeks into this, Wonderful should have his number in the AWP head-to-head. Both of these players, both of these AWPers are a spectacle to behold. And they both seem to come alive on the stage. Down goes Wonderful. Nico builds upon it. It's a massacre in mid.
Well, that's more like it. That's what they were hoping to get out of that setup earlier in the piece. This time, Monacy and Nico, the star power of G2 in combination, snuff Na'Vi out to post what should be a second round, and the first time they can post consecutive. There it is. Nico on the march. 5-2, a 3-round difference as they whittle down the finances of Na'Vi now.
Does it feel to you, Chad Birchall, that Nico's starting to get a bit more comfortable in this CS2?
Well, his tweet the other day didn't fill me with too much confidence, but I think when you're on the stage in a match like this, you forget about some of the issues that you've been caused, and you can just go for fights. Take the jewels, use that aim.
Widely regarded as the most proficient master of the crosshair.
I'll take a look at this. Na'Vi have been able to buy back in, but a few omissions in the firepower. Alexi and Bit having to stomach something a little bit lighter. Not keeping it direct either.
Oh, hello. Hunter's giving it a look in. It's JL, spots him out, and he's seen enough. A lot of early pressure, though.
Well, they need to continue with these jarring CT aggressions. You see this time doing it. Molly jiggle combo over towards B main. Monacy also starting to edge over for a pick, so they're looking for info.
So dynamic. Will Immer be ready for this? He's holding that sliver gap. He's just fallen off. That's a hard shot to go for. Wasn't too far off. It whistles past the nose of Immer.
They know where the AWP is now. Do they try and respond to put pressure on towards this A site? They're regrouping. They have baskets control.
Okay, next, big test ahead of you here. And he's got Nico in support. You can see a lot of communication for G2.
And Hooksy's not too far away either. Hooksy even has a HE, a flash, and a molly.
Nade forward. And a forward stance from the defense, ahead of any flashbangs. The nade on the smoke. It's about to be a bloodbath! Nexo with 4! Unbelievable spray! Sends Na'Vi back to spawn, tail between their legs.
Right now, a bit sheepish at Na'Vi. They're being herded around the map by G2. All these little aggressions, they're making it uncomfortable. You can never just get the control you're looking for. And I wonder if this flicks a switch. I wonder if we see a Na'Vi timeout before the next gun round and they try and just go with tempo, with pace. As it is just wonderful to try and retain this AWP. They're attempting to cut him off with the pass. He would love to be able to hold this, but...
Oh my God, they're hunting him.
And this is perfect, the fact that they're doing it together.
Yeah, the Bloodhounds partner up, nose to the ground, looking to take him down. Hooksy, he will be a victim to the AWP. Has Wonderful gotten away with this? He just rounds the corner. The whole squad are hot on his trail, but I think Wonderful has done enough. And he gets away with it. That could be a difference maker. Another round for G2 though, Chad.
Well, you want to try and set up. We'll check this one out again. Beautiful stuff, right? The two of them, again, just staying active, getting in the face, not allowing the execute to play behind it. They're the ones making sure that they're ready to take those jewels.
And you can attest, don't you feel a fool when you clear the smoke and you're the one that gets owned?
Just these eyes with big guns staring straight at you.
Yeah.
You don't even look in the right way. Well, you've got to say, oh, run boost.
Go on. Oh, we might go dark peak. This could be spicy. Wonderful, looking for a quick pace change, looking to make impact with an opener. Smoke obscures his view. He'll have to think of another plan, a tut of his tongue as he backs away. Hunter with a early spray, doesn't connect.
AWP on AWP action.
It's a strong angle, Wonderful. Down and out. It's Monacy in the feed first. The AWP, the potency, neutered. Progression, Hooksy, aggressive. This is brutal. Bomb, gone. Immer, next victim for Hooksy. He's got bullets to spare. I say that, maybe he doesn't. He calls upon Hunter. 5 alive for G2 to continue this run.
Yeah, and you can see how desperate that was from Wonderful, right? The opening pick towards Dark was their way in. He had the AWP on his own. Bit had to head on over late to pick that up, and Monacy getting fired up now. This is starting to look like a very, very tidy CT half. And the fact it's consecutive. Remember, the way we got here was off the back of a timeout. And speaking of timeouts, now we'll see one from Blade. As discussed, when the guns come back out, do we see a pace change, more direct play from Na'Vi? These defaults are being forced, being pushed. So if you were hoping to play out the map, bait out utility, Hooksy has an awful lot of answers.
G2 certainly do. And we see Blade on the mic. Blade and Bit, the only remnants of the Na'Vi of Stockholm. And the timeout called, the first for them.
Fans reminding us of some of the G2 victories with Hooksy at the helm.
Yeah, they haven't got an empty cabinet.
No, definitely helping Nico etch his name in the history books.
Yeah, but the elusive Major, Chad.
Oh, well, you'd love a third crack at it, wouldn't you? This time against Carrigan and Rain.
Oh, come on.
All right, all right. Well, the weapons are out. Na'Vi took the timeout. What is going to be the change? Early smokes towards B. Honestly trying to set them up for aggression with those flashes. Ima needs to find a fight.
He's looking for one. He has eaten that flashbang. That's a full duration white screen. How has he still not seen him? They don't clear him. And 3 in the feed for Na'Vi. Off the back of the timeout. Blade's call takes a slice out of the G2 defense. It's got to be curtains for this round, unless Nexa comes alive again on A. This anchor grounds Na'Vi.
Monacy needs to get activated somehow. There's so many question marks right now for G2 in this round. Sure, Nex has made it somewhat interesting, but if he goes down, it's over. And yeah, there it is. So Alexi will sweep through middle, clear out that problem. But where's Monacy gotten off to? That's the next question for Na'Vi.
He's in so much trouble, but Monacy's having a look.
It's on the timing.
This is what he loves.
I'll be able to squeeze through a gap. Oh, scope hurt, I'm sure.
Oh, he's a dead man. Yeah, the late lurk out of him seals the deal. Na'Vi, off the back of the timeout, return to their winning ways. It was a run from G2, and Alexi going to be very happy with that one. This is T-side Anubis, Chad. You already set the bar around 4.
Yeah, they've managed to hit that. So if G2 can continue to push the issue and grab a couple more, they're going to be happy moving in towards halftime. But thus far, Na'Vi with 6 to their name. At least tied the half. We've had pretty decisive rounds on either side. It hasn't been a tussle. There hasn't been any crazy clutches needing to come into play. No huge heroics just yet.
Yeah, the Nexa double did get me a little excited.
Oh, here's the Monacy A main AWP yet again.
Okay, well, let's see how well-trained Bit is. A lot of the most proficient riflers in the world love to play this role. And he's got the info, and a leg shot onto Wonderful. Nico, electric from Alexi. Loses his head, and now, ooh, Monacy eats the flash, the quick panic from the rotation. You can see 3 players just magnetized to mid off of Alexi's find.
You have to push extremities now. You can't just bunker down on towards the sites. Losing middle puts so much pressure on the CTs. G2, you just hope to block with the U2. You've actually held on to a decent bag, couple smokes, couple mollies.
You talk about the importance of middle. Nico's going to be frustrated to have conceded that one.
That was that head-to-head against Alexi I was discussing.
Yeah. Let's see what Monacy can cook up here. They're clearing. And saw another damage, but no frag. That's 2 tags.
It's just him here.
From Monacy, the whole squad barreling towards the AWP, and Alexi just handing out haircuts to G2.
The entire round essentially on his shoulders right there, and he's going to be kicking himself. The fact that Wonderful and JL are both walking a little bit funny. The problem is they're still walking.
Yeah, their hearts are beating, and for G2, you might have to just put the fishing rod in the water, see if anything comes your way.
Well, this is what they like to do in a lot of these retake rounds. They hang around, they try and be a little bit of a nuisance. If somebody from Na'Vi will make a mistake, then they could justify a retake. But if you lose all these rifles, it will spell trouble for the remainder of this half. And well, speaking of remainder, there'll just be 1 round left.
He heard the dismount there. Alexi's communicating, and he wants to try and twist the knife. He's being baited in by Bit spam, plays the fade, and now Hunter looks away. They are coming for these rifles. They want to take it all away from G2. They want to make this hurt. Well, there's a trajectory that implies Beach is occupied. They all get away. G2 preserved 3 rifles, but it's a 7th round for Na'Vi's T side.
Yeah, okay. Not holding on to their goods, making sure that there aren't going to be any emissions within the buy. Plenty of cash for everybody to get out what's required. Is there enough to get the AWP in the hands of Monacy? I'd say so. The desk discussed the stats for Alexi. Not being great, being pretty miserable. Well, I think it's a good time for the in-game leader to have a good game on his birthday, no less.
There tends to be volatility in an IGL,
oh,
right?
Yes.
You know all about that.
That's for sure. There's no question mark. But Alexi can definitely have pop-off games. I think that previous gun round where Imma able to get behind them is new to the CT aggression, at least for now.
Nico doesn't shy away from a spam. Now this combo of smoke and molly will force his hand. He'll have to play back. We'll see. This time he's in the right place. Will he find lethality? These leg shots were insufficient. And oh, it's wonderful! Oh, and a second, he builds the round and then tears G2 down. Click of his mouse, only Hunter, and JL ready for it. Comfortable on the semi-final environment. An 8th round for Na'Vi secured. I say that as I still see Nico edging closer.
Well, they have to.
He's given it a go.
Final round of the half.
But there's nothing here for you. There is absolutely nothing here for you but misery and another death in the column. A nade to the face puts him down. 4 frags in this half from Nico. He makes it 5. Time ticks. Support arrives. Nexa with a kit and a smoke, maybe. Alexi B has locked it in for the 8th, and there we have it. Wonderful. Sensational. And 8.
That shot that he hit on Modesty must have been something. Modesty shot first, gets him through the wall, headshot, follows up with the second. That essentially secures it. But the people of the Royal Arena have been hard at work as well, apparently. Having fun on their Saturday evening.
Yeah, I don't think any Counter-Strike fan can think of a better way to spend a Saturday. At Counter-Strike 2's first major in a sold-out stadium watching Counter-Strike like this.
What did Bank say, 16,000 people?
16,000, dude.
Take a moment to pause. 8-4 on the half. G2 can pick up the pistol. They can work with the 4. Here's that shot from Wonderful. Oh, just working with the legs.
Oy.
And quick into the second on Hooksy, a fantastic trade. JL, we didn't have to say his name an awful lot, but he's been having a great tournament, and I guess that is a very positive sign for Na'Vi. Here we go. This is a through, U-tilt for Nexa. Jewel Berettas in the hands of Imma with a smoke, and they're going quick towards middle. JL.
Oh, drop. You'll hear this and lose his head.
But it's a fake.
Space
It's a fake.
lost.
The
It
bomb's
was
still
all
middle.
a fake.
The bomb's still
It will
going to
force a rotation. Is he expecting this? Alexi. Oh, what a shot! Takes down the bomb. Info flows. Big one from JL. A double kill onto the G2 star.
Oh, this gets awkward now for G2. Do you go A or B?
Hunter's in. He'll be getting the bomb down. Smoke towards A main. Maybe Wonderful can catch a timing through it as he punches in the code. No one's looking. He's already through. Up towards the pillar. Hunter, a quiet game. Him and Nico, the cousins. The Kovac cousins, and now only Nico. A 1 versus 2 to set the tone. It's Wonderful again. A double kill to give Na'Vi the edge in the first map of the semi-final.
Well, the Des discussed the head-to-head. Wonderful. Monacy, 2 names for the future, playing on the major stage now. And Wonderful with impact. From the tail end of the half now into the pistol round, 9-4. The bomb goes down. So for G2, the round salvaged. We'll check this out again. That was a great shot from Alexi because the bomb gets tossed forward immediately. JL with some bangers, and Wonderful just with the icing on top of the cake. JL getting fired up about that one. As mentioned, the bomb went down. Hunter secured that. We know that means rifles. An AK, some Galils, a MAC-10, a Deagle in the hands of Nexa, and some util to work with.
The scoreline, it may look alarming. But this is T-side Anubis, this is G2.
But this is an all-in shove. If you don't make this one work, it's going to be 10 to Na'Vi. You don't keep it close, you don't get another plant. Likely 11 before we see G2 buy again.
What are you doing here, Hooksy? He's going for a bit of a crazy one. Through the smoke, into Imma. One hell of a frag. Alexi claws it back, keeps it level. Pressure applied, nades in the sky. Wonderful's here. Has he got another? He spots them over the smoke, so do they. Limited vision. Monacy versus Wonderful. Does it continue? It's Monacy's turn. Nico another. This force bite. It's found legs. It's found its footing. They're into the site. Hunting through the flames is Hunter. That's his second frag, Chad, but it sealed the round.
Damn. Hunter, we were saying a big game player at the start of the series, and only 2 kills. It's very, very quiet. Albeit likely to try and retain this M4, but that's exactly what we were discussing. If G2 weren't able to break through, the half was going to get dire. Now, there's a real chance to start the conversation. They just have to deal with this save and whatever Na'Vi are able to invest into the next.
And you have to admire Hooksy there.
Well, yeah, he knew he had to take a bit of a risk, right? Coming through the smoke, catches them on an off timing, breaks the way in towards B, opens the door, and then his team comes through and follows through. So 9-5, a 4-round gap. What's available to come around this A1S? Just going to be the pistol upgrade, so nothing crazy. Deagle for JL, 5.7s in the mix.
These can be some of the most scary rounds though, Chad.
With the smokes in play, it depends on how quickly G2 want to operate within this round. Na'Vi are going to try and block them and push them in towards the stacks. Lick of nade damage on top. JL will have to back away a bit on top of the boost. See if we can catch them. Well, he's seen enough of that.
This is where you do, as you said, have to try and keep track of those smoke grenades. If you run down the clock a little too much, if you're a little too cautious, time can get away from you. Proactivity and a double molly.
Standard protocols to clear out these close corners. Mid completely secure. Hooksy leading the charge again with the MAC-10 in hand. Mid could be the difference maker.
Oh, Nexa, that's a fumble. He's lost out on the opening duel.
They can't really react off the back of it either. Look where the bomb is.
Look how much space he's got. He hears Alexi here.
Might have been spotted on the jump.
It's possible, through the glass, yeah. Alexi's holding this line. If you try the smoke, you're going to be at a 2-man disadvantage.
Oh, this is tough for G2.
This is really uncomfortable now. Hooksy, how good's your clear, bro?
180 degrees. You never want to push through a position like that. Well, having to reassess within this mid-round. A player down, so many unknowns, 40 seconds time against you.
And the rifle was seen B. Regardless, the call is made. 30 seconds, Hooksy to lurk late. And down goes Alexi, that's a big find. He went looking for answers and he just gets bullets. Oh, and there's just one efficiency from Monacy. Wonderful back, Hooksy flanking, Imez gone, and G2 with 14 seconds to spare.
2 rounds in a row where Hooksy has been able to find impact. Sure, not the craziest of kills, but the way that they changed the shape of what could have unfolded, great job from the Danish in-game leader. Keeps G2's head afloat, because that was worrisome. The clock was ticking. If they didn't have to worry about the mid to B split, right? The rotation from Alexi could have been there.
Right.
Bit and Ima could have kept their attentions towards Dark as well as B main.
So just by virtue of not pushing into Temple, Hooksy gave them something to work with.
Yeah, good stuff from Hooksy. Well, 2 rifles to be retained as JL. And Wonderful. Both been able to pick up some prized possessions. G2 claw ever closer. It's a 3-round game now, working back into things. But it's still not going to be an easy round. There'll be some pistols that can be dropped. Right, it was Bit who saved the rifle in the previous. That means that Wonderful and JL, not only do they get upgrades into rifles, they still have the residual pistols. So there's 4 booby traps at a minimum to deal with as you move into the next round of play. So they're going to have to do this the tough way, G2. These aren't going to be easy. They're not going to be given to them. It's going to be more tough decision making. And this shot from Monacy, check this one out. Bang! Bit in a power position. The molly would have done the job, but the bullet did first. Na'Vi will be feeling quite happy that they still have a chance to contend for this round. But this is a little bit more direct. Take a look at the pieces on the radar. G2 moving in one direction as a unit. It's not the default spread. They want to try and go for a bit more of an uppercut finish. Good block on the smoke. If an info play comes out for Na'Vi now, they can understand where the finish could be likely. Sticking to the gun, sticking to the call. And Na'Vi are gambling.
Incorrectly. Full exec, look at this. Everything, single spot, a smoke, a Molotov. It's diligent, it's clinical, it's beautiful. It's definitely Counter-Strike, and it's going to lead to a full cleared site 5v5.
Well, the conversation changes. Damage on the agenda for Na'Vi now. How many of these rifles can they take away? How much financial impact can they inflict on G2?
You have to strike a balance, right? You don't want to be giving away anything to these CTs. But Monacy, he's happy to go looking. Doesn't really have support here. And JL loses his rifle. Monacy going around the world bit. Spotted. Look how sharp this kid is. He's not scared. He's not shy. Takes down some of the rifles they hope to bring through to the next.
I could have used a couple of those, really. Only 2,400 is the loss bonus coming into this one. We'll have to see how they make the buy work now, V, and how that's going to limit their options on this CT side. But Monacy continuing to show that fantastic form. Getting fired up. This is what his dreams were all those years ago, but now he's on the big stage, on the major stage. You know what it takes to lift a big trophy, but not a major trophy, and he'd love to get himself in that grand final.
You know, for him as well, just a trophy in the game.
Well, take a look there. There's Kenny S in the crowd. He made a tweet before this game went live, agreeing with the desk, the head-to-head, this wonderful Monacy matchup could be a deciding factor. I think he said would be the deciding factor for who picks up this series.
Well, he knows very well about orbs and head-to-heads. Likely a large inspiration to some of the Orpus of today.
Alexi taking the bitter pill of the FAMAS. The rest are going to get some tidy rifles in their hands, and even Wonderful's AWP in the mix. The same can't be said for Monacy.
This is aggressive. Look at JL. There's no way they're ready for that. Hoopsy blindsided by an aggressive JL.
Feels like they're forced in towards B. They have to go.
They know there's less players here. He's gone pushing. A nice shot from Wonderful. Takes down Nico. Bit another. Nexa, the difference maker. He's found the double. Extinguish required. Wonderful under scrutiny. Just the Glock. No reload. Can he really do more? Go on, Nexa. Triple kill as G2 1 kill away from making this a one-round game. The impact we've seen from G2's newest addition here in the semi-final is already impressing. A fake plant. Uman. He's had a strong game so far. A winnable clutch and plenty of time. Now, he heard the plant. The smoke will fade. Another one takes its place, this time on main. Hoping to be overlooked. Hoping for a misstep from these two. That time limits his options. The crossfire is strong, the weapon is perfect. Nexa, a 4th kill! Incredible work from Nexa.
Was that a 2v5? It all happened in the blink of an eye. Was that a 2v5 that they just pulled off?
Wonderful gets another on jail, Bit gets another one. I think you're onto something.
It was just a brawl. Quick. It was just an absolute biff on B, right? But it all just quickly fell back in the face. Look at this. So Wonderful Bit, yeah, 100% a 2v5. Right, because it was just deathmatch. Well, this is where you want to put them. Nexa and Monacy in a bit of deathmatch to pull out a 2v5, a massive round to win.
Unbelievable work.
And that's a tempo setter. That's Na'Vi trying to dictate the pace of the first gun round. We were talking about the CT aggressions, G2 doing the same thing. But look, we've had both of these teams in first gun rounds have number advantage situations, but that was a 2v5. That was nowhere near the same as what G2 were dealing with. There's an opening pick and a dink. That's all they had off their aggressions. That's huge, and this is as well. Hooksy continues to be a menace towards this B site.
So now you've got the advantage. It's about how you finish.
Well, they should be able to tie things up 9-9, no question about that. Just going to be some pistols they have to get past.
Yeah, and understandably, Na'Vi want to just hedge their bets, right? You want to put these pistols together, strength in numbers.
G2 on a bit of a roll right now.
I mean, who isn't going to be invigorated when you see Nexa pulling off plays like that? He didn't even bother to reload. He knew there was an AWPer in a smoke panicking. And he ran at it with a Glock, a nade from his teammate. It was a beautiful sequence from G2.
Oh, how quick it was. They were the ones under pressure, and they're the ones applying pressure.
There's something for Alexi to work with, and the bomb is maneuvering towards him, but he has no support. And he has no head. Monacy makes him dead. It is getting problematic here for Na'Vi. This is going to be a 9-9 game. This T side is flying for G2.
Difficult for Jao to overstay as well from there again. Loss bonus built now. Na'Vi, of course, getting into a buy into the next. It's been damage, saving weapons, but I feel like G2 are now in control of the game. This is going to be a 5-round streak with m0NESY and Nexa. You mentioned the newest edition. Let's call them the newest old edition. The Vulcan Brotherhood reunited on the march to another major final.
Yeah, they've been there before, though.
Yeah, against Na'Vi.
No less.
Back in Stockholm. That's where they had that loss, a 2-0. Na'Vi, a completely different looking roster. Bit and Blade, the only two that reside.
Speaking of Bit.
Cleaning house, just JL. G2 tying things up.
Friends turned enemies.
Look at the smile on his face.
He was built for stages like these.
That's the infectious joy of a kid who gets to play on Counter-Strike's biggest stages, just having fun.
Both of them, both of them. But m0NESY has the edge right now. It's undoubted.
We still haven't had any crazy tussles of rounds. I would say that is probably one of the first, really, that looked like it was going one way and then ended up the other. A real back and forth. The 2v5 is now the buy again. Hima having to operate with a FAMAS after that hero went for in the previous. Couldn't make a dent with it whatsoever, and here he comes again. HooXi, the king of Canal.
He's not going to try again, is he?
Oh, why the hell not?
He's gotten Ime's number. And surely Ime, yeah, he's wise to this. Look at his crosshair placement. He is ready for the HooXi play! Oh, but he holds his nerve, holds his spray. Full white screen. Ime gets away with 10 HP. The nade, the flame. He could go down here. They fumble it. It's actually the nade from Hunter that does its work. They managed to throw that in from B side. Outside B main, they catch him on the retreat. So it makes it a 4-on-4. Wonderful searching. Doesn't want to overstep the line, doesn't want to step into the line of fire of m0NESY. He's not there. It's Nexa in a safe spot for now.
Well, they're hitting the pause. They're waiting for these CT reaggressors at G2 after they've leveled up the field. Still enough utility to go for the execute, and there's a little bit of a gallivant from the CT. Starting to take a look towards middle. Nexa lobs one high in the sky. JL will have an awful lot of information.
Well, that's an intimidating set of smokes. A wall erect on B now, and Wonderful turns his attention. Oh, the timing, it was there. Nexa, he will convert. Dispatches of Wonderful, bomb to be planted, Bits rotation about to be cut down, the pre-fire. He still doesn't hit it. Maybe there's something to be said here. G2 defending it. The cousins at arms, it's Nico and Hunter. Double swing. And a double kill. It's all onto Alexi. He knows where they are. He has the kit. How can he isolate these jewels? He's got 19 bullets, everything he needs. Do they double swing? It's going to be Nico down first. Hunter knows it's planted for him. Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle bait! Alexi B has done enough. He disrupts the cousins and takes the 10th by 4. How have they let that one slip?
I'm pretty sure he's shot before the commit from Hunter. Takes the jewel. The moment getting the better of him, and the birthday boy picks up a big one.
It's planted for Dark.
Next up, a great round from him. You think he even had the third there. That pre-fire does come back to cost him. Hunter with a great round as well, putting the pressure. There was the nade, there was some shots, and then Hunter with the commit. Thought he could get the better of him, just had to play the clock. A bit of a fumble there from G2 with the number advantage.
They just go straight back in, dude. The emotions are rattling around in their skull as we play on.
Is that the lifeline for Na'Vi to get back into things? Pistol forced by loss, and now a gun round. An unlikely gun round. G2, they've been marching through this half. More than enough money to get themselves out of full buy. If they win this one, they put Na'Vi back in a hole. Those type of mistakes in MR12, those echoes, those regrets, see if it comes back to bite them. Default spread from G2. AWP being called back off the line. HooXi moving his pieces around. m0NESY scooping up that bomb. Outside B, Hunter again. Next up, looks like a similar round in terms of the individuals. HooXi didn't have the successes. We see the smoke and mirrors being blown open. JL clears top middle. How do you feel like they're hedging on an A play? Look at the radar.
Ooh, you're right. It's only Ime here. Bit's going to start searching, but is it a little too late? They're held at bay. Good smoke.
They can nade it open and go.
Immer repositions and a great spam. He's found Nico. Hope and a prayer from Monacy. Look what they're cooking on the flank. He's just trying to keep him busy. Immer, outrageous double. They have the man advantage here, and the Monacy plant is important. Extends clock. G2 now defending. Their bomb plant. Hooksy might not be ready. Oh! How has he done that? Great headshot. It is the 3-on-3. Monacy as well can work some magic here. Great flash. Oh, spotted out by Bit. They're going to overwhelm him. JL's done well there. Next to fighting tooth and nail. Knows where they both are. It all falls to Hooksy. One, but not two. Bit will steal another away, and G2 now surely on the verge of collapse.
Back-to-back clutches. Those are the difference makers. Na'Vi. They brawl their way into that. Immer, a mammoth task. He was the only defender of that B bomb site. Hooksy with the kill onto Alexi. You think it buys space. The spam through. Nico goes down. The tip of the spear. The follow through. The fact he knows he needs to make a play. Brilliance. And then Bit into the AWP for the trade. Immediate. And Alexi's happy with that one.
I'm no body language expert, but that was almost surprise on Alexi's face. They pulled it off. An 11th. CT side rounds on Anubis. They come at a premium. And here comes Monacy. Oh, no!
Lightning fast from Monacy.
As quick as a flash, he takes down two. The round has only just begun, but already Na'Vi in jeopardy. At the hands of Monacy.
Well, how do they get back into this one? A minute and 25 seconds to find out.
Just when you think G2 are out, it's Monacy just pulling them right back in.
You want to play heads-up Counter-Strike against the kid. He's quick. We talk about it. And after the hard work of the 1v1s, that means the finances haven't been able to build for Na'Vi. This is an important round if they decide to go for it.
Well, Wonderful's going to be tested here. Sure, Monacy, he's fast. He's impressive. Can Wonderful match his output? It's one. It's not easy. It's not simple. And two will do. Enough to get the plant for G2. There's no way back in. You can't surely give this a go. Alexi, Bit, Chad's talked about the finances. They're looking at the abacus and they're realizing there's just not enough.
And the crowd knows what that means. G2 hit double digits. A one-round game once more. Well, that's all Monacy. Wonderful, trying to be that disruptive force. He did fantastic. He hit double of his own, but it's just too much. G2 didn't over-push the issue. They took their time. They traded him out somewhat efficiently. You can see his corpse there laid on the side. They'll even be able to throw that AWP away. Don't want to allow it to blow over into the hands of Na'Vi.
Oh, man, I was convinced G2 were in the bin. And then Monacy hits him with that. We're going to see that one again in the replay. This is just poetry in motion. Charging down the canals, thinking you've got the edge, and then Monacy's AWP, quick as that. Converted now by G2. We've got a one-round game, folks. Bang! Smoke, flash, doesn't matter. Immer leaping out of the window. Wonderful gave it a good go. One more would have done it, or at least had them interested, but the nade, it sealed his fate. A one-round game.
They haven't gone all in here. Wonderful's actually brought out a scout. We'll see if he can get it done with the lighter option. Gonna need to be tags or headshots because Monacy can just hit the body. Alexi in the dirt B. Under fire. There's an A-main push. Next under pressure.
This is promising. He's anticipating it. But Bit, he's sharp. Converts an important frag, keeps it level. That's another from Immer.
That's just shrunk for G2. They're in a box. This would be one way for Na'Vi to get 12. It was a brittle and broken buy. It wasn't a full investment.
Half of them don't even have Kev. Immer's done that without.
The scout.
How is this falling apart? Monacy to bail them out. He misses a shot. The imposter. And it's Hunter. Only one left. JL with the triple. They had nothing. A couple of pistols, a rifle or two. And just like that, it's Na'Vi with two opportunities to take the first map of this semi-final.
The type of rounds they've been able to win on this CT side, those are the ones you can't bank on. You can't bank on winning back-to-back clutches. You can't bank on getting it done with a couple of saved rifles and a scout upgrade. Immer went from hero to losing a frag to hero again.
Yeah. The B site so far, it's in his domain.
And that was with the m0NESY opener.
Yeah.
So that push from Bit onto Nexa, as I said, it shrunk the map. So much pressure, and they were just condemned. And it's Nico and Hunter, the final two remaining. And those two have been having the toughest time for G2. Those two are the players that you should be able to turn towards to bail you out of bigger problems.
Now, from an IGL perspective, Alexi knows he's got two opportunities, right?
Last time he tried the aggression, they ran into m0NESY. So they want to try something like that again. Doesn't look to be the case early out the gates. m0NESY again posting up with the AWP. Three-player B start from Na'Vi.
Lurk smoke A main deep. That forces a decision out of Bit immediately. Nico cooking early. Look at this, side by side.
Ahead of the smoke. That might catch JL off with the timing. They're already through the doors. Nico, an opener for you right now would be massive.
That smoke's got him worried. And this gap,
this free runway.
gap, they've manufactured this gap to perfection. Nico takes down Bit. One more to find. JL cowering at the back of the site. He's covered out. What? They don't find him. m0NESY does. Into the A site, and one hell of a call.
Back into save territory for Na'Vi, but Hunter, the namesake, already up close, already ready to rip this out of their hands. Wonderful. And Alexi, white knuckle grip right now.
To find a gap like that.
Yeah, that is wild. It's a crazy call. They took the timeout and they just walked two players. It was Nico and Hunter straight through middle. They literally just power walked through middle.
And in JL's mind,
smoke.
he smoked it,
and they're respecting it.
Yeah, they're worried about mid. They're worried about A main rather. Huh. Well, the hunt is on.
Another tag from m0NESY's AWP.
Yeah, he's had enough of those, that's for sure.
Alexi going to get away with an upgrade into an AK. Wonderful, should be able to retain this AWP. One more round and we go to overtime. This is how you want to kick off a semi-final.
Feels like we've been given the gift of just incredible games here. The first major on the new Source 2 engine, and it feels like these games, they just deliver, they pack a punch, they consistently surpass expectations. But this can still end in regulation, chat.
Well played. He's taken the 30 seconds, the last tactical timeout, and see him right now with my very eyes pacing back and forth, looking directly at Alexi's screen. A conversation to be had of how they can close this down. He saved AK and saved AWP. What type of purchases are they going to be able to bring into the round behind them? MP9 for JL, Silenced M4s for Bit and Imma. Plenty of util kits are in play. We're going to lock horns with everything both teams require. G2 win this, we go to overtime. Na'Vi pick it up 13-11. Heartbreak on G2's map choice as we turn to Nuke, map number 2.
1 minute 55, anything can happen. Every decision further towards victory or defeat. m0NESY on the scope.
They're really going to tussle with Imma. He's had impact over towards this side of the map. Sure, he's been pantsed a few times. Needs to harass. Not going to hit the mark. Oh, Alexi's taking the MP9 out of JL's hands.
Yeah, he's chosen to play close. They could overlook this. He's playing for this exact angle. They've run straight past him. Hooksy onto Imma, but they're not ready for Alexi. One and done. Hunter, with Hooksy's help, is looking to secure overtime. It's Nico, another. And wonderful. An impossible task.
Bomb down, 1-on-4, AWP retake at the B site. Kit, util, everything you could hope for, but 4 ferocious individuals wanting to push this to OT. Good luck, Wonderful.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. No fun for Wonderful here. m0NESY, he's running at it with a Zeus. In a semi-final, he wants to rub it in. He wants to get in to the head. And it's going to be Nico to put him down. Overtime secure. This semi-final needs more rounds. Map 1.
Hooksy putting on a show today, giving us the entertainment we deserve on this Saturday night.
Entertainment's right, Chad. Entertainment. This is high-octane Counter-Strike through and through. Imma's arrived to this semi-final. He held down that B-bomb site.
The ball's on m0NESY, right? I understand they have such a number advantage.
Let's get it going.
A T-stairs smoke looks like it's forced out a responsive Molotov towards A main, making sure they can't push, they can't set the tone, but next up, he investigates off the back of a flash. Bit finds the opener.
That's very impressive find from Bit as the A anchor to play such a forward stance, a risk, a gap. And he's the one to profit despite the flash. Next are gone, forced to watch as this 4v5 transpires.
When you think about this Anubis match between these two teams, we've been talking about all the proactive nature of the CTs. It's like a chessboard with the back and forth movements that both of these teams have been opting for. They have this space, we can go here. This is the gamble, we want to try and pressure this side of the map. Both of them have been throwing in the aggressions where necessary. G2 responding with a number disadvantage. Pressure towards the B side.
I think they missed a smoke, Chad. I think they missed a smoke. Honestly, they'll use a Molotov instead. He's posted on the angle. They're swinging through, gliding into the site, disrupted by JL. One back from Nico, a clear from the smoke. Manassi was posted, hold on. It's Alexi B cleared, big from Hooksy. 3v3, they've managed to stabilize. This bomb can go down, the rotation coming through. There is a flank being cooked by Bit, who started with the frag. He found the opening engagement. Monasy's checking it.
He's dropped the bomb, he wants someone else to plant.
Yeah, but they've already swung through. They're walking up. Safe plant. Bit flanking, nice from Nico. It's the flank though from Bit. A 2-on-2, a very high stakes game. Smoke, maybe not a kit. I have to find one. Good damage, Nico. Trying to back himself, it's Bit onto Nico. Hooksy can't do anything, and Na'Vi take round one.
Starting with the opener on a CT round on Anubis. They'll be happy to close that one out. Wonderful delivery, Monasy the same. Nico starting to activate the later this game goes, and maybe Hunter can find his form. 2 more rounds in this first half of OT. Here's the opener, so flashed in Bit, not worried whatsoever. JL as well, able to disrupt on the way in, but Monasy not ready for the big flank of Bit, so impact from him.
Huge round from Bit. He started that round and he most definitely finished it.
They could see how G2, they didn't really have any space. Even though they had full side control, they didn't have Dark, they didn't have main. So it was quite claustrophobic on the site. Again, this early B pressure, just really wanting to harass. This time, Hunter the point man will be molly back, so exchange on either side of the server. Really just harassing. They want to bait out as much utility as possible.
Want to see Molotov back. Spot out from Nico. They know where the AWP is. A smoke exchange.
Been a lot of that in this round already, and there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, so pressure felt everywhere for Na'Vi.
Nico, he tried his luck and he's left wanting. 10 HP on Nico.
Even though he doesn't have the space, Na'Vi think he does. He applied so much pressure there, they have to come back for a re-clear. Yeah, MVP of Wonderful can hold on towards A. Bit and JL can now start to posture forward and clear out closed doors.
Azime got another one in him. It's Alexi flashed into the fight. Monasy on the AK. Nico gave it to him. He trusted him. And instead, it's Bit and Imme. Look how fast this is. JL, he's got Nico's number. Hunter feeling the pressure if he can try and get away. He's boxed in. Punching in the code. They're tightening the noose. 3 from every angle. There's no way out of this one. JL secures it, and Na'Vi defending a second round already.
This is impressive from both teams, but obviously right now as we put the microscope under Na'Vi, as quick as they lose space, they've taken something back. And it's not allowing Hooksy and the boys to execute freely because Na'Vi know it's coming. And they're also trying to play ahead of the play or have more than enough numbers available to deal with it. These flanks, these kills through the smoke, Imme again just being an absolute nuisance. Smoke fades, Wonderful's there, Nexa goes down. Hunter has to worry about 360 degrees. There's no way out of that, and G2 need a round going into the second half of OT.
Yeah, and this is when those couple of fumbles, those flubs from regulation may haunt you, as well as the knowledge that Alexi B, he calls a good game. Up against his ex-team, it's a one and done. JL, he'll find one as well, so call it 4v4.
Head of the smoke.
Yeah, wonderful. This is very aggressive. Despite the flash, he's going to play with some sheer aggression, calculated aggression, mind you. No HP is meaningless in the AWP head-to-head. He's playing this angle with conviction. He's playing it with confidence. Ahead of the smoke. And m0NESY down. It's a big find. Wonderful. Trying to keep the sheet clean on this CT side. Do you really want to peek into me again, he says. Cower in fear. Wonderful is here. 19 frags. G2 yet to post a T round. Their last chance to do so. Smoke achieves nothing in the early stages. They're not ready for Wonderful. He racks up another. Damage inflicted. A little nade could do the job, but repositions. Hunter's nade finds one, the 1v3. Alexi B, edge of the smoke, seals the deal. One more, says JL.
That's the hard work done. That is the hard work done right there, and the Na'Vi fans absolutely love it. 3 rounds on the CT side of Anubis in overtime where the pressure gets turned up a notch. And the big game players struggling to find their feet. You're hoping to get the difference makers to be your hunters, to win out your clutches, your Nico, to obliterate with a multi-kill round. Well, m0NESY and Nexa are the ones who won the 2v5.
Yeah.
And now to look down the road, have the discussion with your team and say, boys, we need 3 rounds on one of the hardest sides of Counter-Strike just to push things to double overtime.
The outlook is bleak. G2 fans, they look like they've still got some morale. Wonderful and incredible round.
You could tell it was desperate there. In fact, HooXi's running back, throwing the heaven smoke, and then entering with the AWP. Nobody wanted to make the move, and HooXi's like, well, I guess I'll do it.
Well, that's the power of a good AWPer, right? You just see genuine fear in the movements, in the plays. Once he got one, the rest were almost set up for him. Here we go, folks. G2, they need 3 in a row, or Na'Vi will be 1 up in the best of 3. Aggression required. Himmer blinded. Space lost. Well, there's info. 2 have pushed B, says Imet.
This is how they opened up the CT side with the first gun round. m0NESY got the AWP pick over towards main, on towards Bit. They pushed out B main. HooXi got the dink. It's a very, very similar setup. This time, no overreaction from Na'Vi with losing B main. Sure, long control in the remit of G2 for now. We know this is on a bit of a timer. More than happy just to hit pause and now rifle through their util. This boost is going to take Nico out of the play.
Yeah, and we saw mid gaps previously. Info on HooXi. MS still lingers outside B. Who's responsible for this mid hold? They're so concerned about A main. They have to address it from heaven. Next is giving it a look. m0NESY and Nico, the start of this show. They're ready to receive. It's all or nothing right here for G2. m0NESY, what have you got? Nico. Eat the flash. They're both blind. Nico, he stands tall. Delivers the double. It's not done. Nexa needs 1. Delivers. Down goes another. It's all onto JL. There's no time for him here. And G2, they pass test number 1. 2 more required. There was ways in which that could have gone wrong, Chad, but they do pass test number 1.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, they're going to take a timeout. You can see, if it was a B split, it feels like it would have been Na'Vi's round every day of the week. The hedge from G2. Nico with that double, looked like they were both going to be finding themselves in a whole lot of hot water over towards A main. It feels like both of these coaches have been finding success after the tactical timeouts. So will Na'Vi find their 16th? That's the question. I like the fact that they didn't rush things once G2 had taken information across the map and prodded them. They just sat, they waited, and they went later within the round. But this is it. This is the difference maker. 25 seconds on the clock as they come through main. The double, make it a triple, and Nexa does his job. Sets m0NESY up just to take the simple shot onto JL, who has to get a move on.
Yeah, the bait and switch on A main.
Well, here we go. Again, this is great from our ops team, highlighting an aggressive smoke. That one's going to land up towards Rugs, I do believe.
Well, that's going to limit his options. Bit maneuvers forward. Hooksy aggressing. There is a Molotov. He's pushing. Extinguish and spray.
What a find.
Straight through the smoke. Are they expecting another? That flash. Oh, his Nexus palms are sweaty.
Someone has to be the difference maker for G2 in this round. Hooksy can pull the strings from the grave, sure, but it's the CT side. When the kills come their way, G2 need to step up with multis.
Alexi B pushing forward. Nico needs to be careful here. An audible reload. The Finn maneuvers closer. Na'Vi 4 frags away from taking map 1. Is it Ime to take the fight? Nico knows this angle like the back of his hand. Intermittent uncrouching. Slips back Ime on the jiggle. The double peek is imminent. Alexi doesn't choose to do so. Nico falls off. It's a big one back.
Nexus on his own, he's stranded. The rotation's miles away.
He's still safe from cams. He repositions. Nico tucking into the A site now. Mid conceded. It's occupied.
It's time to pivot back towards the B site. m0NESY posted with the AWP is going to have company.
Head to head. Is it m0NESY? Is it his turn? Is it his time? Oh, falls away.
Timer on the main smoke. He had to back off.
What could have been? Well timed from Wonderful, taking the space. Map control.
25 again. It's going to be another late hit.
It's on the seesaw. It hangs in the balance of 20 seconds. Every decision they make. Is this Na'Vi's map or do we need another round? m0NESY posted. Is he safe? He nails it. JL gone. Needs another. Falling away. Run down by Wonderful. 9 seconds. Wonderful surely done enough now. Taking down Hunt to the nade. It finds just a little bit of damage. Wonderful lives on. The double kill from Wonderful. And he's not gonna stop. 24 frags on the semi-final stage. It feels like it was the stage built for him. Under the lights, in front of 16,000 fans. Wonderful doing G2 dirty with 15 seconds to play with. He walks into the site, he finds the triple kill, and he sends G2 down. Na'Vi, a map away from a major grand final.
Let's go, it's A, it's B. Please, B. Out B. I'm doing chaos, boys. One more. I'm not going. Please, no more. Coming CT, guys.
Yes, I'm playing close to temple.
Planting? I have got flash, you can come
default.
CT.
Can you flash God flash? I'll pick stage.
Not right now. In a few seconds.
I'm going temple.
Is the smoke default, guys? Do you know?
It's faded. D lobby one.
Flashing, wait. I have flashing first here. Flashing God. Flashing.
Up, side.
Op side, default.
Default. I have. You have HE.
Nice.
Come peeking.
Connect again, B main.
Last side.
B main on Mexi, boys. Nice! Nice! Boys!
Miha. Good shit on B, bro. Good shit on B.
Nice,
but guys, this is fucking good. We are at least doing something. Let's go, boys.
Quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
it's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Navi stealing away G2 Esports' map pick and 1 game away now from the grand final here at the PGL Major. And I just want to get into looking at some of the things Wonderful did straight off the bat, because what a menace he was. So proactive, so round saving for his team at times.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we hyped up this kind of comparison between Wonderful and m0NESY, because these guys are absolutely insane, and Wonderful at this tournament has just come into his own. He bailed Navi out so much, so frequently. Important kills, multi-kills. The op was on point today, and obviously closes out the map in style.
I mean, it's gotta be heartbreak, right? But the way we set it up, and we tried to doing this so many times when it comes to 2-star players on the team, especially operas, it's gotta be head-to-head. It was literally so many head-to-heads with the AWP, with Wonderful coming out on top, m0NESY coming out on top. Listen, I have rarely seen someone peek into m0NESY's crosshair with an AWP and rip his head off, right? So Wonderful rather, really coming into his own, and absolutely the reason that Navi were able to sneak this map away.
This round's crazy. Yeah, like he's low HP, and without the time running out to win the round. But look at this head-to-head comparison as well. Just, I mean, it's crazy to see this. I think they ended with 25 kills total on m0NESY, 24 on Wonderful. They were right there. Both these guys did everything, and unfortunately for m0NESY, his goes to waste.
Yeah, it went to waste. I mean, we can get into it in a second, Bless. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, just that final round. I'm still reeling from that, right? Because m0NESY, he was in the perfect place, the perfect time. He was the reason that it even went to overtime for the side of G2, right? He was the backbone, so to speak. In the final round, he is in the perfect position and just oversteps just in it, just goes a little too far, and the round just crumbles right there.
Yeah, tries to maybe do a little bit too much, but remember, he was basically hard carrying G2 throughout that map, and I think that's the kind of mindset you have to have if you're going to continue hard carrying. And I think, you know, he might not want to admit it to anyone, but I think in that moment he felt very much like if he didn't do something, they weren't going to win the round. That guy, m0NESY, was 10-1 in opening duels on that map, involved in 11 of them for G2, and that's with Nico on the team, who was 2023's opener of the year. Like, Nico wasn't providing anything in terms of the opening kills. It was all m0NESY everywhere on the map. Hard for Navi to predict, and I mean, again, just it's got to be so brutal to put in that kind of an effort and lose the map.
Oh, it's frustrating for him, I'm very sure, but it's fantastic from Wonderful, and it's interesting because, correct me if I'm wrong, first when he came into Navi, right, it's not that he was that proactive. He was a different player than Simple, obviously, but Blade could use him more as a chess piece, a bit more, you know, a waiting game, a little bit more. Now, he is evolving in front of our eyes, and he is able to do kind of a lot more things on the biggest stage, no less.
I mean, I believe Blade said in an interview himself, or was it Alexi B? He was like, we're giving way more freedom right now for this team to operate. It's been a while since this team's kind of coming together, where Alexi B had to orchestrate a lot of these moving pieces, so to speak. And sometimes, by the way, I go back to the Nuke game they had against G2. Alexi B does kind of move these pieces around, but in maps like this, when he knows he's got individuals like Wonderful to work with, you need to give him the freedom, and that's why he kind of showed here.
I mean, I think the Simple point's a good one. Because he was replacing Simple, he got to fly a little bit under the radar, right? Like, nobody expected anything kind of out of him. Even the first few months with him and the team, it was kind of like lukewarm. It was sort of like, we see the skills. The skills are there. Question is, how long will it take to develop? Well, this is his coming out party. This Copenhagen Major is him just like showing, I've got it. I can be the next Opera. And Navi, they've got to be just jumping for joy. Not only did they get a sell m0NESY, not only did they have Simple on the team, but they've replaced him with another beast.
It's crazy. I mean, and he was so calm every time you saw him on the cam. He got 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, 4 kills, doesn't matter. Let's just go to the next round, guys.
And I just love the fact he's just over-peeking. It's fine, he's re-peeking into it. He's so confident that, listen, I can out-duel everyone in this server. Even though Monesi's there, I can out-duel him. And it's just brilliant mentality for someone so young to have.
You got to talk about, though, I mean, a lot of this map came down, you know, if you focus on Wonderful, if we go away from him a little bit over to Alexi B, let's talk about some of the beautiful things Na'Vi did strategically on the map, because I think the T-side game plan, they did a really good job of whatever they did on the map. If it didn't work, they went back towards middle. They went right back at Nico in middle, and it worked more often than not. They had some space there to work with, and on the CT side, I think G2 got caught in a trap of focusing so much on the B bomb site, and Na'Vi was just like, it's fine. We're going to suck you in. We're going to let you come into this B bomb site. We're going to flank everywhere. They wrapped around. They dropped into canals. They wrapped around the B bomb site. It was beautiful.
And we got to say, when they wrapped around or when they went for the flank or for the lurk, they were more precise than G2 was for a lot of that game. And I think that comes back to that point you made about the opening kills that Monesi does get. Also, Nexa, what a game from him. But it didn't matter because the pieces didn't work. Because some of these individuals are not having a game.
I think the G2 post-plants are going to be, they were horrible in this game.
My
I think
God.
they were atrocious. Obviously, there's the easy one. There's the blown clutch from Hunter, which should never happen.
2v1, by the way.
I hope he's out getting some fresh air. Because he needs to take a couple deep breaths of that clean Copenhagen air and come back into this refresh, because he made some mistakes and had a really tough time finding impact in this game.
You said so much before we got into this. It should be G2. If I'm going to change one letter, and it's an M for the F.
Emma.
He, in the beginning of this game, he had so many question marks, but he was a big reason why I think Na'Vi started off feeling so comfortable.
We picked a couple of players on both these two teams. We're talking about Hunter on the side of Hunter and Nico on the side of G2. We're talking about Emma and Jail on the other side. And we're like, look, of all these players, Emma is the one who's been struggling so far. We compare his stats as well when it came to the Paris midget. This one, here he delivered so much from the get-go. In the pistol, just running up ahead, taking his duels, finding so many impact kills. He didn't necessarily top frag. He didn't have the most, crazy moments like Wonderful did, but he was just in their faces, just running at them and playing with so much more confidence. Even this one particular round, right, he gets the first kill, flashes his way through into the smoke, prevents the plant from taking place, and he's like, I'm probably going to die, but screw it, I'm going for it. And this is lovely to see from someone who's been, to be fair, I've been hating on him as well.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to give him props for this map. I think the key is like getting him started, as you said, on the right foot, helping him get out to that 5-0 start. I think he shot up to 10 or 11 kills pretty quickly. Rest of the game wasn't anything too crazy, but like you said, he found his moments, and when he had the opportunity to make a play, he didn't back away from it. He didn't shy out and play a little bit scared. He actually went for his plays and had some good impact down the stretch, even if the volume fragging wasn't there.
And especially when you have someone like, Wonderful is kind of clutching out all his crazy rounds. He seems to be the guy who's being the tip of the spear, so to speak. And for a team like Na'Vi, I feel like you need that, right? When you have players like Bit maybe not feeling so comfortable, JL having a little bit of a quieter map, so to speak, someone like Emma stepping up to the plate. I think that's a great sign, and I feel it's going to be a win condition if Na'Vi are able to pull off this upset.
Yeah, it was obviously really close because it went to overtime. I think Na'Vi was head and shoulders above in that overtime, clearly, right?
Sure.
So you have to say this was relatively close. I don't feel that way, though, watching the game, because I had a lot more trust in Na'Vi's retakes. I had a lot more trust, similarly, in their T rounds. I don't know. It just felt like they were playing much viscerally and with more trust.
This is I think the problem of being a G2 fan and wanting to see G2 win is because this is another one of those maps where you're like, they should have won this. They broke the second round after losing the pistol. They won a 2v5 like 2 rounds later. They recovered a 2v5. They had 2 really advantaged post-plant positions at the B bomb site, lost them both, clutches back to back. And I mean, just in general, look, for as much attention as they put on the B bomb site on their T side, they did not seem like the finishing play was at all comfortable for them. They did not seem they ever find comfort in a post-plant situation.
And this is also considering the fact that Nexa was having a lights-out game as well. Someone we don't really look to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I go back to the
Both guys under scrutiny on each team had fantastic games.
Actually true, which is so wild when it comes down to a stage and when the pressure's on. You're looking at someone like Nico. He was just getting out-dueled by Alexi B towards mid, something you don't expect to see. We talk about him being the big game player, right? He didn't bring the big game here to the arena, which if it doesn't switch up on map number 2, it's a bit of a dunzo.
On their map pick, no less.
Yep.
Very strong from Na'Vi, and Paula has a special guest, I hear.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home. Sometimes in esports, sports, cinema, music, whatever it may be, we are lucky enough to experience generational talents. I've had the absolute pleasure to personally introduce this next person in an arena once before. And I'm gonna say exactly what I said then. Forget Counter-Strike, forget esports. He might be the greatest gamer of all time. It's Simple! Simple. What are the vibes right now, mate? How is it for you to be standing on the stage?
I'm a bit nervous right now. Long time to see, guys. Long time to see.
Simple, Na'Vi, 1-0 up in this series. Are they taking the whole thing?
Yeah. I mean, I think the map pool is really good for Na'Vi right now, and I don't know why G2 decided to pick Anubis. And I feel like it's going to be confident 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Simple. Final two questions. Firstly, are we going to see you on a stage, in a booth, playing again anytime soon?
I don't know.
Simple, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything that you'd like to say to this arena and our fans at home?
I love you guys. I love you.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home, give it up for one of the absolute GOATs. It's Simple!
We hope he comes back for sure. Before we get into the next map, which is Nuke, this plate, look at how beautiful it is. And of course, this is the newly launched Textra version of the display. As you can see, it's 3D holographic because of the special design that adds a lot of depth to it. You can also click the banner down below to see all available designs in this, but it's beautiful. Is it calming it down, or is it, what is it doing?
It's firing me up. It's the Odin's Ravens right there.
Oh, I was trying to ask you what it was before. You knew?
I knew.
He always has an ace up his sleeve. But wonderful display and wonderful on the server, not on purpose, of course.
And Alexi said he had aces up his sleeve for this game.
He did.
Hey.
I mean, one of his aces was apparently having Hooksy pick Anubis. I don't know. But we're going into Nuke now. And this was, of course, the map that they played when they played earlier on in the tournament.
Yep.
The one where G2 got a flying start, but Alexi B and Blade outbrained in the latter parts of that game. And that has to be sinking into your mind now if you're G2.
I'm still gonna, we're still gonna repeat what we said in the preamble to this game. The fact that G2 were actually in the driver's seat right there. It's gonna be a bit of a switch up though. G2 were losing on the final few rounds they lost were in the CT side. They actually had a very solid T side to start things off. This time G2 should be starting on the CT side here. They should be getting off to a better start. But I will say this, if G2 are going to be playing safe on the CT side, playing too reactive and losing control of the economy right there early on, Alexi B is just going to completely run over them.
Yeah, I mean, outside of whatever tactically they have planned and they'd have to address, especially for the outside portion of the map where Alexi kind of schooled them in their previous matchup, I think the big conversation they're happening right now is communication in late round situations and post plants and the 2vx's, the 3vx's, and just saying, guys, like it can't be like this. It can't be like this disjointed. It can't be this lost as we're trying to find positions inside the bomb site. That felt like a very scattered game. So I think right now it's just calming them down. And again, it's like, that map is haunting that they lost to them in the elimination stage because it is just like Anubis where you had the chance in this map to take this all away.
Yep.
This has happened actually a few times, specifically at this major with G2, right? You know, remember the overpass they played versus VP, for instance, right? Where it was also so close, yet so far. We know what happened after, of course, but this is kind of your final game to get those ducks in a row if you want to stay in Copenhagen.
And for me, I'm looking at G2 and just channel your inner Homer Simpson. Just look at Monacy's picture right there and just say, I do it for Monacy, do it for this young kid, right? I mean, he's literally hard carried them all the way over here. And sure, we hopped on the fact that the final round, the final kill, where he kind of overstepped his mark a little bit. But apart from that, he's been so far magnificent. But I'm looking at someone like Hunter and looking at someone Nico, who they're making so many uncharacteristic mistakes, not playing the level we know they can play at a stage like this.
Oh, if they come in with the level they did on Anubis, this is probably over. I mean, especially because you're not going to be able to rely on Monacy to get you as many opening kills as the way he did, on a map like Nuke as well.
Yep.
Not going to be as successful. Again, he took 11 on Anubis. He won 10 of them, which is just kind of mental. You need a Nico. You need a rifler who's going to be able to apply pressure outside and actually move in towards Big Garage, move in and try and wrap towards Heaven, move in towards Secret. The op can't do it all.
And the worst part is, like, just looking at the previous map, Nico, he was the one who's getting targeted towards outside, right? He was getting harassed with utility, with flashes, and he was just kind of forced to kind of isolate himself from what the rest of the players were doing. He was playing towards Secret, just being away, just reacting to what Na'Vi were throwing their direction. So yeah, if Nico doesn't get activated and it's not in the midst of the action on the CT side. This is rough.
Yeah, also I'm wondering, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, and what a disaster it'd be if they're to get eliminated. You know, like you actually, we talked about Nico's records at the major, only making it to 5 playoffs in 13 attempts. He's been in 2 finals, yeah, but I mean, again, another great chance. Hooks even said it again in the interview today. This is their best chance to make it to a finals. What a nightmare. What a disaster.
What a nightmare it would be. It's all in their mind, but on the other side, you see there, Alexi's thinking about it too, and he must feel very, very confident. We also can't forget when they played the last time, and when it was T rounds, it was pretty gimmicky sometimes out of G2 with that Zeus from Monacy. I hope they pre-molly Hut, for instance, out of the side of Na'Vi this time around to make sure that doesn't happen. But what an absolute achievement it would be, Blair, for Alexi to lead his troops now across Nuke into a grand final.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It would be such a testament what he's been able to do with his team, right? Because coming in, you know, with Wonderful coming in, and a lot of us had our doubts, can he make this happen? Because he's failed at OG, he's failed with NIP and all those, you know, weird lineups he had. And even this lineup was looking a little dysfunctional. Could Wonderful really grow into his own? He's grown into his own. Can Ima finally, you know, shake off the rust he's had post-Paris? He's shaking it off. Can Jail get activated? He's gotten activated. So it feels like everything's kind of coming into place here, and if he pulls it off, it's going to be the perfect storm.
This would be a statement game from obviously Na'Vi, but I think more importantly for Alexi, considering how he's had so many people doubt his abilities as an IGL over the years. I can't name a whole lot of IGLs, maybe one other one that could take this lineup to a major grand final this quickly, because it did come together very disjointed. And yeah, you've had the Wonderful step up, but this team playing tactically looks really sharp. And this would just be Alexi now like giving the middle finger to the whole Counter-Strike.
And especially after losing the greatest player we've ever had and still making it happen.
It would be insane if they get it over the finish line. Alexi, he is absolutely honed in. Can he do it on Nuke? And will they kick G2 Esports out of the major? Let's find out.
Let's find out. Let's find out together, Copenhagen! A decade of global offensive leads us here. The very first Counter-Strike 2 major, our second semi-final. Who meets FaZe? Let's find out! The desk has set the scene. Birchall, anything to add?
Just think the fact it was so close last time round in this very tournament. It leaves the door open for Ancient. But G2 are going to have to dig deep here. The CT side star, and you want to set the tone with this pistol round. Talking about Hunter going outside, having a deep breath. Big game player, now's the time to show it. High in for Na'Vi. HE towards door, of course. Molly towards main, constricts the movements of Monacy and flush towards Yarn for a fight. He's seen enough.
Yeah, spotted the bomb red. They're going to jump for him. Oh, the pressure. So many bodies. He's tracking them around. Bullets hitting heads. Monacy, how do you get away with 2? Bit will put him in a grave, but the damage is done. It reverberates. A man advantage for G2. Hooksy, Hamstrung, Nexa and Nico occupy secret.
Try and force their way around towards heaven. This is the next fight. Hunter has to hit the shot with the Julies and will. JL down, lobby threat eliminated. Just Wonderful and Bit to find.
They gave him the P250. They backed Wonderful and his aim. But it was Monacy to find the double kill.
Under so much pressure.
Yeah, check this one out. Oh, it's clean. Nexa. He finds the one. Now just looking for Wonderful.
If they can deny the plant, this is massive from G2.
That would be very impressive if he can find his way towards a bomb site now. 40 seconds and no chance! Nexa will take 2, and G2 take the pistol.
Yeah, ramifications of that, just touching on the bomb not going down. Na'Vi unlikely to see a forced buy from them going into round number 2. No extra finances, no way to get your hands on those Galils. So this should be a clean one, and beautiful work from the kid under pressure. That's what you want to see from Monacy. Sure, steps out again, offers himself up, looking for that third, but the fact that 2 of them jumping off a main and look at him getting fired up, this is what it's all about for him.
Yeah, he doesn't want this semi-final to end. He just wants to keep putting his skill on display.
Yeah, the desk touched on it, right? You know, surely that over peak in the final round definitely cost him. Traded out. But he was doing an awful lot. Some big rounds to keep them in it. Enough to get to his first major final. Next up, Hunter, Nico, they've all been here before. It was back in 21. Next up, well, we've said his name, under pressure, turns the flash, finds 2, traded. But here comes Monacy again. Shouldn't be any more dramas. Go get the mop and bucket out, and ramp cleaned. 2-0, G2. Start as they mean to go on Navi's map choice. Dusk were also just discussing outside how they felt like they were able to deal with Nico. One of the keys in that matchup was the amount of opening kills that went in the favor of Na'Vi, more than the lion's share. So trying to limit that if you're G2, or at least trying to dictate the tone so you can find those opening picks might be a bit of a difference maker. And the difference maker also being the start of sides. What's the first gun round for Na'Vi going to look like? Aggression.
This is fast from Hooksy, no fear, no way. JL will catch him, can't quite believe his luck, and now Nico's pushing up the ladder. G2, what is this? Immediately crunching into the lobby. Hunter, a nice descent, that's good, ahead of the curve, ahead of the play. m0NESY towards credit card, looking to take a swipe at the 4 remaining Ts.
Ima's definitely hearing this.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, m0NESY caught off guard. You don't see that, you don't say that all too often, but this is a powerful angle from Nexa. He's vulnerable to a variety of angles.
Got a lot to worry about.
Certainly.
Spotted now.
Oh, that's scary. Yeah, he'll get out of there.
You can tell this was a biff round, right? Hooksy just wanting to take the fight. The fact that he's pushed so deep in towards lobby, telling they were expecting so many members of Na'Vi to spread towards yard. That wasn't the start. Ran into a bit of a wall and now chasing their tail are G2.
Ooh, did he catch a whiff of that?
Well, mouth was moving. This flank from Nico could be huge.
This could be monstrous. Yeah, he's got very low margin for error given the HP. Yet to frag, yet to die. Nexa cut down by Bid. And down goes Hunter in the vents. This is perfect for Na'Vi to get their first T round early. There's nothing here for Nico. The only slight positive is that they don't know where he is. But with no HP and no teammates.
Still having a look. They'll lose everything. Okay, he's going to back off, but even just holding on to this is going to be quite difficult. Flat start for G2 on the gun rounds. Na'Vi get their first on the board.
So they kind of took yard and then relaxed.
Well, just with the number advantage that they were able to accrue there onto m0NESY, right? He wasn't aware that a player had slipped in towards that warehouse position. That was the round-defining kill, because the rest was G2 just chasing ghosts. Nobody was home towards lobby. They expected them to take space towards lower, much quicker within the round as soon as the penny drops on Ima's position. You know, they don't really have any power positions.
What do you make of that call as well to go for such an aggressive, audacious start?
I wonder,
Nico on the ladder.
Look, for a bonus round, quote unquote, because now they're not really going to have a full buy into the next. I'm not sure even what it's going to look like. Nico can drop an M4. I understand going all in on lobby because you want to take the fight and you could rumble them if they were just doing a standard round.
Sure.
This could be the mind games from them playing earlier in the tournament on this very map.
JL couldn't believe his luck. He heard steps and good tracking. A jumping SMG, a jumping MP9. We know how accurate that SMG is. Good bang for its buck, but not today. It's JL.
Well, interestingly enough, they haven't forced ball behind this. They've just kept the saved M4. A couple of light upgrades in towards A. Alexis out. He's about. Look at that. Beautiful work.
Comfortable. Oh, and that rifle is taken away, taken out of his hands. This is perfect from Na'Vi. All 4 frags, convincing, immediate.
I'm looking at the cams. Nico's laughing. Big smile on his face. I'm not sure if that's a positive sign or a negative, but the fact that they have just leaped it towards topside, just fast A, because if you thought that they were going to force buy and you've called a fast A, they're likely to have 5.7s, MP9s, play positions like top heart, right? You do a ramp boost.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. And Alexi's just gone straight in. But this is the thing we discussed at the start. He even had the interview with James, right? Are you in the head of Hooksy? No, I don't think so. Well, the record says otherwise. His opening's beautiful. Speed Demon flashes himself out the door and a bit late on top of Silo, obliterates the save rifle of Nico. Clean and easy for Na'Vi.
Cutting that one off.
I suppose the biggest issue of that round is the AWP marooned outside and they can't get it back because, hey, after that one, you want to be feeding him the AWP whenever you can. Honestly, the miracle worker. So neither team operating with the sniper rifle into round number 6.
All the utility implies something quick. Molly top hut, Bit catches flak. Good nade damage early. Smoke wall for Nico to peek and prod around. Monacy in support as well. Nuke on main. There is definitely a setup here, but what's the go? Smokes will fade. Another takes its place. 4 smokes invested so early. What's the move here? They're trying to keep attention drawn. Ima moving, bit, crawling, spotted. Nico, hyper aware, a big headshot, but Ima through main. Nico needs this. It's Ima to take it away. Monacy levels us out. 3v3, 60 seconds. Hunter maneuvers back up the ladder. It's Ima wrapping around. They're so segregated, so separate. Wonderful on the clear. Deleted by Hunter. We say he's a big game player. Now is his chance to prove it. A map down on the biggest of stages in front of a sold-out crowd. Alexi B calling the shots. Ima and him side by side to try and recover this round.
Hoping G2 overstepped the mark. Hunter tucked in. Difficult clears. Ah, with the back turn, Hunter. That is beautiful work. They don't come easier than that.
Glorious. And difficulty for Alexi. He doesn't have the time to do anything spectacular here. Monacy's going looking. Calls it clear. Could be misinformation. Alexi, though, 15 seconds. He's not even going to give it a look in.
Yeah, understandably so. Going to take the save. Right under their very noses, Alexi. Has to give this one over. Has no choice. And after the back and forth nature, the leak in towards main, it looked desperate from Nico as he steps out to try and deal with Ima, who's slipped through the smokes. Understanding that was part of his responsibility. It's good work from Hunter to stabilize.
There is not an empty seat in the house. Counter-Strike fans showing up en masse. As the first chapter of CS2 history is being penned before our very eyes. Na'Vi G2, our second semi-final of the day. The first bout equally entertaining.
Just a quick little technical issue on our hands here, everybody. Is everyone having fun? No, that doesn't sound like it.
It definitely sounds like it. Wow. So many different flags as well in the crowd. I see you. People have traveled far across the globe to be here. Lithuanian representation, JL, kicking ass.
Romanian flag just in front.
Yep. Representing Ima, Ukraine in the house. I saw a dude with a Union Jack.
Wow.
Yeah. We exist. Scottish flag, Turkish flag, Swiss.
Everyone's very thirsty here, Alex.
They are, aren't they?
A little bit parched.
Old fans, new fans. We've got the players who've been here for a decade. We've got those that have only just started their career. And that blend, doing battle in CS2's first major, it's all you could ask for. France, Germany, Finland, everybody's here. So before I ask you, Chad, I'm going to ask the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, does this series need a third map? Let me hear you if it's a yes! Okay. They want this Saturday night to continue. Nuke could very well be the end of it. We could be locking in a grand final at the end of this map.
I'd love to get to an Ancient.
Oh, I wouldn't mind, would you?
To get scrappy, to get out of control. This game so far, a lot of these rounds short, there's been a couple of clutches, right? Sprinkler through, a few through. But it hasn't been a biffy brawl just yet. Now, Nuke still has plenty of time for us to get there. Only 6 rounds deep.
I just saw someone saying, bring back Cobble. Chad, you were competing when Cobble was in the map, Paul.
It was a great map, Alex.
You like it?
Yeah, we get some more Dragon Lore drops back in the mix.
Oh, that's probably why.
They don't. I don't want the current version, though. Bring back the old version.
Yeah?
The new one, not so good.
We can keep doing this consensus. Guys, want to see Cobble back? Okay. What about, and this one's me, I'm being a bit selfish here. What about Train? You hearing that?
Yeah, but you said it with more conviction.
You hearing that?
That's not really fair,
Listen,
is it?
pay attention.
What about Cash?
Oh dear. And you just whispered that?
Yeah, I didn't want to let anyone hear my pronunciation.
Okay, okay. Damn. A community divided. Oh, more thirsty fans. Skål. Brazil flags, I've seen Portugal, France, Turkey. Man, I love it. So much of the world represented here and in support of Counter-Strike, in support of their favorite players playing their favorite game. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, it looks like, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. 6, 5, I think it's true. I think it's time. Let's get this second map underway.
Well, thank you for bearing with us. A couple of extra moments for each team to collect themselves, take a look out into the crowd, and then set battle. Full once more, Na'Vi.
How many smokes just to get started on your T-side campaign?
That Alexi saved to AK. They've still been able to get a pretty tidy looking buy. Some upgrades of pistols. And one of those rattling off through the door. Nexa. The eco was tested. This time looks like they're coming with guns.
Oh, that's scary. That support, m0NESY, combined with Nexa, repels the invaders of ramp. The Molly forces an isolate Nexa, and he's gone. Alexi steps up. He had the bomb. The round is over if he goes down. He chooses to take the fight.
Honestly, has to concede. Eco's down here again, and
Has
he's
he
already
got
done work from this position.
Has he got it? Alexi loses his head. It's Nico.
Tap, tap, tap it in.
On form. Two-man advantage, and Hooksy, this is a little audacious. He is on the hunt for JL. That deagle he had at the start of the round, he wants to take it down. And from behind, he strikes. Hooksy takes down JL. It is only Imma, and Imma nails Nico. Bomb plant would be nice. Exchange of flame. Bomb plant. Run down, and Hooksy denies. Big picture, looking good, G2.
That's actually a huge denial. There could have been a conversation about a buy with Galils, or even something a little bit tastier with some Tech-9, some upgrades, and a decent amount of util to make a round work, especially on a map like Nuke. There still can be some upgrades now, but I don't think it'll come anywhere near as juicy. So a great little finish here from G2. Just denying that extra cash injection, and you can see exactly what that's reflected. If the bomb went down, we could have seen some Tech-9s, some smokes. Now they're still messing about in spawn, deciding who's got what, who can finance this round that Alexi wants to roll forward with. And G2, this is a fantastic looking CT side so far. 3 to the good, 6 should be on the table. This is their round to eat up.
Yeah, and as you've discussed, it was Hoopsy's proactivity there, running down the bomb. There is additional util there for Alexi, so you can see his primary objective is to get something out of this round. You've got Deagles on your stars.
Last time these two teams faced, Alex, the harder work was done from G2 within that first half. They managed 7 T-side rounds. It was the CT side where they struggled, and now they've already got 5.
Okay.
They've done better than the best of 1 earlier in the tournament. This is great scenes if we're discussing a third map of Ancient just around the corner. Smokes deployed, but all a bit of a ruse. G2. 50 seconds left on the clock, just need to batten down the hatches. Door opens. If you're not going to blow that off, right? It can just be closed in your face. So Hunter, it's not on my watch.
m0NESY, here's some rumblings. The util delays them. He's got an angle around that. And set for success. m0NESY collects onto JL. They're starting to run him down. He chooses to reef peek. He's fired. Oh, m0NESY stands his ground gloriously. A showman as well. The teenager just putting on a show for thousands.
Great to see him flourish under the big light. Sure, it's against an extremely light bar, but still stylish. Look at the way he does this with the USP. Just pulls out the pistol.
What's up?
Straight between the eyes.
Oh,
beautiful shooting.
And Orpa's supposed to be worried about pistols running at you, but not Monacy.
He wasn't backing down from anything.
No, sirree.
He's fantastic in the openings yet again. 4-0 in the opening duels so far.
12 frags total. That certainly pads them up nicely, but still impact being felt. Monacy, he wants more. He liked the way that felt. He likes clearing out, getting those early kills. Next is going to lose his head, and oh dear. Oh, Monacy gets away. A good movement there as well.
Might have to continue to fight, though. They need something back now, G2, a response necessary. Just talking about his openings, well, one conceded against G2 this time round. JL trying to get himself out of lobby, wary of all the angles, so great work from JL to avoid disaster, but it's all about Na'Vi down secret. The bomb on the back of Alexi, starting to spread in towards the back halls. Decon an option, window being cleared, and Bit making sure there's no flank.
So they can't go down secret. They can come down ramp. And they will connect. Monacy equalizes. He assumes there's more. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and it's Nico caught out by Bit. Patience rewarded, taking down Nico. Hoopsie, he delivers back. Pressure. They're trying to find it. They're going to pivot into Hunter. Has he got it in him? No, sir! Not at all. It's JL with 3. Impact felt.
Well, this is the worst position for Monacy to be in.
There's no way in. Right? No way in. Up the vent, gets the first. Is Monacy capable? Alexi doesn't think so. And JL's got to get some credit there. It felt like Monacy's frag had thrown some disarray into the ranks. Their low site had to pivot. Up the vent.
Yeah, just when it looked like G2 had found the answers in that round. Alexi changes the question. Up vent, in towards top. Reroute. Hunter, if he could have delivered something, that may be a bit of an opportunity to get into that round, but the fact that Monacy is even able to get out of the vent, right, you're never expecting the AWP to pop up like this. Here's the opener, JL. Sure, Monacy grabs one back, but Bit biding his time, saying that lurk towards Yard, able to catch Nico. Massive from him.
Oh. Yeah, great round. Great round. I mean, it still gets close thanks to some of the proficient aimers of G2.
Well, one more of those and Na'Vi will break the finances of G2. They are down to the bottom of the barrel. They've been able to get out another full buy with Nexa to just an MP9, but he's the ramp holder, not the end of the world. They can still make a round like this work, but if they want to battle back and continue to get CT-sided rounds, they need to win this one out.
They've put together a buy, but a lot at stake.
Just see how much pressure Nico's under. He's already lost vision. Now he's just trying to be disruptive. Emma's just taking his time, not taking any damage whatsoever, and it has to be more lobby aggression. We've seen this quite regularly, but if the beacon of hope is Monacy...
Oh, spotted. That's huge from Nico. It was Immer applying pressure. Monacy will catch JL in the lobby. Lurk! And no! Nothing from Bit! Empty-handed on his aggress. Can't spot Wonderful. And now with a combination with Alexi, they are saying game on. They are saying this round is not done. Bomb was on the back of Alexi. Wonderful, just walking, welcoming any sort of engagement.
This is a tough decision for Nexa. There's not a lot he can do. It's just an MP9, so you can see he's aware that there's a chance they can go up and over. There's a, well, it was an open runway. Hooksy responding to the options.
Ooh.
He needs to play for info. He shouldn't commit to a fight.
That's an angle and a half.
All right, he's committing. He needs to get one.
Let's see if Hooksy can do it. The Dane posts his aim, tracks into Alexi. Wonderful in the clutch with 25. Bomb under G2 rule. A smoke, yeah, no thanks. No thanks, G2. Well, they pull together the last few crumbs, they get the buy out, and they take the round.
Yeah, impact from Nico. You see that little just change of pace from Na'Vi, trying to pop Immer in again through main. Really could have been problems if he got through. Multiple backs were turned as they were clearing out lobby, but in unison, Monacy and Nico light up the kill feed. We'll call that 7 for G2. On track right now to have these teams trading map picks. Important timing, right? That really could have gotten out of control. And Nico then course correcting onto Bit, who was the hero of the previous, and Hooksy committing to that duel, able to profit, saved AWP, wonderful. He was exactly that on map number 1.
JL, he's put a few more pennies into this one. He wants to support Wonderful, thinks there's a shot at taking this round.
It's going to be hard for them regardless into the next. 2,900 is the loss bonus.
Oh, they're set for success at G2. No fumbles here so far. And that's a nice start. Hunter just catches a whiff of JL's progression, takes him down. Nico has no info on the cross. Oh, and Wonderful, he misses his chance. He had an opportunity there onto Nico. They slink down. Smokes himself, gets away, confirms the AWP, but doesn't know about the rest. They have descended. Alexi, bomb on his back. It's Nexa first to receive. His smoke already up.
On the fade.
They're just walking through. Oh, Nexa! Nexa holds the spray! Only the one, a rifle in play. m0NESY missed his chance. Getting a little uncomfortable. Wonderful. Oh. Caught a spot onto Hunter. Can he disrupt the plant? Yes, he can! Gets away with it. Ima, however, puts him down. Wonderful. Gets a leg shot onto m0NESY. The shadow betrayed him. The bomb going down. No, it's not. Nico catches Wonderful. Ima getting out of there. And there's time to play with, but Nico's got you cut off. He takes it. And it will be an 8 for G2.
Yeah, moments that one could have got dicey, but G2 accounting for everything there. Next up, once he lost control of the AK, you think how much further can they get entrenched in towards this site? But Hunter, the harasser, denies the plant, causes chaos, opens the avenue for G2 to come down towards the site and respond.
Yeah, there was definitely moments, wasn't there? Well handled.
Our final round of the half, 9-3 available for G2. Na'Vi looking to salvage things with a 4th to their name. Couple of Galils, AKs, door blown off.
Hooksy, he's found
tried that again.
Hyper aggression. It's not going to work a second time thanks to Hooksy.
Nail's lost in the source. He's made the way down the vent, but responded to. Nico's already down here.
See you later, mate. JL's gone. Na'Vi left wanting. Oh, spotted on the clear. Vision, only for a moment. m0NESY firing off pot shots now. Deception, the name of the game here, and a 2-man discrepancy. Na'Vi, last round, got to give it everything they've got. Nico acknowledges the potential. Bit lingers in lobby.
They took all that space, and now they're dropping back. 3v5 situation, limited utility. Still plenty of time, but hard to break in. Another smoke over towards Squeaky Door limits the options to just waltz on out and hope you could aim map. It looks like it's forcing a reroute completely. Just hit the pause button, hit the brakes.
Oh, he didn't clear it. Nice work from Nexa. Tucked in tight, catches Bit. In a 2v5 situation, will Wonderful find anything more? He's alone now, 1v5, and one bullet will do it. Hooksy, proud of that one, and understandably so. G2 set for success as we swap sides.
Beautiful half a Counter-Strike. Definitely able to deal with the issues last time they faced Na'Vi, especially with the CT side. The Desperate raising questions about Yard, how are they going to deal with it? There's a lot of proactive plays towards lobby, and the opening duels just going in their favor time and time again, stalling out any of the maneuvers that they were looking for. And I actually think because Bit spotted Nico crossing Secret early, Nico thought, well, there's no point hanging around here. They know exactly where I am. That reroute caught JL. Potentially fed by his teammates there, but that's the way she goes. Pistol round, and we can call this one done and dusted. G2. See the investment starting to come through. HE for the door, I'm sure. Next up with a molly. It might be quick. Might operate with something fast.
What's the call? What's the go? Hooksy. He's giving his team the command. They nade the door, and Molly implies top, and then whoa, they rock Bit socks off. He still finds one. In the chaos, in the pandemonium, now Imes spots the cross. He's getting pressure towards Hal and loses his head. Hooksy, 2 bullets. Agushina, good night. Hooksy, he's just charging. JL yet to be cleared. The unknown entity Hard fight, big headshot found. He's looking for a double kill here. He's disrupted their plans with single door open and Nexa planting. The double doors won't find him. This is an intense 3v3. G2 running out of health. Nexa certainly needs help. He's gone down. It's up to Hooksy, it's up to m0NESY. They're gonna have to call the bluff on the first. Pressure applied, deep smoke. Oh no, m0NESY, he can't get it. There was a headshot to be found, and now an impossible round, spamming away, knifing the smoke, you can't stop the defuse. And Wonderful secures it.
A strong start for G2, but once they headed down towards lower and JL revealed himself towards window, it all got a little bit weird. Decon control, sure, but they didn't really have the sight. Next are under so much pressure, no support available, no space taken until it was too late.
Yeah, it was hard fights, it was a stressful endeavor.
It's just Nexa was hung out to dry. Absolutely hung out to dry. And yeah, look, just hold him at the door with the knife in hand. Is this the start of the comeback? Well, it's the CT side.
Quick pause from Taz immediately before things fly too far away, and it was a plant, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you want to make sure you discuss this because sure, you didn't win the pistol, but if you win the follow-up, you can still break those finances and then be running away towards that magic number of 13. So this is a great opportunity for them to just reset Na'Vi immediately. But with that knife kill, extra finances. So take a look at this. There's a couple of rifles in the mix, still plenty of MP9s, but the key for me is just the sheer amount of utility. They have so much utility right now to stall out G2.
And it's going to be quite the opposite if they go Galils, right? They're not going to have anything to work with.
So patience might have to be name of the game right now for G2 as they move into this round. And maybe, just maybe, that's why Taz took the time out to discuss that option. Hey, they have some extra finances piped through thanks to that knife kill. I don't think pace would be the answer. So if they go for a smoke wall early and they just get blocked by multiple mollies, HEs to clear the smokes, they're in trouble.
Yeah, well, they're starting to send the Galils, your two Kovac cousins, sent to yard with Galils to take aim duels. Wonderful and Alexi going to be the partners for this one, and ahead of the smokes, crossing with them, and not ready for Alexi. He's in their head, as are his bullets. Perfect find. m0NESY, can he stabilize? If he finds him, if he clears it out with the bomb on his back and 16 frags to his name, m0NESY could save G2 here. Hooksy, deep as well. Ooh. Gets away on 8.
The fact he lives is huge.
m0NESY, this whole game, he's been putting people on a thread of health, but they've gotten away.
Nex is in lobby and he's only got a Deagle to his name.
Yeah, but still that damage from m0NESY does work out. Not ready for the trade. A second. Ooh, fumbled it. 2 bullets though. He has to find the head. JL will convert. Interesting now. Interesting lay of the land with 40 seconds left. It's Hooksy and m0NESY, this unusual duo. Your 2 highest fraggers though. Into round 14, 30 seconds.
They're worried about heaven. You can see them glancing up. So this is a big problem. Worried about the up and over. But it's actually the down and under. Squeaky flies open. They don't know if anybody's in the site. So double doors, the way to get the bomb down. Hooksy planning safely.
Okay, there's a chance here. It's up to JL. Oh, caught a whiff, but it's enough of a distraction. Hooksy in trouble. Forced to m0NESY. He can't get anything. G2 sent back to spawn empty-handed. Another plant short. A recovery of sorts. But Alexi's double finished off nicely by JL.
Yeah, beautiful work from Alexi there. The fact that he's just sitting, waiting, just gets the tips of the heads. They're so worried on the cross. And he picks up both of those kills. Massive work for the in-game leader. Gets himself up to 9 frags in total. It's going to be a long way back. Just 4 rounds now to tie things up. I don't think they did enough damage to warrant another type of buy like that, right? They could go for a couple of AKs. You can see m0NESY at Nexa. Just as we watch back the highlight package, Nico was looking towards yard, not ready for a player in secret whatsoever. And then Hooksy caught, kind of lured in by that little slither of information he got towards the van. And I said I didn't think they could justify it, but they have. They've gone in again. So it's Galils and AKs. Thought they would try and get full AKs out, or maybe even just try and get m0NESY the AWP with how much of a devil he's been on that weapon, but no. Not wanting to allow things to get too far out of control might be exactly what happens.
Alexi B undefeated against former team G2. Oh, this time on the quick switch. Nico, he's got it for him. Takes down his former leader. Gets the hell out of dodge. Ima quick rotation. Bit swings through, perfect timing, another problem. It's Imme, double kill from Imme. Fresh magazine, jump spot, could have cost him. Instead, things will slow.
It's another man disadvantaged situation. This is so tough. m0NESY wants to find a way up.
Oh, God.
He needs to get a move on. He needs to get a move on. The longer he takes, slips away.
Open runway now. There is that lobby threat. Nico to provide cover for it, getting the bomb down. Imme considering the vents, every angle approached. 3 different avenues of assault here on the retake. It's all about timing. It's all about synergy. And Wonderful just takes the fight. It's up to m0NESY in the clutch, and he can't do it again. Denied time after time as Na'Vi closed that gap.
It's the multi-kills from Na'Vi that are the difference makers. When these trades are coming through, sure, Nico able to isolate Alexi to start off the round, but Imme down towards lower, able to pick up a double kill. It just changes the tune of the round. G2 are able to find a gap. They're able to get the bomb down again, sure, but they're operating at a man disadvantage. The way that Na'Vi are playing as a unit. See the flash come in from main, it allows the player to come at the vent. Sure, still gets caught by m0NESY. But Wonderful doesn't overstep the mark either. He gets in a little slip position towards Hut. He's patrolling the site. Good team play from Na'Vi, but the bomb down, the lost bonus, and here it is again.
Whew, they're relentless.
I know it's T-side of Nuke and the AWP is not a necessity, but with how good m0NESY's been, you would love to see him be able to wield it within this half. 17 kills in total. We're going to have to take another moment of pause before we see him get it, but maybe G2 can break through.
They've certainly come close, Chad. There's been windows of opportunity, but every time it's Na'Vi just slamming.
Looks he's going to molly secret, it looks like. Oh, it was considered, maybe not. It's just going to be a smoke ball, so they want to cross straight into Alexi again.
Surely they prepared for this. Surely they anticipated this time. It's good from Alexi. And Nico controls the spray. A heavenly spray, and Nico another. Sends Wonderful to hell. m0NESY another onto Alexi. Have G2 done enough, or is it Bit hitting shots, making it a 1v1? Here we go. A battle of wits between JL and m0NESY.
This is a quick rotation from JL. m0NESY won't be ready for it. He rerouted immediately.
He's still worried about Yard.
Back turn.
Back is done. JL gives them hell. Na'Vi close the gap further. A stunning first half from G2, but Na'Vi, they are tenacious.
JL just so many steps ahead there. As soon as he gets the kill, he knows m0NESY's going to know where he was. Just got moving immediately, hightailed it, rerouted, and catches m0NESY with his back turned. These trades back and forth, it look great for G2, but the difference in a round like this, the bomb doesn't go down. The lost bonus is there. G2 can justify another round with Galils, but again,
my God.
How many of these are you going to go for before you decide, hey, we need to get out that AWP?
You know the definition of insanity, Chad. It's the same thing, expecting a different result. Oh, but Hoopsy is crazy. And it's this method to his madness. They're into the top side. Nexa spins around, finds 2. The bomb will go down. It's only Bit. No hope here. Oh, maybe they are crazy, but it's working.
Well, they've just been throwing jabs after jabs, and it's been landing. But this could be the knockout blow as far as the finances are concerned. Take a quick look at the left-hand side of your screen. Bit has to hold on to this. Sure, they've been able to pick up these rounds, Na'Vi, but at what cost? G2, the stubbornness in the buys, they do break through. They do get themselves up to 10.
You go from celebrating round win after round win, close. And G2, they're so stubborn with it.
That's Nexa. He had a fantastic first map on Anubis, and the team wasn't able to follow through and get the win. And Nexa's brought in as this more supportive element of the team. He had a banger of a game alongside of m0NESY. But right there, that's impact. Right in front of our screens. Huge work from Nexa. Bit should be able to drop across an M4. They'll be able to cobble together something. Is it a FaMAS? Either way, he's been able to buy up a rifle and get it into the hands. A shotgun for JL, a Deagle 5.7, FaMAS and A1S. They lose this, they will have to take an eco. And G2 will be up to 12.
Yeah, but these are those rounds, Chad. These are those rounds where one misstep, one missed shot can make the difference. A jump spot combination with the nade. Alexi staying proactive. Disrupts them. They've got a decision. They're hanging in the open. They're in limbo right now. Alexi continues to try and disrupt their cross.
Fading.
But across, nonetheless. Undetected.
Look at them. So tight-knit. So worried about any late information or pushes. Alexi's been down secret an awful lot.
They completely gave lobby, hoping that no one would take it.
Now that they've been able to get across without having to expend any extra utility, they have more than enough to be able to get towards this lower site with ease. Take control of the window side, stay away from decon. Get your smokes and mollies up towards ramp. You'll be able to eliminate the sightlines a bit by doing so.
Frantic communication from Nico. He knows what he wants. He knows what the round needs. Diligent utility and ahead of the spam from Bit. They're into the low site. Mission accomplished.
Might be a save.
It should be. Now they've lost Bit. Nico takes down the man with the Stockholm Major Trophy by his name.
Where do you save?
Look what you're saving.
Yeah, but lobby feels like the best option, but if they go towards yard, there's going to be a bit of a blender. Monasty's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes EMF farming. They know they can overwhelm him. Monasty's already ready for this. Of one in a 2 versus 5. G2 should just be able to put this one in. It's only wonderful. And there it is. A third map required.
Take a bow, Hooksy. You held your nerve. Overtime on map number 1, your choice goes down the drain. But map 2, you respond with some quality Counter-Strike and the kid leading the charge.
Open office.
Out too.
They're outside. I'm going
push,
decoy.
guys.
I'm going decoy. Guys, I'm going secret behind them as well. They should know about me. Planting.
They have up alive again.
T4 dead. Side one. Dark. Tight and up alive. Guys, I play from office.
Office one.
Wait, I kill office. Dead office. Last was on side
he's
standing. Go, Nico. Go, Nico. Rush. Chill, decon. Wait. Vent.
Nice. I thought he was stuck in the corner. I heard him burn.
Holy shit.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
It's popular, it's loud, and this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're going all the way to the third map. The decider is needed because G2 now pick away the map pick from Na'Vi on Nuke to get us there. And it was a completely different game. We saw quite obviously. It was much less close, I want to say. And that is impressive if you know that G2 was on the back foot. So what got activated the best?
Off the CT side, right there. That's where they struggle with, and we prefaced that map saying, yo, listen, if you're G2, you need to start being a little bit more proactive. You need to start taking those fights outside. Don't allow Lexi B to set up this wall of smokes and kind of manipulate your rotations. And we could see from the get-go, they win the pistol round. You see round number, I think it was round number 4, if I'm not mistaken, we just push outside m0NESY over here. Little lucky with a collateral kill, but it is a statement that matters right there, right? Just pushing up ahead, getting the kill, and then we had a lobby push coming in as well from the G2 side. So yeah, whatever they needed to do on the CD side, they did it, and they got it done.
Yeah, well, I mean, m0NESY was going to be there. It was nice to show some off presence outside, but the biggest thing that you're going to point at is Nico having a much better game, and not in terms of just taking over the game like we know he sometimes can, but just having impact outside, being able to slow those hits down. He was also 4-1 in opening fights, which was absent on Anubis on the first map. Yep. He was much better in those initial duels, and holding off outside, that was the recipe for success for Na'Vi to get back into the game, back in the elimination stage, was that outer yard period, and this time Nico's there to shut it down, opens up his ability to get down towards Secret. You add in the fact that HooXi had a great game in the upper bomb site, lockdown defense, and the second half was like, I mean, nothing really strategic. It's an economic battle that once G2 win it, the game's just over.
Yeah, they just kept hammering the economy there off Na'Vi, but also want to point out for Nico as well, like looking at the map when they lost Nuke the last time, he was playing just so very static, right? The outside wall of smokes, he's going to be just holding to its Secret, waiting for the action to come his direction. Here he was playing with a little bit of pizzazz in his steps.
Well, the team overall of G2 was playing like that too, because we saw way more lobby crunches, way more aggression in lobby in the mid round when there was then time to react, when things were quiet, when they made the assumption that Na'Vi was attacking outside. We saw them take over lobby 2 or 3 times in that half and just be like, we know everything that's going on the map, and that makes life easier.
And it wasn't just an individual making that play, right? We had proper synergy, we had Hunter, we had HooXi pushing it together, and once again, the flash.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at kind of the kill division there, it was a sovereign win out of G2, so that's great. So then it actually doesn't matter how they're divided, but you still think, okay, give him a little more support still, right, in some of those rounds, especially if he gets 2 opening kills to kick you off.
I mean, it's crazy actually what m0NESY's doing. This is like an MVP level performance, and the fact that he's putting it in is great. I think at this point you're just like, let the man frag, and like the rest of us, let's make the smart decisions. Let's make the tactical rotations, the smart decisions to win the round and secure things behind the power that he's providing, because he is on point today.
I mean, this particular round, right, I mean, it doesn't look that impressive against just pistols, but you're the opera right there, and you're like, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to take these fights. I know I'm better than you, I'm just going to outfrag you. Pistol op doesn't really matter. So when this kid is hitting this MVP, almost career best form as he's hitting right now, as Jason pointed out, all everyone needs to do is just don't mess it up.
Yeah, we look at the scope of the 2 maps, of course, right, because we were singing wonderful praises, so much coming out of Anubis. Of course, that's going to wake m0NESY up even more to make sure that he can make that impact, but he cannot do it by himself. I know, yes?
Oh, I was just going to say, if you look at the graphic, the 1 up kill on Wonderful, like he never had a chance in the second half to have the AWP.
No money.
And that's the whole point of the economic pressure G2 was providing, is like, oh, we're getting 3 kills in a bomb plant. Oh, we're getting 4 kills in a bomb plant. The longer we keep this up, eventually we break it, we run away with the map, but as long as we keep this up, Wonderful can't have an AWP. You don't have to worry about an up whatsoever anywhere on the map, and that's a beautiful
And
thing.
also when you have like a 9-3 lead heading the second half, you have the luxury to go for those 4 spies, luxury to, even though
you get some runway, yeah.
Yeah, just have a little bit of runway to work with it, and that's when you can be like, yo, this makes sense, go for it, and they broke them.
They did. I will say we were watching it together and we saw the 4 spy and it didn't work. The Galils again, it didn't work, and it didn't work again. I don't know if round 17 is ready, but it did have to start working.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you keep doing that and it never works, it feels really awkward, but that's, eventually when you finally overcome the hump. And by the way, it was Na'Vi winning some clutches in these rounds as well to keep this kind of extending, but this is a beautiful change, because up to this point, a lot of it was outside, walk behind those smoke walls. Alexi B had the perfect trap set up in Secret twice, getting 3 or 4 kills across those 2 rounds. He did that, and then HooXi's just like, all right, let's just blow up the upper bomb site, see what happens, and perfect utility to get them in.
I just want to give a shout out to Nexo, man. Like we've been talking about, Nico, we talked about Hunter in the first map. Even though it was a loss, he was so impactful in us even getting to overtime right there. And even over here, not the flashes of kills, so to speak. He's working with the pack, he's getting those kills, and just getting the job done. He's just getting everything done right there.
Blue collar frags in those grimy situations.
I love the way you
it's
said
not pretty,
that.
but it works.
Yeah, Yeah, that works. Such a magician with words. Is there anything we can say about then Navi, outside of the fact that obviously Alexi first, you know, he got in their heads a little bit in the beginning, and I thought it was actually going to be a repeat of the end we saw when they played that best of one, but I don't want to call it luck. That strategy ran out, obviously.
Well, this is why I thought this was kind of a little bit of a trap that Navi stumbled into. It's always hard to beat a team in the same tournament twice on the same map, first of all. And even when you look back on that map where G2 was in such a strong position up by like 4 or 5 rounds at one point, is like they actually like outplayed you for the most of that game. And yes, a miraculous calling to get you back into it and come back. But this time G2 just say, nope, we shut them down. They started on the CT side as well, which is where they lost that other map.
And I feel like even considering it is, you know, the map picked by Navi right there, the fact that they weren't quite, I didn't see any variation from what they did on T side. It was pretty much almost a very similar thing with the smoke walls, hoping that, you know, the G2 are just going to be playing the CD side like they played the previous time.
And Nico wasn't giving him any room.
Exactly.
He was investigating those smokes. He was challenging the edges.
So if you're Navi, like, why wouldn't you switch anything up? Why not some fast rounds?
Because you won.
There we go.
You won the last game. That's why it's so difficult, because you look at it with a less critical eye, because you're like, we won the game. And it's G2 who goes back and say, okay, like, where's the extra 3% we can get? And this is Nico flanking down Secret. This is like the build up to how effective he was outside. When you handle those outside attacks, it allows him to come down and be a force on a flank. Even if they find a way to the lower bomb site, you have the entire map available to you to work whichever way you want.
And I also love the fact that, like, on this outside this time around for Nico, he wasn't just, you know, playing towards Garage, just being very static, playing towards Secret, waiting for the play to come to him. Right there is a great example. A couple of times as well, just moving around with so much freedom, so much confidence, saying like, yo, even if I get caught off guard, I'm still going to get that kill. And in games like this, like these, in the semifinals of a major in front of a crowd, you can actually get away with plays like that.
Yeah, and if it works, it's beautiful, because we've been having this question about Nico and CS2 for so long, right? And he's shown us glimpses of, yeah, of course I can still do it. But when you come off an Anubis where, you know, the clutches don't go your way, and finishing off the rounds don't go your way, this is so huge in terms of kind of going into the next map and now knowing, okay, I can at least trust in myself.
Yeah, Hunter had a better game as well, which is where I'd point most of that kind of emotion to. Like, I think Nico is always going to kind of have a bounce back game, but Hunter was one I was like, all right, let's see if he can get that back, because that was very uncharacteristic of Hunter, some of the mistakes he made on Anubis. So good to see him have a better map, and hopefully now they're all ready to go and on point for the third map for Ancient.
Let's hope so. I do think we still have a few rounds that we requested, Blah, or you don't want to talk about them?
I don't want to talk. I want to talk about Ancient.
This guy?
I mean, this guy was great. Like, honestly, I mean,
good.
I mean,
It was all right.
Considering what we saw in Anubis, this could have been a 2-0 for G2, right? So that's always going to be the back of their minds. And now we're going to be coming to map number 3 here. And Ancient, listen, man, I don't know what you're going to be seeing on this map. It was G2 banning Inferno. We expected G2 to pick Inferno into this. I don't know why they haven't allowed it through. And Ancient is a map where G2 have just played 2 maps of Ancient this entire year. Both times against FaZe, one of which they won, one which they lost. And Navi had a very rough time on it. They've won like, what, 2 out of 7 times.
You're looking at me like I know.
It's a pretty shitty map for both these 2 teams.
Yeah, but way to hype it up,
wow,
baby.
I'm so excited.
No, I think one cool thing about Ancient that I'm looking forward to is, again, like I've harped on this with G2 because I think it just felt like such a defining factor of the way they played in the quarterfinals yesterday, is the aggression on like CT sides. If you're going to push down like things like B ramp on Ancient, pushing down mid with riflers, having Monacy and support, Nico and Hunter getting aggressive, Hooksy kind of leading the way, you can make this map really small. You can take away a lot of options for Alexi, who likes to play the map and likes to kind of work around the map and go to plan B and take option. Like, we see what he's getting before he decides where to direct his troops. But if you start denying access to that as G2, if you're in that mood, man, like, this map can feel very, very small.
It's really going to come down, I feel like, you know, you're looking at Hunter, who's going to be playing towards mid on the CT side. You're going to be looking at Monacy with an AWP, Nexa early towards mid, just getting the B lane control early on, and just kind of choking out the T side for Navi.
The Monacy point's good in it because you can bring up Wonderful as well. This is another one of those maps where you should have the back and forth between the ops, the way we didn't get it on Nuke and the way that was so exciting on Anubis. We should have that on Ancient as well. Both sides going to have an AWPer. AWPers can find impact on both sides of the map. It's going to be more fireworks from the star players.
What is it going to come down to for Alexi B in order to kind of activate what kind of a game plan and which roles will be the most important so that he can activate Wonderful, specifically on the fabric of Ancient?
Well, I mean, the most important thing is going to be forcing back the aggression down mid and the aggression in like the B lane needs to be negated. You need to be able to force it back. You need to be able to wait out the smoke and take it in the mid round, or you need to be able to stop it right out of the gate. If you don't have that control, far less options.
And you basically need to have a plan B and a plan C. You know, sometimes you have to throw caution to the winds and be like, yo, Imma's feeling it, right? He's running through smokes for you right now. Set him up, take those fights, be risky. Just don't play too safe. You play too safe, too textbook, it's going to fall apart.
Yeah, it will, and I think too, like the op of Wonderful. I think if you can find a way to get out mid, if you're Lexi B and Navi, if you can find a way, maybe busting open the smokes early on and getting out aggressively, whether you take it in the mid run, if you can get Wonderful posted up with an op in middle, he's sharp. He doesn't miss many shots. He's going to be able to hold angles. He's a good fundamental opper, and all of a sudden that gives you some space to work towards.
He can actually rifle better than some of the players on the team, if you ask me, right?
Oh God!
No, honestly,
not Modesty though.
Maybe not Modesty, but that's a really cool thing with Wonderful. Even if the economy might not be really in a very healthy position, you don't have the AWP to work with. He can work with that pack. He's able to really, work that AK-47 as well. So he has that piece alongside JL and Imma to make it work. And I feel for JL, playing the extremities of these bomb sites on the T side, he plays it very, very smart as well.
Yeah.
I think one worrying thing if you're a G2, maybe not worrying, but I think one of the win conditions, I'll paint it that way for Navi, is if you get them into like the calmer, like late round situations, like 45 seconds on the clock, 3-on-3s, and G2's having to like move around the map and find smart positions. That, and I think sometimes on Anubis, I noticed it certainly. Nuke, not so much, although a couple times. I think sometimes they don't really feel like they get in the greatest spots for like those sorts of like slower, cerebral situations to be able to kind of, find information and stay alive. I think sometimes they get caught out when the round slows down late, and if Navi can get as many of those as possible, I think that's where they'll find the biggest advantage.
Yeah, and in that regard, it will be the test because, it was very convincing on Nuke, so he didn't really have to be put in those uncomfortable positions specifically. It's very interesting, specifically if you also take the step outward, the way we started this whole matchup and how it comes down now to a third map where you have all these storylines converging, right? How impressive it would be out of Alexi B and that squad. And on the other side, how much pressure there still is on G2 because they feel like this is their chance.
Well, you got FaZe and you got Neo waiting in the grand final, and you got Taz standing behind G2. And I feel like I might just be making this up in my brain because I like the old the Taz and Neo VP squad. But I feel like I'm starting to see a little bit of influence. Like some of these rounds have been like very much like the old VP squad, where it's like we're going to break into this bomb site, we're going to focus on trading, we're going to keep moving forward, and we're just going to brawl for some of these sites. And I'm seeing that more and more.
I'm feeling more Taz of an influence there. I feel like for the side of FaZe, it's a little bit more carry.
Oh, sure. No, I was speaking about G2 and Taz.
Oh, yeah, G2 Taz 100%. Like, I feel like it can seem like you're really firing them up. They're just giving them confidence. And I just want to harken back to what you mentioned when it comes to pressure as well. I'm looking at the CT side, especially on Ancient, and I'm looking at the IGL. And for Alexi B, he's actually had a pretty solid game so far, but he has struggled individually, so to speak. And on the B bomb side especially, he's going to be playing towards that cave position primarily. He's going to have JL, which was a great anchor on the B bomb side. But I feel like he could potentially be a target for the side of G2. I'm looking at Munisi with the AWP, having a right one, just running into cave, trying to take him down. So, if there was ever a time for him to kind of step up a little bit more in the fragging department on the CT side, this could be the map here.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think a lot of this map is going to come down to the impact on like the opening engagements. We know Munisi is going to be on point.
He's being prepped.
Yeah, he really is.
That's a real idea.
He's like, take me to a major finals, baby.
Come on.
Get me in.
I need you.
But you need a good performance out of Nico again, especially with the rifle on the openings. Yeah. I think hopefully with the way that he's been playing in this series, you can rely on Nexa, and you can be very confident that he's going to be there as well on this map, because he plays a very important role on this map, and he plays a role on this map that JKS was very, very good at, was anchoring that A-bomb site.
So you're feeling like we're going to see this one-to-one comparison on a big stage. Is that what you're setting us up for?
In my mind, that's what I'm looking at, because I love JKS in this bomb site. Like, I think this comes into maybe part of the reason why they made that change. He's not always going to be the guy like pushing and making some crazy proactive flank. Yep. But man, when he sits back in that bomb site, he's good for two, and Nexa's got to step up and live up to that hype.
And no other place than the final map of the semifinals of a major, right? Like to put up a shut up. But I think I've seen some pretty good signs from Nexa overall. It's just that I haven't seen enough on Ancient. It's such an unknown quantity for me. Just 2 maps over the course of the past 3 months. There's not enough data for me to work with. So it is a question mark, honestly.
Yeah, it definitely is. As they go into the huddle and we think about what is at stake here, Nico with the head down, listening exactly to his coach. Maybe it is what you're saying, Moses. It is get that spirit in you, the way that I used to play. Just get it done yourself. Kick the door down.
It's hype up the boys. It's don't think about the mistakes. Keep working forward. Keep communicating. Make sure you're taking every fight. Make sure you're swinging with confidence in every single battle. Don't give up a single inch, and let's go get this grand final.
And it's so contrasting if you look at Blade, for example. It's much more cerebral, so to speak. He's like, all right, boys, this is the game plan. This is your stack of notes to work with. And on the other side, Taz like, listen, guys,
Yeah, play with your balls.
Just F them up. You know, put the balls on the table right there.
But I mean, it's cool because you get to see that disparity in the way they play the game. Like Na'Vi do want to play the kind of more tactical, slow-paced, methodical style, and G2 are just like, we got some mad fraggers on this team. We're trading our way in. We're going to see when the dust settles what we've got going on, and we're going to make a decision from there.
Indeed, and for the side of Alexi's squad, of course, Emma thinking, I made it to the final last year, and a lot is going to come down to me to see if I can hold my own, if I can bring myself there again, and my squad. Same for JL, who fell at the semifinals back in Paris, who wants to show that he's got more in the tank. There's so much between it, so I'm going to ask you to call it. Who takes it and why?
Oh, I think G2 takes this. I think that win they had on Nuke right there was so emphatic. It was so in-your-face Counter-Strike as well. And considering, and this is where I'm going to give a little bit of, I'm going to take away a little bit of doubt away from Huxi.
Okay.
The fact that they actually banned Inferno makes me want to believe that they have something stored for us here on Ancient. Because I don't think Na'Vi was expecting this map to come out as a decider.
You're really reaching to
I'm reaching. Okay, I'll make it simpler. I want to see with the AWP, that's why they're going to win this.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm taking G2. I had him before the series. I'm not going away from him yet. I mean, Modesty is going to be here, and I'm ready to see some fireworks out of Nico as well.
You're sticking with your guns. Let's hope they do as well and give us an absolute show on Ancient for a chance to play FaZe tomorrow in the most beautiful arena I have ever seen. Will it be G2 or will it be Na'Vi?
That's the question, Copenhagen. F, just asked you a question. Will it be G2? Or will it be Na'Vi? Okay. Well, let's get this party started. It's your Saturday night, last game. Get in all your energy as Ancient begins. An expectation set by the desk. Birchall, we've got CT for Na'Vi and the T for G2.
A bit wobbly for Na'Vi. 3 losses on the trot. They're going to have to snap that if Alexi B wants to grace a grand final stage of a major. 2019 was a long time ago in Counter-Strike. We're out the gates with a B hit.
Yeah, this could be a direct approach. That util limits your options on the site. CT smoke will hold them at bay, but that's not where they're going. They're coming for you, JL, on the edge of the smoke. He tries to hit shots, and he does. It's Modesty straight onto Imet. Nico contributes. Modesty slaps another. One hell of a start. Modesty, he's got a goal in mind, and it starts tomorrow. Can he get there? Alexi retakes smoke. Is all hope lost in this pistol? Bit on the warpath, using that smoke to separate, segregate. Nico down, 2v4, now 3. Locked out by that smoke further. A tap out of Alexi, he can do more! Modesty's got a team kill! It's all onto Modesty now! Time on his side, time is his friend, and last bullet! Alexi had a chance. It's gone now. Modesty with just 2 bullets in the dual Berettas, but he knows he's done enough. The showman, a 360 under the stars and lights. Huxi can't believe it, he's on his team. And Modesty starts Ancient as he means to go on.
He was playing with him there.
Come on, a 360 one-tap. He's having fun. He's having way too much fun. That is unreasonable.
That's a statement in the pistol round. The conversation's been all about Alexi having G2's number time and time again, but the difference today is Ancient, a map that they haven't tussled on before. That could be the secret weapon for G2 to get past their old in-game leader.
Unknown territory. Unknown quantities. And look at Modesty. Molly, this is brutal.
Wow.
Who's done that?
I haven't seen that.
That's new to me. That's new to me,
okay.
folks. I can't quite believe it.
Well, that's one way to clear out Tree.
Well, yeah, in answer to the desk questions, I think G2 have been cooking.
Bit of a forest fire.
Yeah, and you know what happens is those can spread. Those can burn quickly. G2, they got the pistol. The second round of formality, a foregone conclusion.
More flames at the feet of the pistols.
Clean from Modesty, wonderful, Imet. The hitting shots, they will not retrieve, they will not pass go, they will not receive 200. It's 2-0 to start.
Look at the mood in the G2 camp.
Yeah, well, after Modesty putting on a full show, just to start us off. I'm sure that's definitely going to get the morale an all-time high.
Now, this is the type of map where Na'Vi would have had to put an awful lot of work into. They've had some wobbles on this in the past. They've been quite critical of their approach, especially on the CT side. They've been missing double mid mollies, missing spawn smokes. The util has never really been on point. Let's hope that they've been able to fix that, and well, there you go, out the gates immediately, and the deep elbow molly lands. So that's a great start as far as basic map control is concerned. The desk was also discussing the coaching styles. Blade with the notebook, Taz with the bravado.
And the meat hook. Oh, Nico, he's on one. A laser beam to bit. Opens up the B site. Alexi, the only one with a chance to contribute, a chance to flip and tip the scales, but his barrel betrays him. Hooksy collects it. Takes his scalp and takes the round.
But take a look, Hunter's already starting to hunt here. He's still over towards middle. So with Hunter's position, Na'Vi are looking for a safe haven. They can't head towards A. Both going to try and push through mid. Is it up and over Tetris? They need to find a way to hold on to these two rifles. There's no way they can contest a round like this with the bomb already so far gone. Now Hunter's past them. These rifles with the loss bonus, we can have the discussion about the buy into the next. But as they head around the world, their backs are turned, and Hooksy going to grab another. Now the position noted. You're going to run straight in towards Hunter.
He's got it.
He should have it.
He should have it. Imed, though, he's staying forward. He's kind of creating enough gap. As the bomb blows up, though, will Hunter start to charge? Oh, Imed defends himself. Keeps hold of the M4 for round 4.
Okay, well, if they'd saved 2, we could get a conversation going about drops, but now I think it's just going to be a couple of partial investments.
And how tumultuous of a time have they been having on Ancient? Is this surely in the back of their heads? If your recent affairs have not been going well, you realize a grand final is at stake on a map that you're already wobbly on.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? 3 losses on the trot, sure, to big names. And as I mentioned, it's a map that they kind of had to have done an awful lot of work on. For G2, we've only seen them play it twice in recent history, and one of them was a win over FaZe as they ran through the RMRs as a 3-0.
Oh my gosh, Imed, he's found safe haven.
Barely.
Yeah, it's cost him a great deal of his health, but at least he lives on, the only rifle in play here. So it really hinges on Imed, already losing the majority of his health. This round going one way. Oh! Or not! JL offers us another opportunity. This guy is such a playmaker. Back-to-back semifinals on the major circuit.
Look at the bomb, tippy top of the ramp, and he wants more.
He wants to do one better. Hunter takes down Imed.
The gap.
The gap. JL! He's caught another! This would be unbelievable! Ace out of JL! Gives Na'Vi a lifeline and breaks G2. They're mental in the bin, just a deagle to his name, and he takes all 5. The first, you think, okay. The second is ridiculous, and the third is absurd. Finds the gap onto Hooksy. Oh, call a timeout. Referee, this is problematic.
He was just watching there on the cam. He collected himself, looked out to the crowd and a bit of a nod. That's a statement round right there. JL, huge. That might have echoes of effect onto G2, whose buy is now extremely brittle. Galil's, Tech9.
He's only gone and done the impossible.
This is where JL feels like he's made a bit of his name on a map like this. Once upon a time, donning that Apex jersey.
Yeah, he is the Apex Predator. Top of the food chain here on Ancient. Can G2 recover?
Late mid control. Alexi will get a chance to tussle with this.
Yeah, but covered with a full info that B's clear.
Well, they're past the LAS.
Yeah, this is a bit of an issue now if Imed goes down early, but he's got Bit in support. They're going to be bounding around this corner. Free fire, good! He gets 2. It's Bit that can throw the knockout blow. He is going to be cleared by Hunter. A 3-on-3, nothing for the wonderful AWP. Vision obscured, bomb planted. Hunter, a chance here to find more impact. A double kill, great. Alexi going round for the flank. This would disrupt Nexa's angle onto Temple. It's all about timing. Wonderful's going a little bit ahead of Alexi's timing. Doesn't matter. He takes down Nexa. It really has to be Hunter. Side by side. Hooksy, what have you got? JL spots him. Dipping around the site. running out of time. The CTs, they need to get in. They're struggling. Frags are found. Maybe he's got it. Hooksy, can he do it? No, he can't. Where's the kit? It's on Alexi. He's done it. He's got it. A second to spare. Na'Vi. They're in business now.
Felt like a bit of a nail biter, but that's how they were able to get business done on Nuke in some of their retakes, right? The fact that they were just able to take a bit of a breather, collect themselves.
Yeah. One stray bullet. It's a different story.
Great from Imma on the double, right? A multi-kill necessary. It got cleared out for free. And then Hunter has no space, nowhere to go. It wasn't even the flank that dealt with Nexa, which is the concerning part. And JL finding fine form.
Seriously.
Has had a strong tournament.
The pride of Lithuania. Unbelievable scenes. Round 6. What's in store for us here at Deagles? It's something that we know can do damage. A prime example given just earlier. Now it's Nico's turn. His signature Deagle Blaze. Can he set this arena on fire? No, sir. Not at the hands of JL.
He's found some confidence and plays a very important position on the map, right? There's going to be a lot of aim map duels. Nico's just going to want to play behind mollies, taking those taps. And if JL can stand up and deliver this type of form as... Looksy with the Glock, braving the fight. You're not going to get a lot of this one, are you, G2? Felt like that fourth should have been an absolute certainty. And then what would the discussion be? We're about to be tied up 3-3.
You talk about MR12, about those rounds. The same thing happening on Anubis at times. Certainly not in the same way. JL is coming to Ancient with a point to prove. And Imet will spray him down comfortably.
All 5 staying alive. Important to start building a bank on this CT side. So JL's heroics, now 2 more off the back of that. 5 individuals against the light investment of G2. Do you get a timeout from Taz just to collect yourself if you're G2, because it started so well, so confidently. Things were looking fantastic. And then JL happened, but no, not yet. Finding their time on these 30-second pauses. Honestly, into the AWP, it's just been a conversation of this evening. Even wonderful locking horns. This is very A-centric. But with the AWP, it's not going to be fast. They're going to try and set him up for a pick.
Yeah, but what happens when you call B clear early? Wonderful already getting himself set up to provide early insight. Flash for that AWP line. Wonderful's going to be peeking now. And jumping, m0NESY down. Wonderful takes him down early. AWP on AWP action. Oh no! Hooksy loses his head. It's Wonderful. That makes him dead. Could be more. The damage is done. Nico versus Alexi. He's flustered, he's fragged, and this is G2 left wanting. Empty-handed into the A site. Another for Imet. Na'Vi full focus, full force.
I might see this timeout now.
Has to be. 4 in a row.
JL's inspired them back into this. It's a round he's not going to forget, especially if they pick up this map. Anubis, 16-13, Nuke, their map choice, falling against them 13-7. And there were 3 in the hole. And now they've taken the smallest of leads.
1 man.
But that should grow. Oh, look at this. It's a triple nade purchase from G2, heading over towards B. So I guess they're likely to lob this over towards long.
I think they're looking for JL.
Yeah, lob it towards long. See if you're able to get any damage done. Nobody home. Wasted. 900 bucks down the gurgler.
Alexi's been throwing this smoke regularly. Limits the threats towards the cave, and, well, Wonderful. He spots out the search. Significant damage from their nades. Honestly, pot shots. JL, he welcomes these engagements. Takes them in his stride. A multi-kill round for JL, up to 10. Imet right behind him. Nuke's not gonna check. A freebie for Alexi.
Oh, Nexa yet to get off the mark. He'd love to just grab one of these. Slow down. Well, I was gonna say slow down JL and get yourself on the board, but nope. He ain't missing a beat right now.
Blade talked in an interview about JL. And one of the things he regarded was just the way in which JL can ascend to another level in the big games. And he says he doesn't always see that. There's not every player has that capacity, but for JL, when the stakes are high, when the pressure is high, he has the capacity to ascend. A new level of focus, hyper focus. And he's in hot pursuit now.
Well, this is that G2 timeout we discussed earlier. It has come through before. There's just another buy that sees m0NESY jumping into the jaws of Wonderful and an A-side execute that gets absolutely nothing done. No bomb going down, nothing to take into the next round. G2 need to start establishing themselves as far as the rifle rounds are concerned. They have everything they want and more in the buys.
Wow, yeah, you can see the success rate of m0NESY's at opening attempts there. Attempted 4, punished thrice.
A little bit harder for the AWP to function on a map like Ancient. Couple mollies mid, they'll hit the mark. They have been in the lab with the basics. And it's very important, especially for somebody like Ima, to have confidence to be staunch and forward, ready to take those fights. If you can't land the util, then you can't contest mid, and if you can't contest mid, then your cave player is under so much pressure early. The two very connected. And right now, it's a 3-player B start. You see the lurk smoke mid site, causes questions for Na'Vi, and that nade lands on the dome of Wonderful, chipped on down to 71. Clear now, flash forward, AWP scopes up. Just parking the bus. G2 have taken the pace out of things. Let's see if he can find that little slither gap there is m0NESY.
Yeah, he's geeking it, but the first 55. Oh, there it is. Nico goes looking for answers. He just gets a bullet. And now JL, he seems like a guarantee every time we jump to his POV. He's gonna get something. Wonderful builds on top. 5 alive, Hunter fighting tooth and nail. JL gets out the first nail into the G2 coffin.
They've got to stop jumping into this kid's scope mid-air. He's going to put the bullet right between the eyes. And taking a look, Alex, if we look at the last spree of rounds, what are we talking? Just 1 kill in the last 4 rounds?
Yeah, dude. This
is that it? 1 kill in the last 4 rounds? Am I reading that right?
They can't get going.
No, they have been absolutely stunted. Literally just 1 kill in 4 rounds of play.
Well, they're trying to get some pace into the mix, perhaps. The standard start. Smoke cave, smoke red, extinguished lane.
This is really tough for HooXi to be able to call around because you're not doing any damage, you're not doing any dents. It's not that you're getting into the rounds, you're not getting the bomb down. Well, this has to change now.
Yeah, they've actually caught him off with a flash. It doesn't matter. JL racks up a double. HooXi trying to give his team something to work with, but JL still alive and fragging up a storm. Give him the deagle. m0NESY denies with his own, and Alexi's the one to sweep another under the rug.
But this is domination now. The conversation has completely changed. The way the game started, G2 looked like they were the ones in full control. The ace with the deagle happens, and then just the sheer lack of kills, the sheer lack of impact from anybody on G2 since.
Oh my goodness.
They've lost any momentum they were running with. It's 7 rounds already for Na'Vi. This is a map that they've struggled with in the past. They're on a 3-map losing streak. They've had issues with basic utility, and they're in the driver's seat.
Oh, they're driving all right. They're driving as fast as they can to the grand finals tomorrow. Championship Sunday for the PGL Copenhagen major. Look at Nico, gives it a go. Trying to be the hero, it's JL to rip off his red cape and says, try again. Try again. This CT side already monstrous. m0NESY, what can you do? Look at the protocols. Bit slips across with a well-placed flash. m0NESY, no info on that one. That's a spot, catches the boosted player. Knows there's another. Hunter trying to do what Nico couldn't. And it's JL next. Huge, huge from Hunter. Racks up 3. Set for success, a compulsory conversion from G2. Molly late. Nexa gets the bomb down. Will he get a frag? Oh, just as his boots hit the ground, his bullet finds the head. And it is a 4th for G2. It's been a long while before we said that one.
Well, welcome to the semifinals, Hunter. Impact's been few and far between, but that is a dialogue shifter again. 4 as well. The bullet straight through Wonderful will eventually get taken out, but there's Hunter.
Wow.
That's what he needs to do. Nico, desperate, running through the smoke, thinks he's exploiting JL, can't get anything done, but Hunter steps up. 4 is workable, 5 is great.
He has redeemed himself in a step in the right direction there. That is a beautiful sequence out of Hunter. He's given them something something just to stem the bleed. They were hemorrhaging rounds.
It was astonishing just to see those 4 rounds in a row where we're talking hardly any kills for G2.
Yeah, but that was just the echoes. You said the echoes would come of JL's ace. It took them this long to get back on their feet, dust themselves down, say, play on. 5 rounds still available here for G2's T side. A grand final up for debate.
Mid control.
And it's Imet. Draws first blood. Is there more? Pushing through the smoke. What is this? Alexi will take down Hunter, leaping through smokes.
They've gone for late control, hoping that the flashes would be good enough. Imma was ahead. Alexi wasn't blind. And Nico's in the grave.
6 feet deep.
And this is pistol conversions and what should have been a certainty on the 4th. Who knows what could have become of this half? We'll see a Nexa. Nexa, at least he's on the board, has a kill to his name.
Oh, wonderful. Tries to get the flick of the wrist. Now posted was Monacy. Falls back off the angle. Audible to Alexi. Would have to hit the quick scope. Would have to clear him out. Misses his chance. Alexi collects, and it's only Nexa up against the world. Imet converts. Folks, Na'Vi have 8 in the bank.
Both teams came into this final with 3 players. Been to the grand final of a major before. Na'Vi, the only ones with a player to win it, and that was Bit. Imet with Gamer Legion falling to Vitality in Paris last year, and well, all those years ago, Alexi B's rise to fame with Ents.
It's been a long time.
2019, it's been a hot minute.
5 years chasing that same high.
And think about all the different rosters that he's done it with.
Yeah.
He has been through the ringer as Alexi B.
And I'm not going to lie, I don't think many people had Na'Vi at the tip of the tongue of hot prospects for a deep run in the playoffs.
They had to beat Pain just to get through to the playoffs. And I know Pain played some great Counter-Strike, but it wasn't like it was one of the top of the pop names. It did look shaky. Na'Vi just a handful of rounds away now from locking themselves in. Hot mid smoke.
There has never been a more important pistol for G2.
Flash of the ready from Bit.
3rd map, semi-final. Major stakes.
Aggressive main push from Hunter. This is important. Does he contain or does he continue searching for info?
The balls to go for a push like this.
You need to make players like this on the stage. You need to be able to get your team some information. Looking to block Cave with the smoke in hand. Hooksy, this would be important to get it off at the right time. Hunter's flank, here it comes.
Info, yeah. Restraint. Hooksy aware, drops the smoke. That seems optimal. Allows the silent arrival of Hunter. Imet, down and out. Hunter, what have you got? It's a double on the Julies. Man advantage, bomb spotted. The jig is up.
Still a chance to rotate away from this Na'Vi. A minute on the clock. Still a bit of utility for them to work with. And the fact it's so silent, G2 have to wonder, where have they gotten off to? A plant would be something to walk away with, but the round is still on. G2 have now posted into a retake setup on the B side.
They're into Cave. It'll be JL's utility to get them out of it.
Should get a plan.
Most definitely. Hooksy and Nico congregated towards the long. Alexi, this fight means a whole lot. Is there really a way that they can take this round? It looks good. Hooksy double. Bomb goes down, but it's got to be G2's round. Oh, JL. He's a demon.
Once he got started, I didn't think anyone was going to stop him. Eventually he silenced, the defuse comes through, but mission accomplished. Bomb goes down, and we all know what that means. Force buy on the T side available for Na'Vi.
JL, he's going to be in G2's nightmares tonight. Or can they shake it off? That pistol means everything. It means the dialogue is still open. This is not a guarantee. Nothing in this life is.
Take a look, those kills have been able to guarantee him an AK-47. No head armor behind it. He's actually going to drop that across to Imma, so putting faith in the Romanian. Tech 9, Mac 10, util, more than enough for Na'Vi to work with.
Okay, early space available here, man. Talk about making these plays on the big stage. He's just got all that info. Real early doors for the T-side campaign. JL puts his name in the feed. for the 21st time in our 14th round of play.
21 for 6. What a mammoth
outrageous.
scoreline. He's had carry performances in this major so far, but this one might be the cream. Number disadvantage to operate with now for G2. Bomb over towards A main, but they've rotated heavily. Monacy, the weight of the round is on your shoulders.
These are the moments he lives for. Spots 2. How does he react? He's going to get overwhelmed. A bullet finds his head. It's wonderful to make him dead. It's already looking over. Hunter scarpers to try and contribute. There's a gap. He unloads his mag. He's coming straight into Ime. Collects it. Spotless from Na'Vi. The pistol was theirs, but so short-lived is their success.
The ramifications of the CT economy dawning on them, and the fact that Hunter's gone for that, the fact he was on his own, the fact he gets isolated, that was an M4, that's given over for free. It's just 2 MP9s that they have to retain. And now G2, it was already tough, now you have to do it on hard mode. Line for Na'Vi a lock, but how much more can they take with them? Segregated behind the doors, JL's gonna try his luck. But that'll be that.
Na'Vi. The GOAT steps down. And yet here they are. With G2 up against the ropes, battered and bruised. The third map, semi-final of the major. Nico once again finds himself tantalizingly close to major glory that has eluded him for his entire career. And Na'Vi, a name he won't soon forget. Just bit and blade, a completely reforged Na'Vi.
They've gone all in, they've shoved it.
Of course.
The only option.
Everything at stake in this one.
You need to have the tug of war right now. You need to have the force by wars in full force. G2, there's a will, there's a way. You've got to get yourself into this round.
Oh, Monacy's so dead. Booked by the flash of Bit. They will run down JL. They take down JL. That's something, but look at Bit. Forward stance, retrieves the bomb. They could have lost the bomb if it wasn't for him getting away. Hooksy gonna go down. Huge from Wonderful.
They look for space. Na'Vi, the kills come their way. Now they can regroup, they can hit this B bomb site. It's just Hunter here.
What have you got for us, Hunter? It has to be something rather absurd. A smoke cave. He's got an incendiary that, could cost him his life. Gets it down, buys himself some time. The pressure is coming. The util has arrived. And he is alone. Look at Ime, though.
He's got the rotation. This is a powerful position from Ime. He can hear everything. If Nico runs, the same for Nexa. They'll give over so much info.
This is a difficult clear. Ime, asleep at the wheel. How has Nico done that? But he's expecting B. The call still works. Who's going to be there? It's only Nexa. 2 frags to his name. One of them in this round would have to do a whole lot more. Readies himself. No sound cues yet. Alexi B, diligent, starts to plant. Nexa, what's your reaction to this? Wonderful providing cover. He has the angle. Nexa's spotted. And Nexa, he's gone. There's nothing here for you here. It seems like the 10th round is a certainty now. Na'Vi need just 3.
G2 coming apart of the seams, disjointed, not playing off of one of each other. It's going to be individuals that are going to get them back into this game, because individuals who got the party started for Na'Vi. And they have just been on quite the run since, holding G2 at what, 2 out of the last 12 rounds of play. Bomb goes off, they want to take it all the way. Nico and Hunter survive, or do they? Hunter gives it away, gives away an AK. That was a rifle into the next, and now just the Galil for Nico.
You'd have loved to. You'd have absolutely loved to. Just slicing their hopes of a 6th in half. We saw players reflecting upon their careers, and the main sticking point, it's not the victories. They they pass by. After a couple of days, you lose the feeling, but the losses, they stay. They stay forever in your mind, every detail of what went wrong, what you should have done. And for G2, that is likely going to be this ancient, that ace from JL. Deagles up the ramp, gets 3. Now, this one a formality, it's just pistols, Chad. Na'Vi a silver platter for an 11th. Hunter just a 5-7 to his name. One is great. Imed trades. Next, ooh, a chance onto Bit. Squandered. JL, he can take them both here. Nico, that Galil, how far is it going to get you? Just the one to save onto the gun. m0NESY caught by Imed, still racking up the frags. He's right there beside JL in the frag totals. A test of their mettle ahead. A test of their mental, a test of their individual abilities. Lost it. It would have been nice, but it's certainly not compulsory. They will surely be able to defend their honor into this one. The last timeout, Chad.
They'll be able to buy, yeah, but they're going to be missing a lot of key utility. m0NESY isn't going to have the AWP. They're in hot water. I don't know how you bring your way back into this. As I said, it's going to have to be individuals with heroic moments. The multi-kills on the CT side shutting them down. But right now, Alexi continues on the march of this streak against G2. For whatever reason, he's able to outbrain Hooksy and the boys time and time again. And Ancient, we thought that could be the difference maker. It started. And that's the way it looked, but right now, it's a completely different story.
I think so did G2. They thought this was it.
They're able to get this m0NESY AWP piece. That's been dropped across. Somewhat quiet so far, only 8 kills. Still time to activate, but the smallest of margins. You've won the CT pistol, you've lost the force and everything since.
G2 fans just trying to beat the traffic. They got their arms in their jackets. Is there individual brilliance available? That's one thing for m0NESY.
Sticking around, he wanted more.
Denied for now.
I'm still not done. JL taking space. Will be smoked off and playing ahead.
These are those plays. Is Nico aware? Can JL get the better of him? Nico denies an important find. A 2-player advantage. Just to start the conversation. But this is not done. What is that? Pushes the smoke. Hooksy unprepared for it. Alexi slipping into a wide open bomb site. They're over-rotating off. He's making the calls.
There's a massive gap. Hunter's low. He took a big exchange of damage. They've completely given up to his sight. They're going to be able to just waltz on in. But it's not just that. They have multiple Molotovs to constrict the rotation back. There's plenty of U2 once the bomb goes down.
And Bit, with that Stockholm trophy by his name, is the perfect lethal weapon. Realization sinks in. G2, all of that hard work, that double entry. JL and Imma taken out of the equation, but it could not matter. Bit hidden in plain sight, tucked in, they can't clear him. Their backs will be turned. Their backs could be broken. Hunter turns around, it's only the one. You need to get on the bomb, time-sensitive mission here. Alexi's got a Molotov, Nex are good for it, takes him down. The molly on the bomb though, we need a smoke. We need a defuse. Time is ticking, it could be enough, but G2, they live to tell the tale of the round they almost threw away. Good God.
Take a deep breath, collect yourself after that. They're all going to be tough.
Good God.
Well, we were watching moments before disaster there. But Na'Vi, I think this is quite telling you of how well things have been going for them. First tactical timeout called. Hope to pray, bow to your gods. do whatever you got to do if you're a G2 fan right now. It's wonderful. Looks around, takes it in. Directions from Blade directly to the in-game leader.
All it takes is one round. Another one of those from JL. This Lithuanian whirlwind.
All comes out, immediately responds. A big one there from Nico. Great pivot again, so m0NESY can work his way in towards this game. No AWP available right now, or at least not purchased for Na'Vi. AK's Galil, plenty of util. The back and forth exchange towards B lane. Imma exploiting the smoke, and exploiting a kill. Hunter down next to trade, important stuff.
Very important frag from next to him. He's only gotten 4, but that one keeps them in the running.
HooXi needs to be very careful in cave. He can't go down like he did before to bit. His life means an awful lot, but this B site is under so much pressure, and now A feeling the heat. Smoke lands towards CT. What does it mean? With a reroute, Bit grouping up with the remainder of his team. The defense is split in a 2-2. No block utility available for HooXi or Nika. All of the nades are on the other side of the map.
The whole squad's here.
Oof.
A fumble from Bit. That's a high pressure scenario. Missed utility. Shots hit. Nico braves the flames to reposition. Just Bit overlook it. Flash from m0NESY. Nico proactive. They're all doing the dance, and he gets nothing on the spray. Nade could be good, but it's cost him his life, and all on to Nexa. A quiet game from Nexa, but this clutch has so much at stake. They're both there. He looks away, rounds the corner. It's all about timings. They've heard him. They've heard him. A smoke and a kit. A smoke and a kit onto the bomb. Planted for long. Wrapping around. Back is turned. JL finds it. Ladies and gentlemen, one single round separates Na'Vi from the grand finals. FaZe's opponent soon to be determined. A single round of play could do it. There was some fumbles in there, some windows of opportunity. This swing from Nico, 2 on his screen, gets nothing but damage, and oh no, the face.
Felt like the flash was good. Felt like he should have been good for one. HooXi complete back turn, and this is it. Broken in the buy. G2, final round. MP9s, pistols, 1M4, and aggression in the mix.
You've got a caution to the wind. Everything at stake. AlexiV can do it. He can do them dirty. It's HooXi through the smoke, spamming away, puts JL on notice. They take full lane control. AK for Nico. (12-6). 6 rounds in consecutive fashion demanded of G2. Well, their major journey ends here on Saturday. And it's Na'Vi. This round far from a guarantee for
Just calling
G2.
for a boost. It's just gone through. No boost needed.
Okay, that's brave. m0NESY was spotted. Ooh, damage again. m0NESY, these wallbang tags, it's haunting him this game. Puts them, 2 of them, very low. Softened up for plays like this from HooXi. Could get punished. He was ready. And it's only the one. Wonderful, keeps the chances alive. Nexa under scrutiny. Has support. It's wonderful to swing in unison. It needed it to be 1. It's another from Hunter. And it's a 7th for G2. They survive the night.
Going to be very serious faces from here on out. Walking on eggshells. 1900 lost into the next. So for Na'Vi, how do they want to approach this round of play, round number 20?
Let's go, Team 2, let's go!
Could just go for a force buy. Looks like that's going to be the case. Even a little bit of residual cash on a few of their members, but Tech9, Steagles, P250, a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, and over towards A they go. And it's fast, it's a set smoke, they're just rushing A.
No one home, only m0NESY needs 1, delivers onto Wonderful. playing for the retake. Smoke arrives, should facilitate a plant. Hunter chooses to push, delivers the first. Down he goes. JL through the smoke. Monacy another. G2 seem to have held on, but it's JL. It's JL alive.
I know where he is.
They certainly do, Chad. And he's going round the world in 1 minute 17. Audible, converted, another for G2.
A pressure moment. All in A with the pistols. Monacy gets the first, gets away. The response time is there. They deny the plant. Now they should be guaranteed another. That was the force spy. This will be the full eco. The lightest of investments. It's Eagle for Wonderful. Smoke for Bit, a flash for Alexi. Talking $1,200 worth of investment within this round. You don't get more skimp than this. G2 given the opportunity now to pick up their 9th round. Draw this just back to a 3-round game. And Na'Vi are in no rush. Taking in the moment, understanding the situation. As Alexi, man on the screen right now, you can see the conversation. They can sit here, they can talk about the next gun round. I'm taking a look at Blade. He's reading his notes, pacing back and forth. 60+ seconds to ready themselves for the next round of play. Him and Imma are having a big conversation now. Imma is the player to take the mid control. It's understandable, right? How have they been taking mid? How do we want to try and take that space? The two of them needing to confer, important. And it looks like that dialogue is continuing. They're still talking through the round and how they want to follow.
Just knowing you need one.
But this is the perfect use of a round like this. Bit's not saying anything. It's just been Imma and Alexi talking. So now, what can they get done? Can they do any damage? Can they get that bomb down? 30 seconds to find out. Flash is good.
Wow, he's been completely booked there. Nico stands his ground. So does Hunter. They'll find a little bit of damage. G2 post another. It was 12-6. G2 trying to prove that 12-6 is the new 15-11.
Well, let's see what results they come of that conversation, because Blade also wants to get in on the chit-chat. He wants to be part of the tactical fun. What have they got in store? What is the final blow? When AWP does not look available for Wonderful going into this T side. It is going to have to just be AKs across the board. Lacking a few bits of utility. HEs, for example, to harass this mid-control. They're only rocking one on Imma. And not only to harass as far as damage is concerned, but to clear the smoke. So it will limit a couple of their options available. Be 3 more needed to take us to overtime. GQ2 can do this. You can start believing.
Yeah, this is where superstars are made. If you can step up with 0 margin for error, it can all end in a flash. The world is watching. Wonderful steps forward. Nico has a glance, audible. Nade looks good. Chip damage.
Cave's the worry.
Pressure point for Hooksy. He's been losing these aim jewels, but there he is again in the feed for an opener. Pressure. Cave lost. Hooksy concedes in the open, gets away with it.
Nico's stranded.
He has got so much to do. Pressure from both sides. He needs support. He needs someone.
Hooksy's been
How did that happen? Just spam down Hunter. Now Nico needs one back. He's back-turned. Monacy again. Hooksy combines. We need another. It has to be Monacy dancing around the side. Ilya Osipov popping off. Needs the last.
There was 1 bullet left in the AWP. He just had one shot in the orb to get that done. And he keeps him in it. He keeps G2's grand final dreams alive.
Oh, the superstar
The
shining
pressure.
bright, Virtual.
He's peeking, he's dancing around that pillar, and he's getting it done. He bows them out again. Check this one out. Bang! The premonition, it was perfect. The response time. Take a look, one bullet left in the AWP.
Oh, it had to be. Takes down Alexi B. 2 more, he says. 2 more.
Back to pistols, pace this time. Cave, it can be the pressure point. Hooksy susceptible. This B side seems weak.
They're coming for him. Hooksy stands his ground. Oh no! Nico down. Overrun. Hunter holds his side. Into the back line. What is that? Drive by from Bit. It's a 3-on-3, but they're so low. It's so tantalizingly close. If only they could find one more. It's Hooksy good for it. Bit can't really get that bomb down. Braves the flame. Nade on his face. Combined with the bullet to Hooksy. G2 are going to take us the distance. Spotted out and executed. I can't quite believe we're here. It was 12-6, folks. 6 rounds in consecutive fashion demanded of G2, and that's 5.
I said it was going to be a Royal Rumble. Well, this is a Rumble in the bloody jungle. Ancient delivering.
And the Royal Arena awaits. Still, no answer as to who will meet FaZe. Who will do battle tomorrow? One more. G2, they've started the conversation. They've stood vigilant so far, but it can all end, as we've said. 1 round for Na'Vi, it's been the case for 5 rounds back to back. Can G2 make it 6, wipe the slate clean, and take us into overtime in the 3rd map of this semi-final? Let's find out. Copenhagen, is it over here?
This is quite direct, regrouping immediately. They smell blood. They've been able to get in towards this site. Sure, the bomb hasn't gone down, but they can pressure it.
Full focus.
Not messing about over towards A. There's no main control, but look at the call from G2. They were expecting something a little bit more A-centric. They just had 3 players on the site. Rotating back now. Better division of the forces. The AWP of Monacy. He's in the right place.
Silence before the storm. This is crazy. They're waiting for it. Monacy going to throw out the smoke, but we need a flash. Oh no, he goes ahead of it. Oh no, it's going to be JL and Bit. Monacy, what have you got? Misses his first, getting overrun. It looks like G2's time here in Copenhagen is over as JL racks up another 28 frags and counting. Hunter caught out. It's all on Nexa. Na'Vi pulled into the grand finals. 1 more kill. Wonderful gets it. Sometimes your opponent's just having a really good day.
And what a birthday present for Alexi B. 2019, the last time he was in a major grand final where he couldn't lift that trophy. Well, tomorrow, he and Na'Vi are going to get another chance, another opportunity to lock horns with FaZe.
Unbelievable.
What a game, what a performance from JL. The statement in the first half, the deagle, the ace, and Hooksy, he can't quite believe it. Gutted. The Dane on home soil cannot get to the grand final, cannot push G2 to that opportunity. They will not play on Sunday. Na'Vi, they stop the comeback.
12-6, 12-11. G2 eliminated in the semi-finals here of the Copenhagen Major, the first for CS2, and Na'Vi surprise the world as they secure it. FaZe versus Na'Vi, and it's Alexi B on his birthday, no less. one step away from the trophy.
That is exactly right. One step away from the trophy. And it's been 5 years since you've been here. How does this feel?
The best birthday gift ever.
Now talk to me through this series though. First of all, when you saw the Veto, what did you think of that?
Can you repeat?
What did you think of the Veto?
We expected the Veto actually. We were expecting that we would play Inferno as third, but they seemed to switch the script and we went for Ancient. We practiced this map a lot, and the recent results we had on the map, I don't think made it justice. So we still believed and ended up pulling it home.
And in terms of that, I've got to look at this Anubis, right? It has been a map where we saw you guys go back and forth. It kind of gave me the vibes back at World Final, if you remember all of that as well. What were you saying to the team when it was going into that overtime, when it was getting so crazy once again?
I don't know. I don't know. I think we were just vibing on Anubis, honestly. And once we won the first round on the first overtime, we felt like we could take it home because we were just so confident on the T rounds.
And in terms of this confidence, JL had huge confidence. Was it just about letting him do what he wanted?
I don't know what happened to JL, but before the last game, I just told him on the hallway that he's the best B player I've ever had, and he just proved it.
He definitely just proved it. And what do you think about this crowd and how crazy and wild they've been this whole time?
Just an amazing crowd. My mom in the front, my family in the back. One more time, guys.
Well, I think we can do one more thing, Royal Arena. Say happy birthday, Alexi, in 3, 2, 1. And now he enters the major grand final. Make some noise for Na'Vi!
Indeed, and we got another special guest joining us as well. He's just going to put on his headset. JL, who made it to the major final when last year you fell right before that hurdle. Unbelievable. How do you keep doing it?
I don't know. It's the power of LXB and the fucking team we play for.
Let's go. I mean, he just said that he told you that you were the best B player he's ever played with. I don't know if it was just on Ancient or everywhere, so...
LXB's words come into fruition.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, congratulations for Na'Vi as a whole. This is so crazy how much you're growing from game to game, and also the fact that they almost came back.
Oh. When we won did we win the pistol round on CT? On T Ancient, second half.
I can't even remember.
I can't
you guys?
remember, honestly.
No, we didn't.
No, you did not.
We lost it. That was a little, yeah.
After that, okay, we're in for a rough game. I didn't expect it to be this rough, but I'm glad we closed it out in the end.
Can I just ask you about the final round call coming in from you guys? Just a delayed B hit coming in. Was that like a particular call based on what was happening over in the B bomb side right there?
Yeah, for sure. Every single B hit was close, and whenever we hit it, we actually won it. So we decided for the last round we're going to hit B, and it worked out magically.
How does it feel, man? How does it feel?
It's fucking amazing, I'm not going to lie.
You changed the nature of this third map with your ace, with the Deagle round into the ace, which is absolutely mental. But even beyond that, they just kept coming at you. They kept challenging you through smokes. They kept challenging you. Were you ever just like, what the hell? Like, stop. I'm killing all of you.
No, keep coming. Keep coming, baby.
It was insane because, you know, we talked last time when you were on the desk about kind of like the 40 bomb you dropped earlier on in the tournament. But you keep on having these unicorn games. Like, it's crazy. Like, can you talk to how confident and empowered you feel in this Na'Vi? You just shouted out your team, but also under the guidance of Alexi B to make sure that you can every single time take that decision.
I just feel safe in the team. I feel confident. I feel like even if I have a bad game, I have a team falling back. I can fall back on the team. And yeah, that's why it gives me a lot of confidence to play the way I do.
Yeah. Have you gotten a lot of love from the Na'Vi fam in this journey? Because you're also quite public, you know, to them.
I got a lot of love from everyone. I'd like to say thank you to every single individual that has been supporting us, and we hope to bring it home.
When you guys started this major, I mean, obviously the goal is always going the whole way and winning it, so you set the goal high, but you know, there was a lot of people doubting the ability of Na'Vi to get this deep into the tournament. Honestly, I was one of them as well.
The whole day, actually.
Yeah.
Up until you closed that game, actually.
But like, I mean, I don't know, like how much did you feel like you were being doubted? Did you feel like you were being underestimated, or you feel like this tournament you guys have found a peak that wasn't previously available to you?
Honestly, I felt like I was playing with Apex back at the Paris Major. No one believed in us every single game, even against the Eternal Fire. People thought we were going to lose. And yeah, but now we're at the finals and fuck them.
Indeed.
All right, that
great
felt
words.
personal.
Yeah, it did, and you deserve it as well. We do have Hooksy standing by on stage with James Banks, so we're going to listen.
Royal Arena, first of all, give a big round of applause for Hooksy in G2 for putting up one hell of a fight and a good show. I know this isn't how you would have wanted the run to end, and it was feeling and looking good there. Can you just talk me through the Veto and the confidence you had in it overall?
I think that Anubis, first of all, is a very good map for us, and I think we had a lot of chances to close it out where we are throwing away after plans left and right, which is, of course, our own mistake. We are losing to ourselves. Nuke, we showed, I think that we had the better plan. We were the better team on Nuke, and on Ancient, for me, everything fell apart on the T side. I think I had a really good plan, but we executed it horribly, and that's my biggest regret from this match.
And in terms of that being your biggest regret, I think a lot of us expect you to go for the tried and tested Inferno. Did you choose to leave that and ban out Inferno because you saw weakness that they might pick Ancient because of their recent results?
We have played them a lot of times now, and we have lost all the times, and we have always been playing to our strength, and this time we tried to play to their weakness, and I think it's a lot 50-50, like both for us, Ancient, and for them, Inferno. It's a better map for Inferno is a better map for both of us, so we tried something new, and it should have worked out, and that's how I see it right now. Maybe I will think otherwise when I watch it back.
And just overall, your journey here at the Major, yes, you've gone further than you ever personally have before, and you've come close. I know it hurts, but is there a lot of positives still you can take away?
Yeah, I think that we took a huddle after, and Victor Tass, our coach, said that if we overcome this thing of fighting ourselves so much, we will win every single tournament that we anticipate in and or participate in, and I think that's true, and that's the only positive I can see right now. And I think we showed that we are worthy of playoffs besides what other people are saying.
I think we completely agree with that as well. But you said about fighting yourselves, right? Do you feel like you're starting to learn how to deal with that and to do it better?
It's a slow process, and it's not something you can practice every day on the practice server because the pressure has to be there. So it's only on the big stage we can learn, and we definitely got a lot of a learning experience now playing here. So I think the pressure doesn't get bigger than this for me, and it felt amazing to play here, so yeah.
And just lastly, anything you want to say to all the G2 fans out there?
I think both to the G2 fans and also just to the Danish crowd, it's been amazing. Never tried to play in front of such a good crowd. It's literally the best I've ever tried, and I hope to try it again sometime.
You guys have been amazing, and this man's been amazing for you. Please, one last time, a big round of applause for Hooksy.
Thank you so much, James. Absolute heartbreak, but big up on the captain for doing the interview, fighting with themselves. Sometimes it's harder to unlearn something than to learn it, Moses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as he said, I think the hardest part about it is I think he's dead right. Like those lessons you only really learn when you're on circumstances like this, on this kind of a stage. The pressure has to be there for you to really start fighting against yourself in a way that you're going to learn from it. So they got a lesson today. They got a tough lesson.
They certainly did. Bled, do you want to send G2 off from this major?
Yeah, I feel like, they should have had a little bit more confidence coming in. We had a talk about Veto as well, where it's like we try to play into Navi's potential weakness and our own strengths. And I feel like this is when you kind of start to instill a little bit more belief in yourself, so that we are actually better. That's when you can play to that level. Harsh lesson being learned right here, but, they can walk away with the heads held high. Still a fantastic run through and through.
Made it into the playoffs indeed, but it's this guy here and Navi, and talk about everything working out. It's just so great to see, but tomorrow awaits FaZe, and FaZe has also really, really stepped up every single game they've played these playoffs. So how much are you looking forward to that?
I'm looking forward to it. I bet it's going to be a great game if both teams bring their A game, and yeah, we're going to step them down.
Do you see cooler shit from Wonderful when you're in practice?
What, sorry?
From Wonderful? He's got to be crazy to watch in practice.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What do you think of him? Because when we've kind of talked that he's kind of flown under the radar with Modesty being crazy, obviously stepping into simple shoes. This event for him has been like a revelation.
Not this event. He played well in Katowice as well, and I think he's the next big thing.
I just have a quick question about Ima as well, right? Like, this is something a lot of people have spoken about. He's been having a quiet time, so to speak, with his positions. But this event, he's been just playing, with his balls out, just running up, being way more confident. Is that something, maybe not literally, Fia, but is that something, there was a little talks about it, has he feeling way more comfortable or something?
I mean, yeah, his main focus is the team, of course, and if he runs, gets the space, and we can trade him, that's all that's all it matters. And yeah, the vibe is good, we're playing good, and that's our system. The system cannot fail if you play correctly, even if one person dies.
Fair. The old Blade system.
Words to live by. It got them to a major final, baby. I'm not going to keep him much longer, so because it's late and you got to play a final tomorrow, and I know it's not that early in the day, but I do want to wrap up everything we've had from the opening stage to the elimination stage to now tomorrow as we head into that final. Moses, do you have any thoughts about how everything has gone and your biggest takeaways and your excitement that I hope is sky high for that final?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a really cool final. It's going to be really cool seeing Alexi. I still think like this is such a statement tournament and a statement run from him with you guys at Navi about his skills as a leadership that has been in question essentially since 2019 when he broke into the scene with ENCE. So I think it's incredible that he's been able to make this team all the way to the finals. We had a disgusting bracket, like eight of the best teams in the world. We got all 8 teams that you could have wanted, and this route, man, if you guys take it tomorrow, that's
it's got to be insane.
Imagine the scenes.
It will be so mental because listen, not to piss you off with or whatever, but like I had Nico against FaZe. I'm like, yeah, surely G2's going to win this, but he completely ruined that. But then the other story.
More pick up ruined. Right? Let's go.
Not going to be your fan, right? But the fact that Alexi B all the way back with ENCE with a finish lineup 6 years ago, and somehow with this motley crew, somehow making it work in a very short span of time as well, and now going up against FaZe in the grand finals of a major. You can't script that.
It is so incredibly impressive, the journey, and I'm really excited to see what it will bring tomorrow for you. The best of luck to yourself, JL, and Navi, and we're going to say goodnight and get a lot of rest for what will hopefully be a spectacular and unforgettable grand final of the PGL Major here in Copenhagen. Good night, and see you tomorrow for FaZe versus Navi.